7.1 FM from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mondays to Fridays. Bibia Chichia and Kasade entertainment no your friend no information will be and the information be Hana Obetin Kane. I first so can say yeah the Celebrity Wednesday at the Bro Wednesdays be our this show and no yeah feature ubia or GD I will do to na show so live. I first so can say I feel so Chichia I will do so and you see kunya ebokunya na issue abeda board no it me at discuss na ubia so enya pan afre achiro madin. Can be also say Fridays rap. It's all about rap. Freestyle Friday on Connect 97.1 FM. Ejuma Pamreso. If I show Ushamia, a bang 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 bang.
Onua TV. Onua TV. You're gonna hope
Onua TV. You're gonna hope.
Sorry, I was saying, aha, and there I know. Oh, there I am. Yes, I don't know. They say, Yadena Kaina, eh, Mahame, Yadida, so, Yamama Crab, baby, did an air break for dance. So, Yadim say, better electoral commission. Now, Waba, because or no, and the returning officer for the presidential election. Now, Ababe Katre say, Sadia and His Excellency the Vice President, honorably, what to me Ababe accepted defeat. Now, what conceding no friend in your Bema, John Dramani Mahama, my John Dramani Mahama, so Adiatumu Akasari, Nini Abema, na friend, no, I concede. Na baby other than Akwem come and they say electoral commission, or no near chair, no, na pay one year press conference, and no more say, Wamun Sanka Bako, one echo me, Bako. Certified results from any region, not even one. Enti say obi abe consider say obi adia tumo say dey no chese ono returning officer ne ba be kanti say be ya supporters ne betimi free coalition centers ho na omatumi aye omadwuma na omatumi de enkrata na ba no no omo twen ye enti ye ka say obi aba e consider defeat me che Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, His Excellency the Vice President wa consider defeat. Na John Dramani Mahama so a tweet atro say ni nua bema Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia afre no nti ye Ghana for de enim de eko but juma na say Jemensaye, but at the moment we can safely call His Excellency John Dramani Mahama president elect. I didn't say it. The person who contested with him considered defeat, and also nkrofo bebre abona baso. It's unprecedented. Kromha. Win no John Dramani Mahama win no. It's unprecedented. In fact, unprecedented, he lost 2016, 44%. Oh, Papa Ching. What Ching, Papa. In fact, I didn't know more. To so I didn't want to say it. Because 2016, before the election, Ubako Fia now crying yet, Obeda sorry, I all crying. The beer to 2016 in Accra. I don't know where you were. And to me, chess, I can't yan one cry. If you were hot asphalt, near still the coat aguso. Our cantonment. But at the end of the day, Ghanaians thought Dumso hits their businesses that bad. Shall I sit them na tuaba? And almost show my sitting. Sassam no crowd in it. Say, idea John Ejekum Kufo. Now watch them and 1 year go to the edgema. I come the wa in edgema. I come the wa. Bibi ani pa de be ya ma no because I come there. I come. Come on ya. Grate. Kaneno na dollar no sa. Madam Fibito on way is legal. $75,000 studio. At that time, Usisan, 450,000 Ghana cedis. And they the same $75,000. Same studio. Yes, it's a price, no. A big crowd, they had to come down. What but for no crown and they exchange rate, no. It hits. Chance and Yasam Kitwa. Tiama for the Nibre no come. Na koto abano. Na Abatoɔ way unprecedented, same as Dr. Muhammad Baumia conceding. Although Sergeant Mensa and Bekasaye, they are pastors are almost so kasaye. Any idea and they be sound commoning in a electoral commission. After Dr. Muhammad Baumia, he wasn't alone. All about Samira Baumia and a buyer. Party General Secretary Justin Kodriane or more Keke Kahunina, Fredo Warre more any party penny for Nibi. Penny for Kukudam ne de home. Pa campaigning in a Kukudam ne party. Badi a bit and no home come later. Many a year Nanotri or Rukro and a year Juman Nana pay. And Nary and Nana Maha Boko de. Ya Pia for this year, and I was say. Yamia to be a hoya pie and Anaquame, Opoko Bay. Yami and Sunny a cabo no siania sauce so. But the Aquaco far a year visual. After Dr. Muhammad Baumia conceded defeat, our social media was blazing, everywhere was blazing, no. Electoral Commission came up with a press conference. Yenti the Electoral Commission guy.
Minkai say a BB say commission starting po at the national level and 5 figures known to anymore will be a considered defeat that. But me the background say it's part of it shows statesmanship. Obiya say but and also stop the commission because who consider defeat you won't consider defeat with figures. Such as I now consider defeat with figures there or on 5 figures into 2 and say and all the figures cry to 2 gram poor figures no every one no but what I say a free the returning officer or no na constitution in Mrano CI 127 amano quite say or no declare results no I say it's now on your train na you can results no boom sinebea or no benya be results no I declare na afide Ghana man nyina say we and actually no abana ekotu no dodo say in onya I say CCA a ban say no yes Ghana for so omuma bibia into the your best say amanfo nya abutre Electoral Commission the figures no I Abatoɔ na atu no region figures no ebeka aboa no na afide omu commission no a chairperson be declare also no na mrama ho kwan say on declare yesre amanfo say omunya abutre ejidi no omunya electoral commission mu ni abutre omunya electoral commission omunya sa abutre no mu fa jidi entire chi na yenwie sa adwuma die ne mfamba wie enu ne besra amanfo
commission pending for the baako na wate omon kan say yeah a statesmanship yes Dr. Muhammad Baumia aba be consider defeat but womo na womo betimi a final result at the atuja before the na NDC summit and fee a press conference here and also ordinary figures at the abam mountain so no na electoral commission penny monitor say figures be anywhere here juma tire omo de no correct na mum Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia so ka say e yade almost they have their own coalition center. So omo aso compile the enkrofo. Yes ye bi wa ha. Oh dey betray. Yes ye bi wa ha. Fachem me piece maso iswa. Yeah na yes ye coalition, so we are able to also do a bit of statistics. Na no na me tell say e ba ne say no. E yade a oh, yeah na ye piece did me ya. Live studio, live work. Don't worry. Sani, Nimnia Captain the Suban, never be. No. As I was saying, no, electoral commission, march it, because for a presidential candidate to come out, both parties to come out to say, this is what we see, and for you to do a press conference, anapa, and nanapa, to tell us, say, certified results by Kokra will sankai one, ekome, say. And it's not everywhere that there's commotion. Indeed, some coalition centers commotion about ebi san konwa brum konwam ye maybe ensem fata mo ankasa mo nkrofo ni bi so ya akronfo mo nkrofo ni bi mo nkrofo amofa omo ni bi kro no ewo mani so ye bi pa ba kro no na kro no afi obi antumi amobi afi we Abatoɔ we no kro no work. A man for the da hoso okrodom. It wasn't just NDC. Now man fire wild. They were all over. I saw social media kwebia odina dan soro. Omo kan odina dan na pampem. Won perform mo hu ne ye. Wakodina dan na pampem. No why say. Ne kwa particular wo man. A man for ni abre. Enti weni wiamu na amfa. Anya adwuma. Anya adwuma. I followed politics for a long time. And it's not just the MPP, both parties do sometimes. But this time none of them could. So this one is real clear Ghanaian votes. Before the election, me when NDC maybe I'll call cemetery. Now the NDC flag e bomb pie nam ho ka kire samanfo so wo meto aba. Wo so beto bi. Ewe we anodin. Now, yebeko statistics ni mu kakra. Before then, no, asofo ni bi so prophesy. Some pastors, in fact, ebi kura no omo se nyame, ema di omo kaninya adwuma. Ebi yenim said they na kwadwo ka no, omo a ehye nkom for and against. Na ba ko a last minute obehye ne nkom na wo kire se Abatoɔ kwa wie ya na ebe hu asofo mu agahoho. Video na ready your money TV. Right, you better fast our video na nche say fidie na dey adwuma nti fidie na bibie ho. Before that, look, a lot of the big wigs at Yato. Abatoɔ formula bi amfa. Formula bi amfa. Analysis bi anywhere fine. Ebi ye adwuma info analytic dey ebi be mo akama. But no dey no kra ebi tisi nchen. Tumsa Abatoɔ na amafo na ni bra bre wo mfa formula ho. No analysis, nothing. Because some of the people who fell, you wonder. K.T. Hammond has been very strong when the constituency worry. Ono sukra ka ho bi. Because nipa o ko also final area say wasa ko biom obere. Videos na ready ayemo. So na mai oh. Yen to aso ye bebo. Nti yen kwa eye kwa me ho na afi yen start as I said.
Papa saying, has the verdict changed? Watch this. I stand here to let you know that what the Lord told me during Signs and Tokens conference, which was reaffirmed when we were having the all night, the Lord told me is the final verdict of the election. Nothing has changed. And by the 9th of December, we shall know the men from the boys, the prophets from the people. I stand to reaffirm here, and not just that. I stood on this altar years before when my son was not the general secretary, and I said MPP was going to lose so much in hang parliament. The same God that told me this time around, MPP will have a commanding control in the parliament. A very decisive win in parliament. Even up until July, swearing signs and tokens. After I prophesied that Dr. Baumia will win the election, my son, the general secretary, came and said, Papa, are you sure of what you are saying? You want to tell them what the banter you had with me? He said, Papa, I've seen you do some crazy things, but this one is too crazy. Please, you just, if it is because of me, let me do my work so that if I fail alone. I don't want to go with you. So that when I fail, I'll be there to, you know.
Justin Kodia failed with you, fortunately. Me papa no. I mean, so for Kusi Boateng. Unfortunately, his prediction didn't work. And not just him. There was another one, prophecy. Nyame Asema Odeba you know. Ato from flat. Anyejuma. Justin Kodia won. He prophesied and he won. But the second prophecy didn't work. In fact, a big crazy assassin cried MPP. Galam says and someone by yede said the amount fire one galam says you to Sana Sasi Yakureja. Is this the MPP that could fall left? Is this the MPP Buzuani Dauro Chamo, any senior Michael Kwemo, Hakman Uswajimamo, Dambotremo, etc. The MPP that Ananemo, Kwakwajima Menumo. Who had control? Kwame. Maha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, starting from presidential result, yeah, to me, and but then after we'll go into the MPs that lost their seat.
Okay. Into say media journal, yeah, elections command center.
Right.
Yeah, data center results are yenya so far no. Say results in chain.
Right. Results
in chain and say Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Presidential candidate for the NPP, it could have 984,794 votes, calculating to 40.67% at the moment.
40.14%.
Yes.
Right.
And John Dramani Mahama, so it could have 1.34 million votes. Yes. And the also need the original.
Hey, be free one. 1,341,476 votes.
Yeah. Into amounted to 56.45%.
Right, at the top, yes.
Yes. Into say is it here
right
for presidential. Young presidential by the region. I have a region.
Yes.
Presidential so far. John Dramani Mahama Ekuta 42,325 votes. Mind you, I have origin A blue.
A blue. Has
yes.
been blue.
In the history of I have origin, 2000 yes. So blue. 2004,
blue.
2008,
2012, 2016, 2020.
A blue. Into John Dramani Mahama is currently leading in I have origin.
So I have origin also green.
Also green
instead of blue, the usual blue.
Yes.
Also green.
Provisionally.
And Kufuor won with 56.64%.
Exactly.
And then went ahead to increase the vote from to 57.41%. Another one Ahafo with 55.33%, and then he went ahead to reduce the vote today, yes. But it was still ahead.
2 years, 2008 and 2012, the MPP lose election.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they lost election. Yes. Yeah, MPP yes. lost election. So MPP Mahama won the election, but did not win Ahafo. So Nanado won Ahafo.
Yes. Even in years, yes. NDC.
We need elections, no. Nanado, we need Ahafo.
But they currently lead in Ahafo region. For the first time since 1996.
Wow.
Yes, Ahafo region. You call Ashanti region NPP is currently leading. NPP could have 279,938 votes, yes. Amounting to 67.81% of Ashanti region. Against John Dramani Mahama, 125,000 and 69 votes, 30.03%.
And that is what they were looking for?
Yes.
30%?
No, 30%.
Yes.
At the moment, the whole 30% in Ashanti region.
Votes in Gusoba and Kaimi, right?
Yes.
And see, I didn't 30%. Ashanti region, a stronghold for the NPP. Now, as Sami Jenfi said, I won't use this word as swing because he hasn't gotten there yet. But they've really amassed their vote. And I said, Omukure Jalai. Omukure Jalai. Yeah, 30%.
Buno region. For the record, Buno region is also always blue. Buno region is always blue. Currently, John Dramani Mahama has 66,776 votes. 58.36%.
But my say numbers no up just saying let's refresh the page and then see what is happening at the moment. But we will continue from here. Mami Misa Mema Nana Kwaba Bium name guest now ye free common say while you refresh the page and then we'll continue the conversation. We need to know exactly what is happening. Probably ask ourselves why this is happening because this is unprecedented. Dr. Jonathan Asante Ochre, political analyst at UCC. Dr. Kwaba Bium. Nana, what do you make? What do you make of this particular elections?
Yeah, to say we intro no kind election be a defy logic.
Yes.
Where said the situation no a defy be I think the only thing I repeat in one is say 8-year cycle no. Beyond that no analysis be a man will be a emfa local places like Adenta ne Lejokukunuma. It is said they make almost defy tradition.
Yes.
Any other ama de na yensusu ana de no manfo susu na mem local places be to say or kan kwenu a Raya abo amanu mo bi ani anda say
in fact you must say he's one of the hard-working parliamentarians.
Yes.
If not the very best. He's done a lot.
So ewo ho wokọ ne mpesu ya so eho no makwan ne ade nyina baby afes na ka entimi mfa ewo ho. Another thing so eno so asa defy ya wokọ baby de say Ashanti region na MPP for omo head de ka na say enka sa for no unse for no omo try ase nka omo bete so na omo dey make case e wi ase no na asa atiesi nchen ama say omo tie apai wo ho no and the ensa say free muni ade wokọ baby dey say wenchi ni ade na expectation ni ade nyina ye high ho no nyina no amfa even a place like Oba Eastern region, maybe they say Kuapem South, ni ade say nyina then ko bi abeka so wo tu prum na akoda wo nim sa form fa niema and so then the one we
the grammar kura ko si wa
then the suicide kura do niema ne beko and there a whole lot of things na esi e was half year about we mu a this area doctor no ma wo mo trans analyze e no mo e kire no Ombeko akwotena ase de kiki ato omo hwene so no omo atimi a kire ye cause because this
a journalist this
is what jemre de kiki to hwene so pa de pen esisi so kakra e draw map ne contours azan watimi ehu at the crop potia akoso wo afi abatu no menyesa emfa kwam na kakra abeka ne se Dr. Mahamudu Bawumi ade a waye ne de no wa save ono anakoma anopay no we wa save nation no wa save electoral commission ditro ne maame no returning officer no esan say enokra kan wo bi na am relax in a way no nka sa abre se nka papa ne meka sa nka atmosphere no aye bibi onti nka manfo e the pressure ato wo mo so
but NDC for press conference they told them that they omunya ntema they are supposed to declare even if because omo wo ho no mo tre say polling agents ni bi they've not come to sign the pink sheet until they are waiting for them to come. Almost what the other.
A disabling pressure dama me so den be declare me me but papa ne be yes ade no ama ewom se ono no de ye tena se wo se wonya wo mo a everyone say ensrama no kore wase na wo se wo calculate obi a percentage na the spoiled and the rejected and every for records owi a wo be kwa gazette for archival purposes intino e wo se wo gibre yes a niema ni nyina ntinka pressure be woni so ba papa na de no a waye na no pe na masa pressure no free ne so ebetimi amu anya bre na wode aye saa ne ma no ansa na waba abonten ba ne nyina mu no ye twen na ye hu esan se wono ka ye se akokɔ bi de anim adeche ye ne nso ya no tie free onini ano se be ma ni nya moya o ba no kwan to se de kra ye nyini sa de ache
de ache
akokɔ abo ya de ache enti wo mebon na ye huru de etua mu anka
de ache ma ye ni ada ho dada nti ye na formality kwa ye twen se obeba te said ye bobo na ball cry the last minute to Michelle man ye ba we na football
we there
and yes because utie Dr. Mahamadou Maumia doctor he said look according to Omoankasa Coalition Centers or center any calculation on my with the data he has dia kanokra no wo de ka ho kra emfa enti wo hade ho kra we so obi atam saa toward the supporters na say o ma ye adwuma parliamentarians na ewi no so o ma bomodin o mo awie no o mo ka ho bi na wawie enti ni nyina on them say any idea enti I don't know I mean in totality what do you think
okay yeah mami entia
yeah
na entia me namesake so Mr. Tiefree Nimdie bia opening arrested to the tuja. And that idea or concept is called universal truth. Universal truth, you know. Ne fapim and say onipa bia no adwene woni tirim. Se wa ko school nko school adwene woni tirim. Na se eniyeme bi esi ewo bie bi na se enyinaso na ma saade na esi ye no se sanyinaso no ebi ewo ha the natural tendency is that the human being will act in the same or similar way.
Say be ma kotie jaso ama na hye me a meyi me nan
obeyi wo nan
ndi say ya so kotie jaso na hye no a
it doesn't matter where ya is
obeyi ne nan
oh obi ho a obetia jaso ba wonyi I was in NPP headquarters
wo gire genum
ai ne ja na ewe no
the way ye kan ja kan yo
I was in the NPP headquarters 2012 no I think it was 2008 when NPP lost the elections.
I don't know more. I didn't say
it was you remember that it was quite difficult because I was there and I reported at that time well baby na me ye adwuma say na do abaha na animo ode abaha na abufu a ode asi fom kono nya de a obedi atum I just told my boss this and he decided to let them blow it on air
Okay.
But that was what happened. Okay. It took
you were manhandled. In fact, woman handled.
Oh, I say, wow, dear me. But it took a lot of people guts to get him to say, well, I let go. And I'm sure probably at this point, some people within the NPP are not happy he came out this early.
There is nothing.
But their prof, what can we work? Ankra wa confront situation bi very so piercing to say memfa ne say wani na so na pia wo ba ho me so wo be we what you say
me tell you I understand that perfectly
so the point is that human beings as Thucydides will tell you each class will tell you that we all learn after suffering. Man only learns after suffering. Now, now, the Aristotelian concept of universal truth, what I say, human beings, say circumstances are the same. Near a sea war, American. Let's say a sea or Ghana, we will act in a similar way. That is what the concept of universal truth is all about. Into America for SSA buying based upon an economy. Because Abraham Trump was.
Yes.
America had the lowest in 66 years of unemployment rate. The lowest. What can I say? He's not ready to let American jobs go somewhere else.
Yeah.
American jobs should stay here. Until some tax will be in position with China. And China who said no.
And it's one of his policies, even with this current elections you're winning. He says they should watch out. It's not like some of these big giant countries are worried.
Yes, because he feels because the economy is pinching.
Yes.
And I'm say at that time, look at the role and say when poverty and hunger are the middle name of Ghanaians, you don't expect that they will behave differently from what Americans have behaved. And that is happening. It's going to happen here. Last week, Wednesday. Now, what are the issues?
Right.
Issues are there. Makase, you want some and
but before you go into the issues, do you think, sir, a big kicker? In fact, NDC during the campaign, all that, said a lot of things about the returning officer for presidential, Jane Mensah. The fact that EC is trying to, manipulate the system for the governing party with the registration, mop-up, any idea. They had Dr. Maniboama outline a lot of things that he felt were going wrong. With Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia's early statement about him, my minister says for man.
In your introductory note or remarks, and I've already said that on TV3, it is an indictment on a state institution that is manning the affairs of elections, will not have the capacity to declare along the line what I say, certified figures, to declare along the line certified figures, instead of allowing political parties to throw in the towel. What are you doing? You are tacitly, by your action and inaction, more or less trying to acquiesce to the demands and the whims and caprices of the person you appointed, the person that appointed you. That is how I see it. But you see, and I don't know, Senra Mekan Waha.
He's done a yeoman.
A lot. The guy is really brilliant.
He's really,
Omaneboama is brilliant. Sometimes you be questions be or but
he's done. He knew what he was doing, and he's done a good job. Honestly,
virtually, Nanaya, they by their questions and eagle eye, on mama you see it may improve it almost system. No?
Yeah,
you can never take that away from the NDC, the electoral directorate. Into all these errors, all these infractions, MPP electoral directorate, na mudi adwuma na mudi edeba adwuma na mudi bibia si bia no no kwan so no, let the EC deal with their own issues. You are equally a stakeholder and a contestant into so man fan man tu ya na fan say Frank Kudia ka say say the ruling government is accusing the opposition say omu reggae elections.
No.
Then the end is near. How does it happen that the opposition will have the opportunity to steal or rig when you have at your disposal the security, you have at your disposal those who are manning affairs, and even this time we have muddied waters by appointing certain politically tainted members of the Electoral Commission. What the Electoral Commission says is our system is so tight that even if you appointed Jesus Christ as a EC chair, they cannot in any way manipulate. But we know what has happened over the field. How ballot boxes and all those things that they are trying to change and LED2. But the scrutinous eyes of the youth of the NDC is unbelievable. And Kutupani nyina free 2020 and some see what the chairman said. They me kind say, Omampeni address this issue. Use the same democratic process.
National Youth Organizer, Emma NDC, Ewa Homaso George Opariado. Era Opariado, Maha, what's in kwa?
Nana, you treat us.
How is the feeling like? I'm sure because by and right, yeah, best sorry so 6 p.m. no press conference, they left, right, center, and I'm saying, are they as and go for Yari?
Yeah, there's about 10:30, 11, and I in a clear picture. We have not in coalition before 9 p.m. Now, at least in the President Mame winning. The only contest was not in parliamentary seats, and I'm not in a clear picture. But not President Mame didn't even say he was heading towards the 55-56% margin. And from England, we've just been waiting for the Electoral Commission. Every other can't mass and catch what. I mean, measures I put in place. No, you know, say, your boy by afraid, and coupon somewhere. We knew that nothing was going to change, and
but this change defied the norm.
It couldn't be a Ghana for you now, there, NDC,
George,
Mama, there, Ghana for the Dinkunimu, impunity, no, and the said it, as I said, the prayer, and the Yim Bunipa, your cousin depending by heart, and the judiciary, no, into Ghana for to Sabawi.
Now, because change way, as a defy odds, Kakra for 1992, and no MPP before were not actively involved in the election, but it looks like the win is unprecedented. And I'm sure you, the party, Moon Party in Pedifo Kras, Sami was saying, oh,
for somebody like me, I was not surprised.
Right.
I have predicted between 54 to 56% margin for President Mahama. Because I have traveled extensively around this country. I was at the forefront of the campaign in 2020. And I've been at the forefront this campaign by and large. I've been at the forefront. I've been through all the 276 constituencies. When they got my forward in command first time, you could feel it, you could tell that the margin was going to be big. And internal polls, you conduct more than 5 internal polls. For the last 5 months, now every man a polls. And all our figures were putting President Mahama. The highest we even got was 57%. That was in October. 57% for President Mahama. For somebody like me, I am not surprised at all. This is the margin that we have got.
Because NPP got a margin 1 million votes in another time winning a year 2016 elections, and they kept hammering it. And you know, this looks like something that will go way ahead of the 1 million that they got.
That
was 20.
Yeah. 900,000. That's why I'm getting them over 1.6 million votes difference. But you see, and I don't want to believe that the NDC will do what the NPP did. Yeah, rubbing it in their faces. We will rather be modest about it. Now, I encourage Ghana for boy encourage they can change you anytime. So, but not the money at the best of us. Why you this from the sound. So we'll be mindful of that. And we'll be reminded of that as well. And so we'll not do anything after the
Let me ask about the conduct of the Electoral Commission. This morning, on the two just certified vote. Bakukren who has certified results about Bedru Strongham. They haven't received not even one. At the moment, I can't tell whether they've received one or not. But as at the time they did their press conference,
the conduct of the Electoral Commission itself has been very shameful. And you see, who recruiting party for every year. Arrows, returning and presiding officers. This is what you get. I'm sure there is a video of me circulating on social media. And I'm instructing electoral officer on the Juma Soye. In more than one place, in so many places on the Koye, the behavior of the electoral commissioners and our officers on the fire, was shameful. Knowing very well what the laws are, knowing very well what the CI states, knowing very well what road agents play. But yet they were still out there doing them and There's been more than 2, 3, 4 incidents that electoral officers who during this process are to aid the NPP. They recruited most NPP people, constituency executives in Yema, and on the young returning officers. And that is why we are having this problem we are having. And when you to Ghana for your capture the message, say, I'm going to careful. These were the things we are talking about. But even on your ready, make I say, the NDC was going into these elections with its own referee. Because we could not trust the Electoral Commission and we could not trust our courts. It is a margin, and there is a margin, but anything close, we are boxing a technical knockout. Almost a recreation.
Around
you could say, and a year closer. It is like MPG for the Electoral Commission, because their officers on the ground throughout the process were very shady, frustrating the exercise, frustrating our agents, and doing things they shouldn't do. Even after now, almost in our results back. But the good news is that it's almost 97% of your MP sheets across the country. 3% is because if the phone were actually like almost very remote places, they're trying to almost check.
Right.
Now, yes, so we knew that people were going to these elections with. And that is why we raised all the alarm bells we raised. Even at that, almost after 24 hours, we need one collated results in Ghana, certified results by more office. But the opposition leader, the vice president, has considered defeat. Because on the Kano, when we figure look at the margins in parliament. That's shameful. And then in Glacier, the kind of people we recruit here, the minister should bow her head down in shame. No, she should be thinking about resigning after all the mess is created. But declare results area, the next thing she should be doing is tendering her resignation on God's mercy. Because polling station after polling station, electoral officers were misconducting themselves because only MPP for, and only very well said the law does not permit. But at the end of the day, the Mensa, who happens to be the niece of Rebecca Kufado, who happens to be a TESCON coordinator, and who happens to be an NPP person, all true and true. So what were you expecting? And so they recruited their people to man the elections, and that is why we are getting what we are getting.
Now, I want to say the Vice President Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia came out this early to concede defeat. Were you surprised?
Oh, when you suffer such humiliating defeat, there is only one choice: to save your face, accept defeat, and then move on. And in Brazil, you never give them out. After this, numbers, the NDC went into these elections with his own referee, and that is how come. A technical knockout. So he can only accept it and move on. Now, in perform the hammer game.
Why is the NDC more fair, more supporters, no more calm or more down? According to Electoral Commission, the reason why certified results no back and say or maybe CG coalition centers are hot yeah or Majua boss will be all crass KTC any idea. I don't know more supporters in Casa.
On the crown for you don't lose your guard. You mean what they are capable of doing. That is why our supporters are being vigilant. We saw what happened in 2020. If they had addressed the challenges, we've not asked any of our supporters to go there. And the citizens of Ghana and the mobile in mobile. The NDC has not asked any supporters to go to any colleges and then cause problems. Citizens of Ghana and the mobile because they know what the Mensa and the Electoral Commission is capable of doing because they saw them in action in 2020. Into that the custom. And I'm because when we were complaining and telling them that the problem it is the total mistrust of the system. It is leading to people massing up at the coalition centers to make sure that the right things are done. You cannot blame anybody. Now who caused that? The Mensa and the Electoral Commission have caused this and have brought this onto themselves.
When is the former president, in fact, the president-elect, Manoko Kochia, president-elect, when is he going to talk to Ghanaians?
When the Electoral Commission declares the results, the former and now incoming president of the Republic of Ghana will speak to the nation.
I'll come back to you later on in the day. Now, I say to me at what so as result ne ade ba ye betimi ato ankopo no so ye be hwese be call Ashanti region na ye ne Ashanti regional chairman NDC chairman who was accused 4 years back say wakwadi sika wa MPP amete you want be
NDC
Emma almost chairman want to me cry talk ma ne man $200,000 so said you brim na ni so na afi wo jeja no ho sa na wa more
no in fact na omunya ya nka omubetu no
the campaign tiano
omunya na omkambetu because that particular rumor no yes to be frank maybe it is based upon this maybe
what justify
why yes to me no yes and the man because now they are watching him so for example insider information that I miminya and say you fancy I'm 100,000 yes it in nipa 30,000 no mun decide my way now one way or no a create artificial shortage was to train to 20,000 now
instead of maybe at 30
instead of 30,000 2020 until the 10 no a shortfall and that will create an atmosphere for the party in government to steal.
That is what you heard.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, something happened in the Ashanti region. It's strange.
I am politicians now. I am information free or more
grassroots.
Yes, and you know, my intelligence I'm gathered from Western region solid.
Yeah, that's my region. Strange. I mean, a second day or one.
I have
question team. Hey. You know,
made the information on a half, and
Sunday.
Made the for intelligence on Thursday. Say 6 seats. Now 2 were NDC or no 4
were MPP.
No information.
And NDC was actually looking for just another seat. They were not really looking for more than that.
In actual fact, now
but they got.
You said doing Katiane Bano.
Yeah, half of 3.
Yes, it's 5-1.
Yes.
5-1. Now, Abronye, Nasha,
and that's a bit strange. He's very formidable, outspoken. Obia Utumusa, he's on the ground. Sinti Wawasa Abronye, chairman, went to me and Yako Nyama Kokra. One
sweeping reforms in MPP. And we were saying, myself and Prof. Elin, I'm telling you, mark it on the wall. President Akufo-Addo, when he's become the ex-president, he'll be the most miserable ex-president in this country.
Just saying.
Temumbe Dino, inside the 4.
MPP 4 now?
Yes. Because me push a penny.
Because 2008, when this hour, I mean, they said a lot of things to the extent, say, as president, sitting president, they even accused him, so we're losing grounds, we're losing control over the military.
And someone who will be but well, we need a session of party for no this time around, what will be the item because we are beneficiary. What do you say?
Yeah,
there's a whole benefit from a near my system. No, there's a ultra who be the item. We are then also
complaining. Look, after some of the MPs lost,
serious ones.
Social media, a lot of people are saying, "Wait, it's more than way." You want to say, "Wait, you want to say, wait." A lot of accusations, left, right, center.
And there.
Now we have done the free SHS campaign.
Baby, I say I na horse ni be 8 member. Yeah, baby, I no. Yes or no, ya win me. Yes, ya yes MPs no for by and chain for near ma. It will be one more about to be report say my come MP or my come minister my ye we say honum me ko ye nyina ye mfi me e na ama me de aba ohwe na je so timi say nipa na ha na last resort we chimi a we party member so and wako party for ne hon bu ana ne de ye yare
ye kwa Ashanti region Augustus Andrews wa homa so chairman ma
ya me ya ba e dey
na me adomo tin kwa How do you feel? Do you feel what's it? Oh, sir. Kakra de. Yo, me da say. Na baby sir, who feel vindicated? Me kai 2020 when NDC lost. There was a lot of accusations pointing fingers at you. In fact, yes, I was baby no campaign no cry be a campaign say tia when they what to me at 3 seats. And the 4 existing 4 seats no. Who feel vindicated?
Minyaba edikan mame fa ni de ni obo enchi omo muti wa na se omo show nyina na yenchia the president elect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na menfa asidama asanteman na me party ma from branch constituency me regional executives the former appointees no be bia or matter wama medjuma akoyi asimu ya meka tom se mediankopon edomase na yewini no eye asudi na Ghana fo ede atoyeso hwese kwan ya yebefa so na ya som asanteman na asanteman asa fa ne ntuma pa efra no eno ne tisia no adwia ede so ese yeboa the next president of the Republic of Ghana na asante san fa ne ntuma pa efra sebe yesi se utim wani bi enima de nipa ebeka no ese uja mo no mo ka emre papa mu no obi adon se ampa waye ejuma amana so party nenim amana so the president elect any.
How did you do it? Obi be see Ashanti Radio a stronghold of the NPP. Edru baby kra na o share NDC t-shirt ya am say wonam kroma wo problem. Enei 4 seats na kra mo na NPP was woje. Eya chairman won to be ne wo kire say de aka no wo jipo afri wo. E bia muntaka de na nke be ye de ne. Enso na watumi ahwemiensa e de free NPP ho de abeka for no.
Lunya ba more than miensa. Ya de offense north. Aka ho.
Enti aye nan.
Epijama aka ho. Ya de afrofom aka ho. Ya said to Katie Hammond aka ho. Diana aka ye Obwas East as is here no. Difference ya be 50 aye twina mentre. It's almost ye be wie bibia no na ye kura almost about 9 seats.
In Ashanti region
from 4 to 9 since 92 ye na ye call parliament no e bi nye de
see that. Enti aba ne saying how did this happen?
What say asatimai ade omuhia ye enidie ni obuo ni obi a obro ho ase se ubu asantimai obro ho ase ma asantimai nsem bia obeka no eto mutim na fi ye campaign na ye no ye zoni ye region ye wie no ye chiche ejuma no mo bibia ana me the chairman no me na obia chi ede eye juma na se wu ye juma na bi un senso bia emeye bia na o de you can say resources are sepatama nipa na you say resources are open no ubenya nene asantuma hu say yes NDC aye den asaba NDC aye akono NDC seben ne ka say etukrasem ne adensia no yanom ajafa na de kan say how many asantuma tra majinya tum editum ya sama NDC ebiom no ye be share asantuma e bo say de sefata asantuma bia no ye be say ye be ama asantuma say be fie nyan ya edidi enim no ye sa akọ enim a ye mrenne omo to aba no se be untumi inform nye enkoa enne asantuma che NPP say omo bu omo kwasiache enne ofiaba omotuna almost yene MPP yachim yire de kan say ye be koso asum asantema e de ni obu na ifie nan ya eda yenem no ye do say e benya MPC bi ade aka ho na ye bo say yan no asa akọ anim
right Nana Right, my name is co-host now. Say, maybe any hobby. Yeah, fancy. Na ye more abaso. Na prepare me besa bahona. Ye know about bedin komo. That's Papa Chairman NDC. Ewo Ashanti region. We are more per 30%. In fact, Kwame. Uri butu ye no. Let's go back and see the presidential elections. Whether they still have the 30.30 or is more.
Still the same. In fact,
30.30.
Websites in here up to the minute. If there's any update, a very reflective.
Okay.
As of now, it is still 30.30.
Okay.
For NDC. Yes.
Right.
Bono region, Sana Egusutie, 56.
NDC, yes. We Bono region presidential.
Bono region as of now. Yeah.
Right.
But 6 results out of 12 so far in Bono region.
NDC, another 6.
Yes, another 6.
Right.
Anything can still happen because we have still half of the results left. Bono East, normally green. Currently 18,311 votes for NDC, 14,432 votes for NPP.
In fact, they did well. Our best percentage was in 2012.
Yes.
62.27%.
However, we are 1 out of 11 constituencies.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
So it could go up?
Yes, right. It could go up. Central region, after 10 out of 23 constituencies, the NDC has 114,410 votes against 76,731 votes for the NPP. That is 58.73 for NDC against 39.39 for the NPP.
Central region has always been a region a can't swing region. Yes. Their mood determines who they decide
Central
to vote
region
for.
is the only region it follows our pattern of whoever wins Central wins the election. Except 2008. Because another Dankwa won Central region and still lost the election in 2008. Yes. Eastern region, another very strong hold for the NPP. They currently have 221,152 votes against 167,130.
It has always been blue.
Yes, it has always been blue. Looks like.
But they've lost a lot of seats.
It looks blue currently. If you say after 16 out of 33 constituencies now, seeing at here 56.01% for the NPP.
But when lose seats?
Yes. They've lost. Greater Accra region, this is huge. 290,552.
It was anticipated, say Greater Accra,
yes,
NDC would win, but not this margin.
To be able to cross the 60% mark in Greater Accra region is a huge deal. Against 133,604.
My uncle Central Region, Emra. Yene Central Region, Omo Chairman, Professor Siedo Enkasa. Prof, Maha. Na Prof Bakwaze. What's your kwa? Prof, you said you take some of the seats. In fact, you mentioned a few of them. Ekura, Metson ended Danana pay. Me a very surprised that or you stronghold of the NPP as in Central Canada Japan's seat. Yes. But I never thought for once that seat can turn green.
You know, I say many about Mincha one workshop. We tell say never make a tell say I think Central Magic. Magic I say North. That was just in South because I think I'm a chair. And in the history of the party, that's the NDC, you know, regional chairman, NC Habana Seta. Time it is on the coastal belt. So it was my agenda to take the Habana seat, you know. I did the LUDM for so many years, you know. So it became a special project. And I could deliver. Baby, I South on the plano. I'm going to court on it because you're near. And I was with traffic sitting back to Basabi. I'm taking it to court because you're in Navy. What's if we will also win? It's an agenda. What it is, agency. Difference of our trend. I'm going to court on Monday to challenge that results. And after the interview, so. Yeah, problem kakra na ye ntino no be an heto ye no ntimi anye time a ho no e ha yen but she speaking yes ni de almost the need including assistance center. And I was animated. And me just sit down and Jimmy fear there. And I just said, yeah, my chairman and Medina never did it. And the assistance center there. No, what you're there, I submit the magic.
Because issues cry by some time ago with the parliamentary candidates no cry near the idea. So people thought that place maybe it might not work because of those issues that happened earlier on before the elections. But yet,
yeah, whenever I say, young politics are so mature, right? Issues by a bodam can cause suspension or central issue. But I don't know, this is for your better than you know. Yet, drain the way a party in the economy. Until they buy from suspension, the BBR 2 I'm a far a piece, you know. Made in the far house to house, but BBR made in the fire for us to win the election. That's what. And now I'm trying to say, peace and be winning. Then the yam say. Akanyina and the business of brand was say or Basin and Becassa say prof me be a castle not from say wakola Miss when be bia to echi say a kwambia e me ma we win no FME ampa ne da results ne buy no na we din kunim endra no no be say what in chimi en sakakra ndra mo Cape Coast Road Operation Center the free Regional Police Command. Let me first security ways. I won't beef up security for her because that seat, that's my life. I want that seat than never before. I wanted that seat. I'm also.
Why was it your life?
A couple.
Why was it your life? Now, so say be a whole society seat. No, make us say that was some now when you suspension into the one shame more no. That was your fear.
And just
okay.
Say baby, I would say there. It's all bomb modern. Now do win you what you say. What's a man got some saying, but if I'm gonna is major no. Next time in the into asking Hano, the man, yes, and Central. Not just say, Yamin to me, didn't feel what I say. But the local baby say, the service about them, now maybe out now will lose. I didn't yam send at account. Union yam said, yeah. Internet say, after Central sitting there, a fine year, so no, some one age. Now, the answer to Ejuma pa with a high traditional MPP area.
Yeah.
And to overturn it is difficult. But now, Edwin Aban, I some fellow who say NDC, I be a same for there because I've seen the original chairmanship about there. Yem none in the minute, what I say, into a fun as a project. I will be adding who say, say, with that chairmanship about a same there. I say, yes, Yem so it became a collective responsibility. There, one buana in Miamsa and the Sidaba Aseno and they did it. They did so well. They did so well. I have to congratulate Asema in North South Central. No, I had there.
Right. Ohana by election. Emma by election. We are saying the question. We are saying now. Omo eto aba ho atwa nwom foforo omo sin lumba yedi o chaso poku sika no yedi now we say oho na eja ascend of by election utumi egi seat no back ma omo twa nwom e ho e ma chaso poku
yes ascend of eso ye area o say from Ascend Central. They are sent north, no, it's just about 5 minutes drive. And the Ascend North, no, by election, they are not NDC pay. They say you really need to be so. It began like a springboard. I say, to me, they're cooking. The February and our friend can say, Prof, we did for the year 20 minutes to mommy. And you are over us and no more. They were, like a car, your home, you get the possible say. You be winning seat no. Ampa you winning sikatite be mu ma se no kan ekoye ndwomto. Ekoye ndwomto. Ndwomto ni na achi no Ascend North. Ya san e winning bi mu chaso ko kan wafa bae. Ya san winning bi mu. Enti ade ma many bra Ascend North so no say
Oh, say maybe I will actually man no internal issues. Well,
yeah.
Chairmanship in Puana Babanasono, there were a lot of infighting. Anna Kutiami. And I have to prove it. Say I can do the work. And improving it, now your 13 seats per our central region. The 13 seats, that's enough by election better. Nase mintime we near. I just obeka class and buy a 13 seats in Crano. I will be a Giatuano. I mean, my Balquifiansa, what I say, mark at 12. In the two men was say, me, my quine. Nasa seat, in Fianza. Gentlemen, my whole dinner, Tai Chi, a boy, pick up and Bibia. Yes, sir, me, need a seat in Ampa. Me get a seat in the shed, and it's in Yam. And then, Ghana for any ideas from Combs Ampa. Because some chair the baby no in winning lesson. Now, policies and programs and a proper education of the people, no, and it will not for it may trouble amount. And the assumption of no, a boy in the
another constituency, and now as a man for no sway or more kakra, a we see constituency. Yeah, and also Osai Akonyano OJ.
Keep close enough. And so, I want the dynamics. Dynamics, and say, and I equal something initially. On your beer, no, or you keep close boy. Maybe or you do not go on fire. Abra, a sable or side, no, of Zukachuano. Anytime or you say, or Bena MP or keep close no, or work keep close enough. Into no prepare, say, or the scan or the Bayaman, what I say.
But before then, he had the position in the party in the central region. So, no position or party no more central region. He was strong in the central region. Yes.
He was a vice regional chairman.
Yeah, so people thought he could use that to win.
But an interest, Uncle Sunday, or side. What I say. And the Nigerian say, no, for Sukachi, strong war. And to keep question of no, Raga, but to say, keep the dynamics, no, ABB. Raga no, I don't know meaning Raga baby in say. And I am sure because Raga no, a lecturer around our investor of Cape Coast. And the Odin son could be war. This Adino, and Mama, when you say respect, no. And the Raga winning no, purely on respect sake. I respect the people have for him. Because
time Omoya transfer and say now or candidates, he was complaining bitterly, say. They've done a lot of transfers from Hono, the free honey at their schools, university now, was making. And today he thought he was going to win.
Yes. Oh, say, a question say, oh, yeah, Bugaka Kra. None of them say, may I ask me Bugaka Kra? I say, ever Bugaka.
Slow but sure.
Yeah, professor not to say, Nayabu Bugaka Kra. And the man acquire during limited registration now got higher drink. A lot of his activities in the area. One of the macho men, those days, so I was able to stop him along the way. Yes, I'm confronted the place. They were affirmative, but I stopped him on the way and it helped. And the ne alleged excavator issue, no?
Yeah.
In the eyes of the people, no? And now on your credible. In the eyes of the people. Hey, no credibility. And capitalize on that issue, no? So at the year campaign. So we should say, in case now to mana, a binance is whatever courts, definitely looking at the issue, no, in totality, no. He may go to jail, right? I say. And the people were having that skepticism, say, and yet safe to vote for him. And then also Ekutiano. And so was a major factor.
Right.
Ekutiano. Tayama, he said, when you're safe to vote for somebody, let them term it as a candidate for jail. And to want to move here, as I said, or catching here, like Odinuni, gentleman and our travel. So that was another area, and so Raga, etumi edin kunim.
Right, when now I say an area is when I brain, I mean, some out in Quabium. Brepem, Yabesa, Bania Babidin Common. Central Region NDC chairman, Richard Kofi Esiedo professor, and Eddie Nkomono, and Chebeko Western Region. Also, there was another tsunami. It's strange.
Okay, into you Greater Accra region.
Yes.
Yeah, to us or Northeast. Northeast at the moment, Yensanka any of the results from Northeast region. Northern region, Yensanka 4 constituencies out of 18.
Yeah.
For the 4 constituencies out of 18, the NDC has 32,712 votes against 15,632 votes for the NPP. There's a 67% against 32%. Oti region, very green as usual. For 4 out of 9 constituencies, no, the NDC has 11,840 votes against 2,894 votes for the NPP. Savannah and so green as usual, 75.58% with 39,857 votes, and 22.88% for NPP with 12,064 votes. Upper East region, the NDC has 36,823 votes, which makes it 68.97%. Next, we take a lead against NPP, 15,617 votes. That makes it 29.25%.
Famiko Western region fast, and I'm here Western region.
Western region.
Yeah, back up. Yeah, we'll come back to the other regions.
159,385
so far.
votes. Yes. 13 out of 17 constituencies.
Right, 13 out of 17.
Just 4 remaining.
4, NASA.
Yeah. Let's say the NDC has 60.22% against 96,966 votes, making it 36.6%.
And from 1996, Western region looks blue.
It's been blue except in 2012. Anytime candidate Mahama wins the election, he wins Western region.
Anytime he wins the election.
Not even Camille's won Western region when he won the election.
But Mahama won 2012.
Yes.
He won 2012 and won Western region.
Yes.
Omo regional chairman de Nanatuku. Nanoche, for Nanatuku.
Nana, Madam Romaya Moha. Hello, Nanatuku. Hello, Nana. Nanatuku, Chiminka, Moakwa, Moha, Obo, near TV, so. Yo, what's in Quakra?
We trade as it.
Where do we back as what me the one sa ashes, when him know where ye Nanamwe share nano. Ebane say,
Being a medaz me chair with people, and you are pa, my Yamagana for near TV, no, any more Jumaye, and the same to Yamano. Ubi done a crabby assay. Achi near Kosovo and crank any kind of another dia. Being an attorney say, if you are dear Manuel Semi Church, a water mantable. I bring in Annie a casse, the metropolitan, I Camia Bese, and no good area for MPP. No crack, a brave who be by ye. Now, Pierre no near my course, so near a question may be personal. Actually, Pepe say, as I say to me, as a son region. I'm passing Union, ye Adam, Indian Western region, and what metro no, 80 super. Now, you see, Ayo, and in here, Muna Budi Madas, yes, SC. Ukraine, near maybe not. I took a cry was out 2 causes this name, President, Takrade, and a fear. And I must say, you know what, yes, you should make a cry. Now, do no, a Canadian, Yamiadum, a 2 days actually, now, so I can't. The Almighty Takwaso. Any Jumadin enemy bedding for in a cabo in the AM when you tiane abbey.
Nana, I am attack and Yame any Jumadene. Ubecomo as a night plan B, Bishop. Why he does some the Panaya day?
He does every day. As a Kufo Cocoa, you know, crab with this. And you make say. Let me pen for Yakuko Day, that could be no other Western region, the other.
I am penning forecast a wolf through the Akudrus run and yet doing Wako quite abefaso abetnaho. Says, yeah, walk as a mere nucra, winner Pajaka, when I do going on. And shall be Nana, would you go aquamus officer, no, as some necessary?
Yet, you said, yet 12 about prim punchu, and I had 12 months so. Every year we are bravo. enema akoso atwemantam saa mpie bebrebe a wo enimi ha wo saa mfidia atwete nkonwa yetumi agye na nsan na ne se yenkofu yeto abamo wonda so mo ban wo so mo ban so ye tia tie betumi ama yenso yetuma dia konwa na traso ache ene se yedi mpuntu bi sie ni so ya hwe nipa dada setremu yiyo ene ni omu ni a ebetumi aboa eno na de edikan yetumi ye no a yebetumi asesa emadwa no ababa ye dia pasiense baba ye dada se no muti ye ni dia ene na koju kwaso na ogina kwantia ene ya meka ne se yenya so konwa mu yi kwan bi ebefa so ebe ya yebetumi konwa no adane abe ya konwa betumi atraso ache ya ye ni ese ye bia no afi de yensaka betu akwam ya ye ni ese ye bia
na ya o mantam no wohwe mu nyame ache mu ade mu wo oyere mu wo gas na musa wo sika akọ enti galamse di akotene ewo abaye tu yemu
ne di akotene pa awo mu no ye mpuntua akachire ene na to so bienu ene ye galamse temo a ase yesu bebre ye what deputy minister for mining what takwa ono no hweta wo community mining ni other related mining issues what Ghana ono hweso yina yinim nyema ekoso ene oni ni nua regional minister said ako edi ya bro ase yesu ni ye kwai mu nyoma bebre sabre yanka da nyame abodi akete na wo ye patem gai na ka o ma breso oye imu abie na ne me ina de da kwam da kirim se input to be mu aba ano che the can say near thing in the best come from the west, but the west rules and the west development in also our western region. In the minia, and the big akache one, a nipa system between Paul, a nipa be waya, neptune waya mano, and no any about Taya, ye see the swa, Yababa Yama Yibi Anuma, and what to a man tell.
Nana, Taquans, I am what me aje.
My jita kwasema utapom almost 8,000 different.
Mami sano na to kuna o kan puntu ojuma. O ka takwan swaye mu say ya. Nanado kwan from Takrade to takwan swaye. I don't know whether he's completed yet, but mrekuduka sa community mining no de ba ko ba takwa. Ya na oduru ho a otum sakroma fo no ani je kakra wom because mines adwuma ba ho ma omu nya bi edi. Any other and now Crawford feel say there's no way that city was going to lose it. And when she secondly a Japamesa seat say very strong seat. It was not something that anybody thought that he could lose that seat. Kwesmin team Eskado Keten Jogate area ho also Jogata Tinaswa kama sa kwano show as a yo in fact ukwa Takrade market circle we delay kakra but flyover worry there worry but delay kakra be na market circle na muso ejuma no wa chere papa but at least there's been some ejuma wo Efe Kwanta hospital some renovations bi akodomo wode na nado ne mfoni na ne ho nipo was be see roundabout no do. You think all these things couldn't help?
Nini about one. Million man, okay, now, and yet, I did be able to buy you say, yeah, papa, no. Then move ever the 10 year macra. We could cut the mining a year, okay. Or the better job for the boys at the man in crop war. If you be yes, no moon, you baby, what I pass him. One move a G or Musso Mudi or Monica will be uncappy, and what I pass him. And no, and I'm a mom for what I pass a book, Nianic as a pier, the feeling rancher and Muba. And woman ye be a woman. You won't be me to me and did come over baby manager there. One can tell them rancher and Homoyano. Some propon and to them to Kujaswa. That what the fear the monk of a bond to go inside there. I'm a potato. Who big the one the Kosha, I associate a to Sikabu baby P. Now, what's I am good better than my what's I tried to the several people. What the common meow up to the coffee. I will be one a year over number. There can be a Omubia in your come up. Who could be one to a bamboo, Bruce Bessa Chwako.
a chance a won't consume what a consume. And if you are more sorry, say enough is enough, what a consume. Open secondary, a Japanese. A good secondary who in our tete. A man will do more, and so try a boom. A real bar a show. Here can say, and a Japanese idea, and no Yama may. Well, 1.1 tonam, or my sitting room to be a moon yet. A Japanese said to me, wow, then she had a candidate by what me my main loan interest free. Or so what do you baby or party? What do you what the on you be interest? A man was so me as a pay Juma over between 5,000 to 10,000 a year, not be a count one side the highway Juma. And nipper to about the pin put you. Yemia is Japanese of a tower, or you're not just 7. Put your cocoa crab in Jawa, Gillian knows a candy ever to a man. And who's in South Walk and a secondary for the children. I mean, about Americans, the missionary, a boy a pie ye, and a statue now. Woman to be seen a young town. Yet a president statue of basing put room, and Omaka to say, yeah, India, a dear president of the commission, I was a candidate for the on one statue. So, one statue of a commission here, and then there's a lecture secondary for the year on TV. And the Nima area, but so many packets. Just here, overhead, yeah, okay.
Aye.
One bit to Obradi in a co. I, Manacao. Maka said, and also a couple. A trainer president, Mama Dawa, Oba, Mama Shemukina, Apeja, Ayeni. Secondary wrote in now practice Pansam, a woman. So I work 5 solid MPs with 8 years rule of the political party. One more Jumania only. A pay or mobile corner, you to her. Yes, who sit at the room, it will take 3-4 hours. Let me be out going here. That for 8 years, and no more. Enough is enough for Secondary Takrady and the metropolis.
But why do you think you couldn't take the Takrady seat?
But okay.
I don't know Takrady and went to me, Andy.
Takrady and yes, I mean, more family and mistake, and I appreciate it because the baby are. I'm not chasing a banana in your master. Because so no one said,
what else are we are Takrady?
And you may be seeing that there was some study more old than once. The son of your money, it means for them can want them. The Americans there. The both difference, you know, HAS, you have something to do next. It's another year. But the other on Mark said, Yamiadum 15 out of 17. No, you say, you're 2 and more popular. You hear the bit we are so many, you are the your car. And you say, NDC for 8 years, and you are massive about the pay, then we are about the poor water region. Near share you put to Juma. One place, one more Juma, and you appear there you go out. One more getting your governor to your pasam. The baby shaking their mukina. Here you go, Juma. Mobia, what was the region high in it here? Here names what to talk for one day. A year unlawful. Why didn't go for your party? Boss were a year unlawful. No, the Mrano, the Bapper of them, Rubia, Sabacan, the Saka Pepe, our Clementeva.
Nana answer na ebeja kwa ni ahwe Pristia Huni Valley besi sabre hono masem na sisei and also one sada so
Pristia Huni Valley no ka say me your coalition one where water pradia the paying sheet of the presidential bar the difference of the presidential no 25,822 the difference of presidential candidates between the President Mahama and President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. President Mahama, EBT 25,822. And parliamentary, so Honorable Wisdom Kuyo, Aujama NDC, so EBT Mahama 19,300 plus. And it's where BTG, there's no cause for alarming Christian by because they declare, I'm going to appreciate you know, and I'm going to move out. I'm not testing. You know, pitches you know, much at the assigning a coalition room. That's really the cause of alarm. That's the only biggest constituency. Kenya highest vote than all the constituencies in the Western region.
Priscilla Huni Valley, wow. Money Ajuma, and now I say, and there say, Unya bread and the chain como. Now, what to me, it was 8-9 against NDC. What to me, I shim in America to pay. Yeah, my dear, show Mamma to a mom, and then I'm horse our life. Yeah, now I say, an area. And I took Western Regional NDC chairman, and also tsunami, Nana. Secondly, as he said, it's not a place that you it's not a place you can easily take. One of the stronghold of the NPP at say what dear. Wabu papa when so. Kwesimintim
by ya. Oh sa trend ye sinne. And I say sin na wotwe awie. Say media time bi ametaka masem say blacks are not guided by history. Said ye canon. Nesenke tesade a ene enka NDC so say so dia beda wo mo so. Oh situation where oh we dia me yere dada seven penimfo kra so wasem bi o mo kan yeso obi o no dada no da enye oya. Enti kire say ye de saade na hye ye trimu no. Amenti obi giri say oh wakotena so e hwa na waye ne nsase. Wakunko said ye seven pompo abone motuam. Naturally, so what this is and say with device strategy or a drew hot of na me more 5 cities or one better mammy or a drew hot of na me more near and one be him say a drew hot mom be him saying. And then was idea no as a son pa. And he say among for
some constituencies be and I can tell you say from 2020 when NDC got 137, MPP got 137. No. Now it was a strong warning to the MPP. Say something is wrong somewhere.
So it comes to the
most of the MPs were just free SHS. Now the free SHS who they who MP never.
Enti see the American so na e dey lesson no omusu free mu. Wo yes dey kura de okona oyonkwo abodo se na ehye mfansuo ni nsi ho fa de enum. Manem fortune said the beya heat ni bo a ensuo wo mu ntie ntime nhye enti die na wo mo ye fa ho enso wotena ho no ma hwe ya e ma de koro no atu ni nua ma ne koye a e ma nkonwa no so chebeka 136 no asem koro no e bia beto ne de which means that when nsua hwe free SHS no eye de okofa ba ye ne bo ho dawuru enti wo so no kakram ho no no a wo manfo no esuma wo se koye no wo so de na ye free SHS no mka se kofa bra na the need ne ye de beyond free SHS no akwan to say ensuo to say wo ye galade ha wo mo no mo complain e de na wo ye fa ho hospital wo mpatam ho to say any ade it is all ka say e free SHS nkwanti no de wo nsanya ka ndi o manfo ni hia hwebi wo bra wo musu wo hwe wo mo hia de o de batu animu a
from Rani and Twaso Western of chairman or Big Edu Big Edu maha Big Edu good afternoon
okay
chairman
yes sir
good afternoon
let's say
chairman amiado me hoye chairman utin kwa o
me da sin ami tell
chairman how was the feeling like you know from 6 7 8 9 no na said ya niema bobo ba mu hu niema kwani ade na feeling it saying
great it has always been great because from the day one no we know say things will be okay for us even though my certificate we just I'm in fin near me comes to and come in
Western region.
I'm in fin center.
Western region. Yeah.
Name of me my Western regional chairman.
Yes.
And then to me more about I'm in fin center and your place and then to call a civil then a civil MPP with me at the seat, you know. And purely NDC, Dr. Ibu. Tema oye MP ohono obwa constituency ne pa ntino ohono untimi nkase owe MPP na akọ the seat o because ntokwa odabi enye no kra je omu se oye NDC candidate amudi aba no very 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 bad but yeah as NDC so yeah bad candidate enfanko it mean I always had the hope say Amenfi Center will fall to NDC. We will maintain the seat.
Akontomra, one of the MPP.
Minim on both Almunia idea, but I was expecting say Obetri. You say, "Mammy, no sooner upon Homodin or your human super."
Akontomra, MPP for Akonya, Waji.
Oh yes, say I come to me the project to I come to me I declare mammy me fan personal. I declare mammy far contour personal and say two things. MP no, I'm sorry to say that they are two abandoned when you say may come back. Oh, sometimes I did be honor a customer car. A man amount for no obia would so the two no for MP no of honor not the name so a your friend is every four no then I name so indigenous no then I name so electric near war a honor because nearby na or no so they become I have said it over and over.
Oh chasa no muadiana
o say
no muadians ana party.
No, I know more. No more for no electric no more. No more. Now, I don't know the way he felt. Not meaning no more. And so I did it to me at 2 about was a metro for the one could walk or brew amount for. I say a 2 about I know you know the almost no so. No, the idea into die 2 about a home. And I mean cocoa kaya, but I can we train a 30 minutes. I'm at to about me call. If so could you radio support I can say maybe free conference when I'm seeing a bema. Your friend is a member on conference. Now you be who you are going to be me call bema sample. As we call and he lost or no, I heard him taking a personal and I'm happy we won. Me maintain a growth, but I just want him to know, say, as a Ubuade, Unya, Simpan Capri to one, as a Unya Bibica Cabia, so Buade, Unya, Simpan Capri to one, as a Unya Bibica Cabia, so Buade. But that a confirmation, I took it personal.
I see. But Jumabo, Eban say, now win Nedia Wonsaka, but ne Jumana Abano. What do you think was the reason why MPP, LUC, seats Western North, and how do you intend to maintain seats now?
If free, the more seats, no do not free. One presidency, Patty no and Macron born a friend is saying, I see John, a friend saying, John Mama and you more, in case of Twasso, any Kufuad number Umiako, no boy, any summer and fat and even fat or no. And my mount for no buffy, and a sign or Monty, and I'm so more ADD, this can to want me a mount. I want to be a young to be a amount for no say, Buying one more dinner, a sign or and now almost as part of their DNA, I think it's in their DNA. As part of it, no one's one common fund, and you may somebody and so man find it. And
right. Menawase, Yananti said BBC or Electoral Commission for Asoeɛ. And ye say Beko Hona, who the AC, prepare me by that's Papa. Western North NDC chairman. And what's here then? Can you? Yeah, but we need Electoral Commission. Mawina, Ewa Homaso, say, amount for Bopin Electoral Commission. One more quiet than saying, Sir, quite, Mawina.
Just a short while ago, was seeking to again walk party agents and then the different observer missions, the ECOWAS observer mission, they are here, and then the respective observer groups who've come around through the process of collation. Again, it was one thing that we walked through yesterday when the collation center, the National Collation Center, was officially opened to the media, where amongst many other things, what is expected is that there would be the regional collation, which is expected to happen. Then when the regional collation is done, it will be faxed to one of these machines, and so for every region there's a designated fax machine which is expected to receive the regional collated results for the presidential election. That's expected to happen, and like we showed you earlier, a number of the Electoral Commission officials, Dr. Peter Piahene, one of such, huddled around the Greater Accra fax machine. These results will come through. When they come through, photocopies will be run for the 12 political party agents. We mentioned that the NDC is not here, but photocopies will be run for the 12 presidential agents who are here. And then there will be cross-referencing where necessary. But interestingly, when the regional provisional results come through, they will be projected on the screen as well for all who are here to be able to catch a glimpse on, even as the agents take or go through the paces in cross-referencing, contacting their regional agent as to whether or not the figures tally and all of that. Now, when that happens and these party agents at the National Coalition Center sign off, the results will still be provisional, and then the official returning officer for the presidential election will be that's Madam Jean Mensah. She's the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. She will then sign off, and then the results for whatever region will come through will become certified. Now, in the last few minutes as well, we've been getting brief details here on your election command center from the Savannah region, where my colleague Nadra Mohammed has been providing details of the Damongo EC office, which also serves as the regional office, a part of it being set ablaze and all of that. We've sought to get a bit more clarity from the Electoral Commission as to what that does to the Savannah Regional Coalition Center, because the expectation is that that will be done at the regional office. The Commission says this is the first time since I raised that's coming to their attention. They will be following up to get details as to exactly what it means for the coalition in the Savannah region as well, which will in turn affect the coalition process here and how long it would take for all of it to be done, and then a final declaration can come through. There's been questions asked here by journalists informally, asking the question as to if there's been a concession on the part of the governing party's flag bearer, then really what is the essence of keeping all and sundry here still in wait of election results? But they've been, again, unofficial, not a press conference, but been providing details, making the point that that's been one part of it. What they expect will happen with that concession is that it will ease up coalition centers for the coalitions to proceed quickly for onward transmission to the regions, and then the regions will do onward transmissions to the national as well. We'll just try and begin to get reactions for you right now here on your election command center. Perhaps we'll start with Mr. Nimako, with the governing New Patriotic Party, just briefly as well. Mr. Nimako, you're live here on your election command center. I appreciate that you could join us. And so, for starters, the governing New Patriotic Party, what will be the assessment? We've heard from the flag bearer, but you sit as a man who watches over the helm of affairs of the party's elections. What would you say has been the general assessment from where you sit?
Well, thank you. I think that for now, what the flag bearer said sums it all up. That Ghana has once again emerged victorious. That all stakeholders in this exercise should pat themselves on their backs. We did it all. And so that's about it. For us as New Patriotic Party, we'll wait for the final outcome of this exercise, and then the party will go on to the drawing board and look at all the issues. For now, what I would say is that let's get the results from the constituencies and the regions. Let the EC give us the final results. We'll go home, enjoy our families, and thank God for how far He has brought us. You know, it's elections. Whatever the outcome, if you're a politician, you should accept and move on, because there will be a winner and there will be others who will not be able to make it. And so that's about it. At the end of the day, it's one united Ghana we all want. Mind you, when Dr. Bawumia was signing the peace pact, he assured the good people of Ghana that there should be peace before, during, and after the elections. And so that's what we are saying. All that we will put across once again is that all stakeholders downstream should not create any confusion, but to allow the law to operate.
All stakeholders should not create confusion, but allow the law to operate. We've seen commentary from a number of individuals. What would you say to party supporters who might feel angry at this particular point in time, who want to be making certain commentaries, even as, in your own words, you await the official results from the Electoral Commission?
I have been advised not to take decision when you are not by yourself. So it is not appropriate to, in the midst of this situation, to pass comment that will not stand the test of time. We won elections in 2000 and 2004. We won elections in 2016 and 2020. And this is Ghana. The decision of the electorate is that power should change hands. That is the decision, and we should be able to accept it in good faith.
Just quickly, in terms of the collation that we've seen, there's been some level of criticism of the Electoral Commission that you, the two leading parties, have been able to get a sense of what the outcome of the election is, and almost 24 hours after polls close, not even one region has been able to say it's officially been able to collate results. There are those who are wanting to criticize the Electoral Commission for the process thus far after voting. Would you agree with criticism of the Commission about the delay in collation and being able to deliver the results?
Well, I mean, you should have, this is a major project, and you should have systems in place to at all times check wherever you have to be. We've been able to put our results together. It is the reason why the presidential candidate addressed the nation and accepted.
Right, you're free, easy for strong room, and chair, not to say I'm boy, because they are on the bed. My major and Manson, a bit clear, but there's been some social media, who say as an paragraph area make us say one of the constituencies are MPP to Lucy one Okaikwe Central. Honorable Patrick Boama constituencies. One of those I said perform a part, you wonder why this will be happening. We are hearing something different on our home. So Honorable Mahari. Honorable Bakodia.
Funny addition of Kakri Central.
Abano ya twewe mohona ya kayewe.
You nana tell political party be a source of data and collation.
Yes.
Say to a very media for yebi.
Yes.
Parties ni independent groups, security phobia yani there. And not your constituency, 140 polling stations. All the ballot box 141. It's young and not as at 8:30. They are collecting 189 centers. With Mamin Boxigan in China. 1,897 votes, representing 62.37%. Now, I'm not the figures to know Assad and then in 3-year coalition. Number 20,997, almost 21,000 votes. Short of 2 police, they back home. I hear first mind is going to be ended in Salmon, but number 2, 9DC war, 19,100, representing 7.63%. So I'm net here. into the and I said, a man that was a collation center. Army officers will be active for them research for election for now. Now, I'm now easy board the announce their confirmation into almost said you man say to about 138 polling centers.
Yes.
Look at what said NDP presidential and I mean NDP parliamentary. Now people chance say Adena okay we need presidential and parliamentary no be for into that or NDC for into that for the police for ever obi guarantee. I sure say first CID Penifoni police commissioners and come back to some bar. But year by 2 years. This is a no official declaration.
And they've not done declaration yet. We hear say a pink sheet back will be to Timu our coalition center where Kahuna cause delay or hono.
My tennis I'm something like the pen for baby. But I know Krano who signed this lawyer no center one. All the comment that's too bad. Yeah, and talk about them say
but still they've not declared.
No, the next thing is in a declare. But will be one see any information.
But what is causing the delay no? What is causing the delay in your constituency?
But I'll say
then there causing delay I didn't declare what results no yet. A certified result.
Because even
right.
The final summary, no.
Yes.
And then when you say Omako police station, CID headquarters, statement about what happened.
Okay.
After now, we go so more. Until I say now,
right. Right, but here now I say an area so when you clarify the issues. What's a Patrick Boamani winning will Kaikwe Central?
But
that's area so near Adrian Kobo. We'll clarify some of the issues that happened there. Thank you so much. Honorable Patrick Boama. There were some issues. Mamema era Joshua Akwaba and Rano or and Neso Abeka and Sa Yedin Komo. I mean, we heard a lot. There are some of the constituencies are PPM Mountain, so strong MPs nibi at Tiahi. Not Nedia no yet say Kahubi. No much say Okankwe on also Watiahi. One of those constituencies Esla Ekufu, the constituency. What no say what say boom. Offer slide. Botiano English man from also Watiari
difference in the figures I mean we be 10,000 difference.
Watiari they are bona pre-plan pa ya nya sem ketwa. I mean is why and then how akomsin constituency to Senya
East.
Also Minister of Fisheries. Also Atiari Kesi enye Tefikesi ketwa. Minister of Interior Henry Courty. Or also
Ayawaso Central.
Well, Buahia and your book on 10 gram or come. What Yahia won't know your food. I
entirely hodia.
Yasamo. Now, and yet on uncle. I mean, there's been so one of those that we had Patrick Boamawa. And also now, as a Bibisa, Sia, na ye Pemuntremu. We had say Sebasa, you be cry or Honia dia. What do you make of totally the elections? No, they want to tell in the Akosunina.
You mean that within Chairman Muntil for you Adichi, yes, sorry, ya Tise, NDC, President or call President elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Presidency Hall. Bio. And
this is according to Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. Because EC hasn't declared.
Yes, and based on convention, what says, I will share wow figures. And I will share near calling in a Senate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia or more internal coalition figures. Now, ohwa there's no need say obema Ghana for ade abobo saa enti enidi odi ma Ghana for enti e wose on ba abontin na on be concede asevi ye nyina enti weni bebi a wechi wonyina bema isi na anya asundwe ama omo asiesie sansensem ne nyina because se wo papa si wajema unsu wuhwe na problem e wo ho na nye problem kese a na unsu wajema na asoman no ya moving on ahead enti nia ye hu ni say across the country no nyamiadom elections ni nyina aye totally say na Ghana for expecting no
my uncle Hajia Mohammed ho na o damango e so one of the seat I say a member of parliament or sitting member of parliament will lose. I feel better social media is where we need. Enti yenim say ampo say nyampo Abu Jinapo the city minister of
Samuel.
I want to the Abu. Ba kono kra de o de John. Ba kono de John. No de na Abu ne ma. But some media na Abu ya na Abu sa anti Samuel Abu Jinapo, you're right. Ono no constituency ne ka ho asemi. Hadia ma hire. Na yase basa yo bi ekoso ewo dama wow. Dama wo
wow
that then ekoso sa anu asa nkonwa ye piepia nkonwa toto ntese ya pipe glass ni ade nyina otumu se isi for box kura no ye bie so
ya bobo no
and about some few minutes ago na nyina ye coalition center ye monitor process no. But you want supporters around. No much to say the EC is delayed. They don't know what is keeping the EC. No more declare results. No. Now, over the Mongana Krakra, more interest parliamentary candidates, no, and yet necessary presidential. More interest parliamentary. So, no more say that some mobile na the EC officials, no more quality. Presidential almost see if they can pause it and then focus on the parliament and any no you focus and almost see that engineers and see gidi kakra bemu ama one of the party chairman
ya but kakra ho ne ye twedi atum no ana
the day janitum the district EC office and the coalition center
yo and the coalition center ni answer why
omo be say nyema no na dey consider so omo bora coalition center hono ebe say nyama no ana omo tutu born nyama ntema obi adwane fi coalition center hono and so omo fe hono and omo move to the district EC office any coalition center na eben so omo move from coalition center and omo call district EC office and omo call edi eja to mu
mebo coalition center no EC mpanyimfo no omo wo ho
no bia wo na
omu dwa no omu de ballot box ne ko ya na omu de ballot box no
oh so by omu buy no I say omu aba na mkuta me kuta India me kuta mbo so omu ba ne die omu go ra den no obi adwane ye because omu ba no most no mu target ye EC officials no so omu ba no you could hear the background say where those keeping us delay where those delaying us and so omu tisa no obi adwane. And so, Mujani Omoanyo, and almost destroying Yamana, Melcos one more. Papers no by boxes, you know, destroy any Kunjaning. I'm almost Shimo tobacco crowd or honomo.
Why Munebaho, supporters of why Munebaho, Bedis, I am ransomway.
Supporters there can't be because now, Kitendra, not both sides, no, you know, more jubilated. NDC for so marini, MPP so marini, and so no, you know, more jubilated. And so more go on there, we can't pinpoint whether NDC one as a MPP one. But from the background, we could hear that someone saying that declare Galus as the parliamentary candidate for Damango. And a Galus into no the parliamentary candidate on the ticket of NDC and what Damango constituency. So from the background, and I can say declare Galus for us, but no more does. So it's me whether it was only NDC supporters and I say NPP supporters, and I saw me a mix because of no more does so.
And Brown, well, EC officials need to know district office on them. And to Amudro and Amafan, Amuya declare Galus no sign pay Jatum. And so, Omujani, there now, and the
that one was senior high school. It's in the middle between the coalition center and the district EC office. And say about security, any some journalists, any EC officials, no. Omu jani ko wura school hono. Omu jani ko wura military so for around.
Hadia na abotre na yen step by step na fa mani so. O tire security for wan mo police for na say prison officers na soldier for na edwane abo na enua no.
That be na police for na ewo ho. Soldiers for no first of all some gidiginesi first na omo man soldiers for buy. But situation e come soldiers for no moving course senior high school no mo omo twen won no. And the time omo buy second round no. According to the ATN, said they didn't give them order, so they didn't help the police. And so now I'm to me go on more. But subsequently, a more order. So your mom order no. And also with the help of some fire service personnel, police, any military no. And like they were able to save some people, guide them to the senior high school. And so no now I'm guide school on Mukakranti supporters someone to me and Baho. So they pick the other route and almost fight Eko Benny at the Ejako district EC office on more. And a hotel been so a more and the officials at January hotel now at the district office on more.
Yeah, police for Ejane abone ma. Na what much you be there?
For now, dear, so that me can because I see baby when I say one way until we feel chroma now about no more. And see, I see any dear currently. Chroma because military are taking over any place. Now, she said, I'm going to now almost warning shots, and more dear Johnny to Chroma and to hear moving from the day because if you say we are even safer than moving into the communities or even going to our homes. What they are planning in the township.
And since you are easy for more casting because ballot papers in the pink sheet in the action no.
I see for young woman one for you.
Yeah, one mudani almost you.
Young woman, I see and as a mechanic by not easy for your target. And so being a chance like Robert Jane. The same because Oba area the security has taken over, and then you could see some few journalists around. And so apart from some few journalists, any security no, there's no any other person around this stretch.
I know I'm by now home.
I'm by now the coalition center on PA. And the PA me the police officer be no say my lady ran and not guiding me through to the school.
A police officer no catch you say Danny. No, crazy.
I didn't Johnny because no mutu anything they could lay their hands on mutu. And to someone Johnny cry, if they are not straight something at the ball, maybe you are not even their target.
And what catch us my lady ran.
Or see me Johnny. My life first was even Johnny.
No, do what you want.
Help me through to the school.
No, do what you. Now police for now no more saying.
Oh, police for no doors, so yes, even kind of doors because police for
I don't know, man. No, Ukraine, you born on doors to see a police for no.
Oh, sir, as I come on, no doors, and a security sponsor, no doors. As I mechanic, all by that military, the about 4 military van, buy. But no more one because by then your mom would directly say they should do anything. So no more dear, baby, and tension like when you buy tense kakrano and I deploy mobile. But police for normal doors and I will fire service personnel also.
Saturn now
overtook.
Pink sheets near there, no master starting be where you man.
Oh, now they were still on the presidential. Then look from nothing on the presidential, then they are moving to parliamentary. But not presidential, if they will not declare whoever they want to be declared, then the process will not continue. And so almost attempted about 3 times before this one almost succeeded, and then they were able to penetrate to the coalition room.
Wow. And you see a media foreigner will be a mascata.
I said a cremwa bake a cranty, you call 1-1. Yes, we have 1-1 because almost say it's safe to be at your place than here. because someone declare has zone say mobile engine have you.
And I said, baby, I'm one cry. Yeah, the more see a crass about mobile journal about me coffee.
Now almost protect ya kakra, but you see I don't see it's a security zone and say
how did you feel?
Way out.
How did you feel when these things were happening as a journalist? Now, quiet word, you might be on the second cover elections. Now, what do coalition center? Now, Mema Crab, born in Riani, a dear bow so. Now, police will catch my lady.
I see, so that it's now about once, no, and then like some of the general almost started almost taking pictures, and they almost say, almost they are not taking, like they were trying to attack them. And to me personally, because via issue, and I'm managing some 1 or 2 shots. But let me share because of me share a jacket and one of them a woman also leave her, she's a media person, leave her, she's a media person. And I'm family. And so when I realized that I'm a little bit safe, that's when the police officer came to my rescue and said, my sister, my dear, let me lead you. But I didn't me because me who be that. It's my first time actually and because it wasn't tense as today. And see, because I'm likely none of the media personnel here were their targets because we're not their target. So we were safe, but the issue was their target. And we are still safe.
Right, me now I say money Hadia Mohammed now said in Kanda man go do my you. No, what's it in the air? Come on, here, I heard you quiet.
No more quiet, fast or sobo. Just a net ball.
Yeah, now I go by the who does it.
Omontiti ankasa ye chere won se ukochi obi mpo na uhwe omo dodo no na omo buru mo nso a.
Jahoko.
Yusu wadwin.
Because I'm going to say, then the soldiers would then always have an upper hand. It will look like they are better off than them. Because see reporter now, police were whole. And they had to call reinforcements. So for months and they were able to calm tension down.
But yeah, I did about one. I was on and say, Oko Norfa, with our apology to almost said that through police for what to say, soldier for. Police for change na ho a wa anya ade obey na obey but who say soja ni ba ko ba with the green na wo dwane enti ade ba ko ho no and especially see as aka kire police for no cry say na na ka kire so wo nko armless no ane ne nsa enti ayese say bi obi akeka wanu mu ahwe hunu say sintue mu no de ne nsa na mu wanu mu say ya so oni mu say wuntime nka no enti anu bi and the course so e wo ho no sa no a but I
don't know because I have issues with it. Elections, I'm not for Kasa, especially NDC for Kasa. Even the use of the military, they've been there. Police for actually asked for that help and said anytime they need reinforcement, they will call on them. But Osha said your boss here, chair soldier for pap or many soldier to any other places. I think say Esla constituency say. Coalition Center or soldier for Wamu Hura soldier for Nane or Wanua, Brown or Mokono, Eddie Who do much is I don't know. So for a thing like this, people are saying so it's about time police manage elections on their own. Now some say Abana without them you cannot handle it. Okay.
Near woman is a munina entity, entity different, based on situation. Where we for combat, into your mono, a dear rigorous training. Wounded, say 2 bombers, say now they are surviving, say 7 days cry. But the police are trained to handle civilians with a lot of psychology. Enti yana yawo kromo eso military no mo call mandate ni say omo ye external aggression say bia wo bia ba ebi mu ba attack ya free wiemu ana say civil war situation so there na ya declare say we mu ye enemy but omuntiti ya ni different enti ye to me draw comparison between them soldier ni ba ko ni obetumi a defend Brunia, police war fight better to me a handle. Enti, but say na ye can no when you na me make see leadership so. yɛhyɛ ase a yɛho sɛ saa nneɛma yi baeɛ me expect sɛ yes ma ho sɛ Sami Gyamfi akɔle on ɔmo supporters ne sɛ they should calm down, they should stay within law, but the force behind some of these calls, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia all conceded defeat. I was hoping said 2 people now or more sure or more and Quebec yes, but it didn't come at all. Meanwhile, we have a big issue. Focus of Ghana and say you be about to very civilized obi anhwere ne nkwa. Enti say beba ne say people will die, people will say one declare Mambia, and so at the end you say a competition. A competition, unim say either will be winning and now only an be winning. And today be a Africa electoral.
So, Mamma, Northern Branafe because it's becoming unbecoming. A lot of coalition centers see this, they see what Dama will say, and they say, Ablikuma, a yet no for so say, I get the BS or one more. Yanko, a yard, the Pahoni, and Professor Deneko, so Adepa. Fane.
Yeah, Nana.
Adepa ma hai.
Nana, me just you.
Ade idea na yakoso entu ntime nye so.
Nana, enema munya kra e wo ya be mandot na. Ni nyina ahya se wa bra, enu ameka se bata di ma na mo so wa ha. Enu ni dodo na so manya akunya fo mo pin sheet na ye dai. A me pie mo collection center anu enre du meta mo so ti e census. Nti ano pay and I'm sure some more kind of presidential. Your more kind we, you know. And so, we got 20 pink sheets. It's not the moon spray in 24 more a year. And no one chance in me there.
Hello, Adepa.
Nana, Senegal.
Now pink sheet train to know and I say my name. Easy for a name for my and I say party agents and a name for my.
And I'm not to punish you. Easy. When you know what NPP candidates in the NDC from more agents for by say in the situation it is. Young cost in any clear. They are parliamentary and I don't want no. And I say, Yamma and for 20 pieces now, and one in money can count. Yes, in the car, I say, I'm matching them. Yeah, counting you would say, you pinch them and something to quite yes, I want to see one. I saw pin anymore. And one of me would say, oh, more She's new piano. After the video, my dear day. Eba, and I am not telling about more anymore. Just say, we be a handy hand. See the mouth finally pieces out there for that. Everybody, yeah, better. And now also one show once in some more pamu be for you. This meeting near cost no name in Sanka Paya de Yaba. If you kill 17 months and no one and this is the foreign candidates, no Mujana Mokatan to Jakata. I said, Pasta, and a police bringing it there, move Russia as well. And although before inside no thing, said you have to be the band. Your party, your hand, young friend, and your friendly clear, and Obito said 20 pieces in the status of Bishop Bredia. Young free agent pony in Ambra, Eden, ya will be outside into the bar, over very firm was okay. I'm coming on my side with number one. And one a correct pieces and Pandia day, a for the zero. Now you found count. Nana, and also almost boy that be a room of the book, a bit from my back. You want to say NDC Nancy and Maba will shoot shredded. I don't want to feel anymore because I'm going to say I check. Oh, when they want to say, if I can't no, but no one name say presidential pressure. Then after any area, you want to have 20 species. What if they go for year they have to get? Yet, we are not there. You need to get in a banana. As when they tell that I'll bet you 90 movie different. There's a month for people to shares and shares in Ponania Pump. Edi nya akunya ewrem anopaniti de nti na asori ni ye na akwa ebibie wo ho ana ye penifone security fone ka cha don be contest akwanya abedema so mo bie gate na edi nya akofo be dey ebe fe ma banana ti ye kinya asori ni point no mo bie gate hwie be free bonto na mrante ni memba nya akunya free gate na tia eto mo nyina asa ande ha metu no ma me charge for say jamenya battery kaka bi peja me mu and want to turn your money for window, made the money police for media for your water. May perform my dear, I want to hear them and answer say pie, not enough pie, machine. So it's not a margin says if you know or if you know much money 20 before minutes and Cabana. The point is a mechanic in your hand and I'm a boy, and yes, yes, but every first I say kind parliamentary, said your year day, every 2 years. You want a rap now for one thing. Several times, just for him, and this is Master Beckasa. Now, for Makuma, Abba from Now someone tijayo, na someone tijayo. Omo feel say ya kan ade no na se empese be kan o. E no masha se jubilation can up have no tension the pressure there. E wa ha if more that so masha so more kan. Omo jubilate because the chance now 1 year. E no masha so more kan parliamentary. It is say yentimi mpie. Police policemen will be a because so just if you na uta botin came. So be be make e be asem for na.
And the other person say pink sheets no dodo say no mo kai minus 20 no and say plus 20 no.
It is here no e ti ase aba mo kai so mo yama dey say plus 20 no. Omo fam bra. So mo dey back NPP for Asia man say do mo na ye akata say so mo ti o mo ti ebi. And I see akata mo the agent woni bi ba ya. Omo dey another one there ba. So omo dey 20 na baba 20 mo for san kan. I don't know e da form mo ma hihye. If they say no, you 20 me free, 281 now. Ya can I have available? And I say na more kind. If 20 need yaba, or much share every form more. Yeah, all 281 in Munana available. And on our master are more kind. This is the day most of so for now they are sorry in my no. No, so I say a Hanukkah Christ, Wama or Mark for the speaker, Eddie Amar Bonte, said your Mosha or Mobile NPP, if you only have 2, only 2. NDP, Unya Wana. No be able to when you want. And now much fear, yes, I say. Jeje ne basa basa na ba kuma. Esa say, Oma mo say, yeah, kind.
Arepa my emfa we na asem we de nimu a here be de 20 e bia na ho so na nka me so me numbers wo.
Na wo
de no so akoda fi. E de e kire say original no na wo de ba. Eye nsempi.
Ho no ne wo mu ni say ntina e wo say ye ma ntiti enko abontin na wona e wo abontin se na ye iPark meeting aye telecast am obi ehun wontra bebi nko yiye obi se omko anoma konumti na yes si ye nkwa ntise si obi ni wom ne ye wom ni say pink sheet no na me di be am say ne kra me wo bi one ballot account and a statement of poll ne wo say ye nchiro wo so serial number of ballot papers e ba ye wo so se na obi anya ni ekaye ni nyina column wa obe filibia BVD na ye discan ye no enti ebia bebi a obi betumi asisa no so omukoye sheet fofo kra na se agent se for assign na isi presiding officer assign na se ye di ba
ye betumi a check no kakra na Ira Baba Sadiq ono so aba homa so se Honorable Patrick Boama de obeka nye no kre Baba Sadiq maha Boko de.
Ya boko de. Ni yebra penyi Patrick Boama no. The money a gap of 2,252.
But the other Basaba said, but according to Honorable Patrick Boama no, NDC presidential they were winning, but parliamentary you were losing, and that brought that mentime wase.
No, that is not true. In for what you're saying, and I watched the interview he referred to a lawyer not to one more case.
Yeah.
And the lawyer was even surprised.
Yes.
That's not true. The lawyer was actually even involved in just the presidential aspect of the coalition. And so she wouldn't even know, or she doesn't know the full complement of what was actually happening. First time in so many years.
Yes, we supporters be FR pink sheet in the team when electoral commission were not forthcoming with the declaration. No.
Why not pink sheet number 5
I don't know who's on.
The EC still has their master pink sheet. It's why not pink sheet. And
what is causing the delay? What is causing the delay in declaring the results there at the constituency?
The process was truncated.
You are claiming to have won. Patrick Boama is also claiming to have won.
Yes, what I'm saying to you is that the process was truncated midway because when we have provided the full complement of our pink sheet, and this was we're already excited about it. Once our people had entered the space, they began to want to attack the elections director and the secretary. Omo party forum. So this brought about some arguments and engaged exchanges between Omo and his supporters, and then it became a full-blown disturbance that distracted the process. This that it's me. There's one fact I will be in. Even before NPP would have their own vigilante forces, Honorable Patrick Boama has always had his wounded lions, and we're all over. They're all over the place. So as I say, and again, today,
the question everybody needs to ask, and you know, if Obama has won, you will hear even from his voice and from his way he conducts himself and everything. I think he's taking advantage of the delay in the pronouncements to continue to foster himself on the constituency. This is a man that will win the constituency, faithfully on 3 different elections with margins such as 9,800. 9,800. If at Obama today, he's almost accepting, he's just leading with just about 1,000 and something now. You should tell you, say, this man knows that no. It's not, the grounds are not good for him.
Yeah, but parliamentary vote, just one vote is enough.
Yes, we've done our full coalitions. We have the full complement of our pensions. We are ready at any time for the EC or any other body to scrutinize and go through the numbers with us. And we are very certain and confident that when we are done, these results that we put out, it will be clear, say, we've won in the Kaikwe Central constituency. I think that the constituency has been magnanimous.
And what's the way, at the moment, what's the EC saying as to whether time on bears our declaration now? Because, I mean, it's confusing. There's confusion.
We don't know. The last conversation I'm having with the team that engages in EC, in this case, my secretary and elections director, indicated during the exchanges, now it will be a prayer. I think that they are going through the process to take care of them. Now, you said they will provide the necessary communications to us. Come on, Baba. But like we said, at Abibia and Media, we will come with a full complement of our pink sheets. We'll go through the processes. And I'm very certain say it will show say the NDC in Kaikwe Central for the first time in so many years.
Right. Me now I say also about the side of your story about that particular constituency. Baba Sadek, a parliamentary candidate for the NDC. Kaikwe Central. And still no I declare. I mean, these are the things that can say me declaration and nana pay electoral commission bab on Tebeka say onya one certified result cry one. You know, I mean with this Obia Kofa pink sheet was me the other. Obishwan ono na mo kra or show kra ni pink sheet. Patrick Boama kra ni pink sheet. Where's my winning? Enti na electoral commission cry bab on Tebeka ni po winning center kwale. But usually when you mention it, your police station, your police station, your co-coalition center, it doesn't take this long.
Oh, say, and she has no any man. She said, this year the can say or can't queen of and or can't.
Get me. I put it up at any and nobody to man. If you want our account, and this is ever put up around Honoma. Police for the number that to our home. And I was a venture.
I'm a town card.
Now, some dog sign I said, I don't be back at me, say, Papa, okay, this is what you want to come to Nancy and tell when you are, and a couple of us get now, anything happened for 1 month. Almost, baby,
na enti omo e kan results no aye bie ma omo na tie wa bo omo ade pa electoral commission for na e kan results no pink
omo kwera e dey isi ni wona o kan ma omo kwera ho no
enti omo ankasa wen
nana
ade pa
me ka che nana
Adepa
me fam bi mpasho
na ya papa we ni so aba me
ya meka ni say yemfre Ghana police na omundu osesia
but that is happening all over because Martin said domi kwa benya so sa. I mean, what is the EC doing?
Police for say bi wo ho why they not calling for reinforcement?
EC no counting no cry we collapse e wo domi kwa benya.
And say so one more restarting process in ABU cry after meeting between stakeholders and they agree say one more starting that's what they are doing. Here be any people when rare minimum so they in so one
but they can say presidential candidate has come out to concede defeat. Or to the mention to concede defeat.
Say the skirt and blouse see.
Yes, but parliamentary, no, that is where it's causing these problems.
Yes. I want to say, I say,
and no, I'm chairman, say Ghana for mo tie and mo betia. Pink sheet, no, nipa dodo parties na soma won so Mumba Center ono. Obia sinsan. Enti se omudi ba. Na ombe to be collaborate say isi ni chair no ni
signature
ni presiding officer signature ni ye agent ni signature ni wo waba ye dey compare with the okay ni amekra na ukra say difference wo mo a ye handle ni ma police na enko say court ana say review committee bi na ye nhwe say okay, one idea na falsified. Say nyina signature na ye pepepe na ba kun die assistant.
My uncle national headquarters NDC for national headquarters general chairman general Asedun Ketia and central focus.
Particularly the Ayawaso West Wogon case and a report generated with recommendations for sanctions, and yet nothing has happened to those perpetrators. And some of them, in the lead to the election, were bragging all over the place that NDC is going to win, but we will steal the vote. And if you joke, we kill you and nothing will happen. We brought all this to the attention of the National Peace Council and asked them to actually get the government players to commit to the peace deal and also put in place a naming and shaming scheme where they will be monitoring, calling the Electoral Commission to their duty so that it brings peace in this country. And earlier on, you were here when our national the outcomes as per our coalition system. And they still are available for everybody to see. And the evidence is overwhelmingly clear. It is not as if the outcomes of the elections is that close that can generate any controversy. President John Dramani Mahama has secured a historical 56%, over 56% of the votes. And these figures are compilations from our copies of the Electoral Commission's pink sheets across the country. So if they have the originals and they have signed and given us copies of the originals they are holding, what prevents them from putting their own totals together and announcing? We told them that we are aware of government's connivance with the Electoral Commission to delay the declaration of results so that agitations will start and then the military will be unleashed to shoot and kill innocent citizens. We made this thing clear to the National Peace Council. So one would have thought that if the National Peace Council is actually interested in peace, so they should come and tell us if they have any challenges that is impeding the expedition of the coalitions and declaration. the nation ought to know. But keeping the nation, in a situation where nobody knows what is happening, interested parties are bound to react. In fact, I have been called upon by the National Peace Council to speak to the youth of my party to remain calm. And I have responded that I have done that before 4 years ago. And they remained calm and they were cheated. And nothing happened. So the only way I can call on the youth of my party and of this country to remain calm is where justice has been delivered, and maybe out of jubilation or retribution, I can call them to stay calm, because then you have a government that will ensure that wrongdoers will be punished. And that is the only way I can commit myself to calling the youth to remain calm. We cannot remain calm and be cheated twice. So the way forward is for the National Peace Council and all the other actors to call on the Electoral Commission to expedite action on the declaration. You don't need to declare all the constituency results before you declare the winner of the presidential elections. That can be done if it is. Today, I'm not accepting any questions and I'm not answering. Well, Omar this year, any abusuafoɔ ne nsɛntwerɛfoɔ a yɛahyia mu. Megye di sɛ obiara nim sɛ baabi a ɔman no gyina saa bere no, yɛnhyɛ da nyina yie papa. Ɛfiri sɛ abatoɔ yi yɛbɛkɔ mu no, ɛtete nsɛm bebree obiara nim, including MPP foɔ. Say abano de Ghana for beto ama NDC. Nanso yetuma NDC a ye ne wa ba mu yebewiam. Ye yamfa anye hwe. Ebe ye nsontonfo nhia mu ka se oni sasabronsa mu didi a ye nya ne se obema wate.
Me was some honk. Hi, Onua TV, wow, OTFA, Onua FM. Onua TV or Facebook, bet me a share free or more training at the end now, or bet me a now or translated your kind number of food to Trinity and Sangote.
The NPP presidential candidate earlier conceding defeat to John Dramani Mahama, he believes that that declaration by the Electoral Commission is very crucial. So that is the point, that is the main message that Johnson Esiodin Ketia, the national chairman of the NDC, has carried across in this presser. Would have probably wanted to ask a few questions, but he says he's not going to accept any questions. His message is clear enough, and that is what he wants the media to carry. They are calling, and that is the urgent call from the NDC on the National Peace Council and all major stakeholders to engage the Electoral Commission for.
Right, into Chairman General Alton and Kano see don't Kessia Johnson. Oh yeah, I'll see. That's what you know. Yeah, what you think of say by heart to me, you to talk. Now, a year what a Electoral Commission for what in Yiri was say one say Electoral Commission in Chimunam Dema, we say still our tenant one man make my opposition Vice President. Yeah, woman young opposition make almost anyway. And the Vice President tell me about consider defeat. Now, Electoral Commission return officer what to show ye day. Now, one peace council a friend say, well, no, one rabonte no me country and crop for the Melbourne say, well, we now would say, oh, mamma be amra from say, baby, it's me a boy. Now, some jay because baby, confusion all over. So them say, oh, move boom, no move boo, any other, dear Hadjane. No, I'll catch you almost say, I dare me a bit 2020. Me baba ka say mebunu no nya botre oh na ya no fo ikro no eja wa adwejai omo fa ne say obi antie ne ya wonom presse anopa mienu awia mienu anwumere mienu wiawia ya antie ne wonya ho e me ka kire mebunu bia say wo mo enya botre nka mada wonya ho nkasa anti bibi wo ho a wo mo nka kire de mensa so wo me declaration na some tete wo so oni obi any question answer obi a misa the question wonya ho nya no na sem no eno no.
Yeah, baby, I'm Chairman General Yagane. He said the air course will be at the power, which is a kind queen of Damango, the Womobubunia me. Oh, there's a Mebruno or Horno. Arguably, all things being equal, what we NDC format. In fact, NDC was at the part. Specifically said NDC. So, what moon fake the normal NDC for. Na se we kwoswe na ebia reinforcement sem ne ade kobam na nyame ampata na bibi kosi ayi obi ba na ewu e na wo kro ya so be gina ho de asaban saban na ama ne pe wo kaza wuntimi nka nkire wo mo se wo mo nya yi de ho de me ne cha amanya ade ne e wo so otimi ka bibi kire wo mo because wo kasa wo mo betie ade no se results no a wo pe declare no eno na pa de pa report no wo mo atoa wo mo am wo mo asizi counting no coalition no and woman quality so free constituency na enko region districts na my region so they are national and bede na maame no awo so won declare no wetimi declare ontimi declare wo bra wonya sa figures na ohwehwe no and we dey yesra chairman adawroma
NDC for so hu say we need presidential and parliamentary na so be fa
sure.
Baby, yeah, to Abana. I also where we it doesn't necessarily we need parliamentary. Please take it. Campaign, more campaigns, so more be and just get them lost.
Hona kami kwa koka because ya bako sem no skirt and blouse to me see and abatu obi anim say indication chere say skirt and blouse bebe mu. And eba parliamentary nso a.
Independent candidate.
One vote. Na yedi wini enti se president a wini na independent ana ni parliamentary candidate and wini ye enu nkyere se chinchina president na a wini enti ye declare some misconception ewo ho enti nia ye kan ni se ewo se leadership mienu ni nyina mfa omo fefefe ukọ Abrekuba West Miami bro no so ubehu se imabuno omusi omo ahu se ya tom pretty ballot papers omu akosti sankofo ni de omu ma police omu do omu tietie mu agu military force omu anto abubo omu anye hwe fe sa vigilante zimno se no bi na NDC chita for NPP for enye adepa enti leadership of both parties enkasa government still we have a government in place until transition be over aban ba bontin kasa say na me can I was expecting say Dr. Mahmoud Baomia, His Excellency, or concede now, or see what friend in Yano, anka owomi nuna esimono, anka on condemnina on kase, one life krana anka emfata Ghana. But enu ambem ebia na re free ye. Enti na ye kan nyina ne se, maye nduo sorry, ordinary place.
And it's not just him. We must say, before he came out to concede, now this for a press conference.
Yes.
Or Mukra a declaration first. Numbers of money. Sami Jemfina is our press conference. You could have also come out to say, calm down. We've won the elections. Parliament.
Okay. Say, me mo munko for ni nkofi ba emo nu omundi mraso.
You should have told them to calm down. I watched it too fully. You should have told them to calm down because that time could have also told them to calm down.
Yes,
but don't destroy.
Feeling say obi dibonia, ye vigilant, but ye exercise restraint. I sorry die I see delay biaba omanya kasakasa omanya muhunti I say ye was screen so in Konyana amu bubunu asori the place in ama or one mu hwehwe one they are at a different place ma say do mu sen Konya yesere ye nuanum send and ramidi ododo yes
say kura wo mo ban obi de seka awum
yes send mu reporter kan ye no drum say wa sorry them one o ma say many ni ho but se no mo ka no omo ase no ye hu se omo se nkonua se na me ni odododuofo ka se ebem se nra no ni aye ka ni se ye nyina ye Ghana fo ye contest ye wie misunderstanding bi e wo bia nhihye wo ho no ye ndisu yes o ka se yes ya me yes ya there is a limit ebi wo ho a wo aye wie no na wo ankasa wo party no betina chire share video na obekasa we di amra mfa ni
ebi cry betimi akose problem cry wan sha o lead na wanya no o aye na ye 27 January na fi akọ create something else that we all don't want so there we na fi de na aba no na akoye bonyo aha no so ehun hia but I can understand Johnson say don't get atu because emran ne say bibi sa no nka obo aposifo amane efu segment me hwase bi koso na pink sheet no say oha bi wo ho atwen ugada wa de akokot wo mo so na mo se court problem wo because that no court 2012 wo say ase o mo ni ama no sa
yes na no obi so court so we nya
2020 aha obi so court 2012 no but o se 2020 no wo nya so wo lusu ye krono na bai ono wo court no asa o mi ye ni bibi say and see o mo de boot bo
see tape no obekan
on the boot tape no dey no and boot for boot and not just say o mo be vigilant but in doing so which we all agree you should be mindful because at the end they no said nipa den to me and call it here it will not go to the top for you to hear what you want
and you be di na what na results na ma unless say bia isi ni betumi enya adodo no a ebe me natimi aka aso you ase do o mo kan say bia ye nya sa number ye de compare ye declare ma so esikura no a e di be fa change bia but still if you say figures no for records purposes and the pink sheet back ko ni kwa say ekem was what me account for 100%.
Yes, Sanko headquarters, NDC for headquarters. BMM said there's another press conference, and it is so because we are waiting for electoral commission. You're delaying, honestly. Electoral commission. Oh, check.
Isi mboni humodin se unfair grounds no se osi data ni bedu ni nsem aye man the benefit of the ground benefit of that dia ombo modin na undo grounds ho unfair ho se bebi a omuni Ghana akodu no the problems ba mayen kan se nipa mienu pra na nipa property miensa mienu bia enye hwe ni nyina bibi omu ye nintentem na by ye kasai anka ye nyane sesi a ye nyina ye ho beto no anka komode a ye die bibi fofura fe but we
na mo so nya pre na mo pre say isi ka 72 hours 7 so
but at least I mean the parliamentary elections there and 72 asem presidential na 72 parliamentary dey na sa no kra no it doesn't have to come to the headquarters no constituency wha the coalition center na ya body so ebi ne patwebo amam ho di
eno dey
we kra na moto we kra ne dey na moto we kra na eno ani hwe
ana no omo ankasa omo age atomu se ebe me se wutie
Baba Sadiq
Boama etie honorable Boama etie Baba Sadiq omo mienu nyina si ne asi ye ne nti isi nkofo ni bi praye enti omo ankasa omo ate ase se omo utwen se omo akọ hospital ni emrepa mu no
but so far both of them are declaring
that is what they shouldn't do. Talk to your people. Say omo si omo wo omo pink sheets na talk to your people. Musi emrepa no you are trusting say isi ni be ye na ejuma enti talk to your people na omo remain calm and vigilant because say na afarija kan no to reconstruct near see or police station dia no ejina pink sheet ni so the legitimacy of election in Nigeria pink sheet ni so and so if something has been falsified that and no the problem baba and there's a way to verify. There are copies for the EC. Say EC dear woho pepepa. Yen fan compare the number of party agents or omuwoho.
Daman with the end of
yen to me 45 obia dear.
Daman with the omashi EC the NY source document.
How mo compile no.
The bear comparison. Every class in
the parties have their copies, which are say counter copy no can stand. Say the two parties. Just we see if they are arguing Boniaba net and just me so media.
Me cry say, hey, so what the aba me no be the aba. To say Baba Sadiq say then my see come and take it. Who takes who's own? Say Baba Beka say me die ni. Patrick Boama Beka no onu die ni. Patrick Boama figures are different. Baba Sadiq figures are different.
When it doesn't tally, we go back again.
And do what? Vote.
So that's the only option. Because to me declare ejuma ya mini isi aye ejuma at the center. Ube who say ye can ballot and an agent me no. Me mfa din bi ankan. Ba kwedu ni so no. Who clearly say baby and nipa ne ton printing no. It is for a particular candidate. And I think I now cross the line kakra. Baumunti and I was on TSS. The intention in say or see on penny
sport ballot.
Na yendu baby I yeah ko enim no the same situation who there 1 2 3 afi de kika ko afi de osi e
and I think that they are working. Ebi aye ko animu da ati dia say isi ni kro de be kan nhihye ye ho asa atra line ye hwe percentage of atra
no baby e wo no
I was say isi because ebi say ye be 5% 10% ye mfa ma bigger one I think say
pacho e wo ho say me nka e wo isi
ye be mo kan san nhihye ma ye ntwa ye ho mra ye ntwa ye ho ababusu ana ye koba ya kai de bebro I mean so far the SC and say and I pay NDC for a press conference on the Betuja or more a coalition center na strong room de Omanya Emma Omuche say Oma call it and yet the Jen Mensa aka specifically Summit Jenfi stated and said and yet certified votes the Omo coalition Omanya no so say Omo win election and Dr. Mahamadou Baomi Asuba Bonte Beka say wa consider wa fre His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. That is why we are calling him president elect say wajatum onwa ye ne coalition ne ade a wo se ware enti wajatum wa consider defeat obe support na during the transition adwuma bia so ye na tumi boa ma transition no eco smoothly no obe amana ye yie eno achi na wote say before the no crown there were a bit of skirmishes in some constituencies say de ma ne ade a ene ade pa ma ye hunu de ekoso e wo miamia hodo da mango ne ablekumani ade nyina ne nyina ya ade ha dwene a general Chairman General Swabeka say on call it Nincrofo and calm on down. Onua Abatoɔ NTNC try ho abaye koba. Ye beto so.
Don't worry, sir. It's a simple procedure, okay? Give me this card. No. Give me this card. Oh. Give me this card.
Doki, take shout to me.
It has the power of 5 natural active ingredients that clears your throat when you need it the most. Shaltu, get your voice back.
Procedure successful.
Think natural. Think Shaltu. This advert is FDA approved.
Kwajo, why are you late?
Yes, Kojo. Why are you late again?
Kwajo.
Can't you talk?
See, Mommy, I could lie like Amma and say I was doing my homework with my friends. Or lie like Amma and say I was helping Grandma buy food. Mommy, I will not lie like Amma. I was playing with my friends, and that is why I'm late.
Homework now. Thank you for not lying to me. Your Calipo is in the fridge.
Calipo, the natural fruit juice drink.
How do you know that?
This advert is FDA approved.
Mpanyinfo se sia wo wo sreso a won chen tenten ye obi a hyebre edam so na eye obi a pese ne ba ebedi ye e wa brabom kamla eye obi a wo bo efie adeyo na mechre abawa na nikuna obo na chidom eye vital so de totobi ma menua ene wo ye obo ne homoden sene be ya obeye bibi ade abu na busia kamla afefro na efie wo ya abawa wo ne madam so afefro na ne madam nsem a wo kanyina ne se sene wo ya abawa no sa bebe na wo ne banan ono so ebaba ya bawa kamla se emfa ho ne nia ewiase nyina ebeka obayere ne ho akokoden se ne beya ne baba no so ebetumi ediye ewa abrabo yi mu asem bia emre bi esiye ebekenya ne ho biem aba be ha abusia mienu we ya na hwan ene benya odo no ma asumdue adan ne wedi.
Reach for the stars eyi na nwumre bia 7 p.m. ewo Onua TV so
nyumeko maso ya sen eye
out mosquito spray any coil
Maxim Cosmetics
Kivo 100% natural hot pepper.
Darling XYZ wine.
Onga. Yamvita. Frutelli Calipo.
Obuasi baby diapers.
Onua TV. Ye dwene ho pa.
Birebi echombo na yapomudin sema ye bibi. Yeti sika. Asadi koto ya de. Ye wana dum. Do you focus ye bi adum ye. Doctor, you are doing fees.
Doctor Tangasu. Hey, minimum fana. Doctor Tangasu.
We are there, one chrono. Say, whom we are there, to America for an inch and medium of ever. Opusunan could do for no one can yarn. About rock, I am walking to 2 minutes in the woman in time. Okay, diampo, wamani nyansa ni to me say, Omfansanya re, enyi men fra manimu. Dr. Tam that say, ono de agidi we see nu.
I don't see on said da. Come on, so.
Insurani we will ade Nyankopon. If we are saying na 24 no. Won ayale sa to me eya wo dia. Wo the we are to me nyina ehse wo nsa. Wo na wayi yale nyina so to me anu waduru asha Dr. Tam da so nsa. Ebre mu odin na nkrofo bu nipa ye tu sika guo prepare yale sa. Na wo Nyankopon wo yi wako Dr. Tam do say obi biela oyare obi biela owa amanie mu say yale ha no no bepa ginani akere medima for herbal hospital ayare sabaya ni de say bra na Israel fo no ma na wo keka won wo Nyankopon ma mo say ye kobre wo obi a wo beka no mpo no betwere ni ahwa kobre wo no no wanya ayare sa ewi ase nyina obi biela owo yare mu no bepa ginani akere medima for herbal hospital no Nyankopon adum obenya na ayare sa enyema nyina dead the prefer say osoro so Nyankopon afra the nations
doctor if we say doctor answer na you be wura be duro mu no a true story say osuru ye din e ma asase di awerefo na onyankopon nam da esumu eyi enua hahama e di kire adujamfi okuma nyini berema be kwada akoyem adaduanan ebra nsuo aduane ankama no esan me ne wo mienu ye pa apomodin pa maye man edi doctor adujamfi pie free ye no enema nyina da di pefere so osuru nyankopon na afre no edi na wode time to yare yeso wo hye wo nansa wo hye wo na da bi wo say said the doctor ni bibi aka wo nyemfo nsam no yare bia ni hwe ka e wo doctor tam da nsam e wo bra tam da so atena se no wode tab e to yare yeso enti na ha yemfa poma ma ha mfa nkofie yentena hwi ma ha mfa nkofie gidi e wawuo gidi e yesie no pe e na ontumi da wumui na yensi o na yare na e hawo etito de be piem obi biara o hwemi a wo yade ya kan kiro se wo bewuo doctor edikre wo me kan kiro se enyem fidie ne de sayale afidie bia ntumi sayale ayaresa efiri onyankopon efi se ono na obo ni padua no ewiase de oye ka no ka saye ono na eye enti wo a wo hwem bia sa wo gitum se ni padua no ye nyankopon ne bo ye de a menjo ho atinye onyankopon de yale nyina sutumi as Dr. Tam da so said the obedient nyumati wiase obia won the master yale so won the master at Dr. Tam da so enti Dr. Tam da so e kasa de ya ewurade akasa enti be piem kumase ye bu akwa agogo enkena ye pokua se mayira enyanyira na wo ba doctor e show nan ya no nan nonsia nondu ne brem pa wonti na yadefo nyina abom aman edin Dr. Time ya ene ewiase nyina afa baabia Dr. Time ma me wo yare na wo hwe me no bia watete ene wo hu Dr. da wo de wani ku Dr. Time e wo TV so me kan kire wo se ma me e ma de enchen be piem Dr. we ena wo hye Time to yale so na ne Time nso no na yale ne ekọ adansi nkrofo de TV so radio so nyina dadi pefe saya le set to me no ekura Dr. Tam
enuanum ni adofo me Linda ya mi gina hai bia ni mi wo man hia Linda abrekuma man hia yale wo bi be bo me a manhia Tam da so a nka me nso obia betwam e wo ye fie ho no a oso ahabon sama ho me hu ate so obia me fridge mu apie enam so ma be ye tun mi hu nyina mo ante sa brewa nanso enam Tam da so awurade ayi na maye ba ko doctor ba ko pe a wo mangana a wagye me sanso so na me maame me nua madofo me papa nom mo nso so mo yare a na mo Tam da so nka mo ma mo homle so na mo mla onye ahibia o wadu be yo te se sika kese no oje etu be tra ho no mo awu menhu o Tam nsu yo me na me se me Tam aso me anya ho tokra nka me nim se bia awurade wo mene tintin bi ema me sana awurade wo mene tintin ema me na nka me bewu owu oturuka bi a me mai ne me ankasa me nti ase Tam da so awurade ayi doctor ba ko no size ama ye wo manga na ha no mu a obi bia lo beti bia na o ma ne homne so onye ahi bia o na hi fa na wo bekọ doctor be ho na abekọ a waju sika kakra doctor be na abenya ni sei age se de nyankopon etu na ma ye wo manga na ha se o mbehwe ayalefo o meso ye mu ene watumi age me no sanso so na wo nso so ba obeje o me maame me papa adofo minuanom muntu amnika emra mayira pokuase mayira wo hina ya wo yakora na ni nyina besane seven praduasa wo ba bia wo nipadua na awu kura na se dua kora me yetimya na mente me hwifam a mente enso enne bibi kitua bitimi kora mete ennam Tam da so ene na meya oni wo mo wa ha ene na doctor fo tumi na awurade di ama no ne saa no di ama na doctor de me dia mi hu ye ne se ne de ne ayaresa enti second Jesus ene awurade di na maye e wasase so ye awurade free hɔ a time da so na ye one ewo oman Ghana
yo me dey am ase Dr. Dam da so yankopon hira ne bebre o say na yare started January 2023 1st January 2023 me da ko hospitals 3 times me ko suhu me ko je aduru ayeye me ko North Kaneshi me ko je aduru ayeye me san ko La Paz e ho so me ko je aduru ayeye until 24th July na me ba Kumasi na me start na me num nduru ni yina na me kuta pama before ni na me kuta pama bra meje Dr. Tam da so nduru na chiri na me de pama ne to sese man ka se mo ho na me nan ya me na adom ahodi wo sese de mutu me nantew mutu mo ko ba bia ba nti me de Dr. Tam da so ase de sese de mo wa ahodi metu me nantew nti menya age sese me gire menya age papa nti me de Dr. Tam obiara o yare obiara o hu amande obiara ne yare ye kwankro ordinary yare china onye aduru omomode no tuturu na mbra Dr. Tam da so na yije bu ye paye no menduru no so no obi obohun bia osema I fine because nduru ne no ma o mama I fine tumi su didi wa ngaze hu na ye okay nti Matthew 9:12 no o say so obi yare a onko hu doctor nti doctor na America na asem oni Dr. Tam da so no nti obi ara o yare onto to America amra Dr. Tam da so ni akopon ba finance alo asane yare
da nyamiase mi da Tam da so ase say mi yare 5 years ni ma tintia mi nu baby amefa mi kopoe wa osofo bi nchen e friend ma salo na mbebo mi komo kire no say ma saro o si papa bi o Kumasi na friend Dr. Tam da so odimafo na me da akọ ampa mi koti a o sa doctor no aba Kumasi mayira isu eni de se wa aba Kumasi mayira eni de eya mi kromo na doctor yi aba na e friend mi Vidalampe nti eho na mi baaye Dr. Tam da so no minimum de Tam da so ayama mi edra odi mami mi onje mi kapre na oye mi lab mi transcard no hu baby a yare no wo ampa Dr. Tam da so efini duro eni na doye eni mobro hu a wo papa ne mu papa no sanyame ni ho a onu no wo ho enne papa no atwetwa agimi na duro na odi mami no wa atwetwa agimi wa mama ye odihie wa mama ye odimafo wa mama ye ogamafo nti Dr. Tam da so se mi gira ha mi da nyamiansi se Dr. Tam da so asami yare minu se de akabia no enso nyame ye obeya amami Dr. Tam da so odi bibia ye time nyame hrawo se odi oyiri ana ogari nkwa mo pre won paso a na ade mo pre no a ade no bape na ye time na mo nyam ho atom nya ohia kwada ohia mba ohia yemba men transi men dia reho dwane brani chen obema we dro obewo busum kro obefa wo ba na Ghana brantie obehu akwakora wakofa 20 guests akwada no akoto edro wo drugstore no de awinu saa na ne bibia ayetobo abrante so mo asesu saa mu yi edro wo drugstore na mu di fan kwada no mu na mu bibia ayetojo Dr. Tam da so say emboa mo bra mo amu bibia ajojo na ntumi ye adwuma won paso no o say mo bra na obesam yare nti na o say time da so
but a friend Victoria Lajaka me yare e be CCS ni ma chinsa na so Dr. Tam da so de meeting nka me ba ni nche no se se ade nyame adom eye me de nyame asi obi timi nka ono so mbra Tam da so ne wo beto no
koda jara na jade ke nopa na mi timi nsode ebinada na etisa me hukwe me ba ene na ni enyan enam papa iso wa pagya me ayama dwen eburu ma dwen ne menti ase so timba ha me de aseda ena me da na se awurade hira no mfane fira du mo nkwa du awurade boda ta foni fira awurade kala ta foni ntu enye na kuma so ade ma me wa ye bia ma me wa ye mama buru ma dwen ne menti ase obi ahunu kra na wa mo menti ase se de na me ba se de na me sitie no na nne so sa me timi gina me na so eye nipa nwanwan so nyanya me nwanwan me da na se na me da na se na me yina ye na me pagya no na me hye na ni munyam awurade ma ne nkwa hodin wom awurade ma ne nkwa hodin wom awurade ma ne nkwa hodin wom na wo ye ya me nipa Mumobro wonumu, what you tema, one senipa, Only Pamabo, so will be so nibi, Uboba Somu, Kayaf send the wine, as well or Pagamedia could do. If you never any Nebukari. I said, yesterday be by and said an Amsitiano, you may she said, Woba say ya, well, we get the idea to them. That's what we quite dear, said the Tabia. We or you demand for.
They may come say, yes, a queen. Now, body fatana, a fatan wakono, and ya conquering as a keke. Abasubodi Guinea, ya Abas may be a craft hospital. 2nd October. 2nd October, Bessie Nam and no Casse. Abasubodi Guinea. And can say a fear damn in the beer. Ye may J award. Award no so a award Acacia. Which then you ma pa any a juma ding. Tina me say, Mississippi, my chica say, me quote to you. Me quadam to me na me with the much menati at that time. When a car when she will never boo and mobu a entetia case. And Tina Brunifita every US Atlantic International University bar or my canemu. No one who be amon abaso say Dr. Tam Daso or man professor of biology. Herbal medicine. This is the first time in history. Na wutie Brunifita and Nema what creature a good citation ye and now award this one. A betcha one some or say a young passe near see ye need a dura a did chronic disease but and we are singing na kais and we are saying say your friend will be a friend Dr. Tam that so say a chronic disease say a yet did ye woo and now yes see no and Dr. Tam that so into me and son ya dear be PM for your bearman now bearman a woo and fear do no bearman ye do da ube PM one a 24 hours don't shoot at you no 9 now bearman a solid Oba wo peba me pacho enko ba bia ya wadru and say one thought would you go anum guna anajojo mienu eno no time da so 12 na one madru would you go anum guna onu ya na na ukuna hia mu hia bia but me beso no na nyinsa ba betom nyinsa betom wie na watu ya ho ka umpewe na opede be pie mu medimafo heba hospital gidi ya wuo ne de yasie no be ka kire obi bia se
Yada simisama kwa babio miyeko a bit of commercial break and we are back. Na ebusia DSC a freedom and say mama na ebo ndi say electoral commission mama no ya we collapse no. What them ana wo mo de kwa ya sabia supporters wo mo mpene. Obe wa wo hwemu wo ha. Entika wo mo de na tum no wo mo gire ka na ti. Na ye be hwese ye betimi akọ near the reporter kasa na ansa na yenko ablekuma hobim bebi ade pawo what reference see supporters na ra ho no pin sheet no a electoral commission na dwe so won ka no won ka o mo abetete no into o matete no adepa
nana
sisi a wugina yiye de
I said the menya bebi agina bibia ba foma
na bra na o se bebi a wugina na nya na den na ekoso no o mo pa bo wana
nana eka dene tune brono besenke ya sebe mo besina bi de di pepra na se police ni bi na se dia agent police agent bi senyi bi so efra e wa hanum ba ye de nya that time na me no kasa na on something nya bebi ye so funa kra ba ko enwu so mo ba ye so because ni ekra funa ye video ati to mo ye se na so de mi ka be twi ye nyina ye hu ati akọ rada ti to bi ma wa lo ki ye na kasa no omo hu ye se ye ko rada ni se na edua the pro dining gate this so lucky ana media guy ba ko no wo baby a mo kan pinches no epie and okachum so sada ne dey allow na me kini ya itobie nim and some mo jai so mo tete no mo koye but in prem na pinches ni nyina eja dem
pinches no aye ba be kan na o ma tuli agba results no ma se no
na ye betumi yi MP e dey ma ablekuma north no si akase ni nyina eja dem na
na Joshua na de bra no so de aka no nkola no na wo mutuma panimu wo inside otuma nkola na nkola no so aso no ma start etitim no mo hwem nkola nketo a wo hwa ebi edi mfie enan miensa enum ensia aboroswa dumienu no womo ewo coalition center ho aye to man ya omo wosoro ho na omo so age na omo atitim ya ye mentime ho ase gidigidi bi ba skata bi si ankoda we mu nyina o meprepra eni hwahe ensisi ano electoral commission nipa no o kan pink sheet se be betimi declare result ama parliamentary no wowe
anana you say ka say dia police for ashia but no by san say some na man ni boru adem wo no first no mo ye ne so mo trust yi si penyi na no hwa kinka ba ne say the one JP penny man my ya ye be kun e wa hanu mo trust no ti papa ni ja penny na any sim na tene baba mbo wura mu na peja ye pink sheet no e no mo de ba chi o na wo hwe mi video ni ba ko na ka sound ba na na ka mo se ye twa no obi di eye aba e wo ye ka chese wo hu ye nim ye nya ni se video because no mo toto pink sheet ni de man ko fo wa chi wa abunsa na chi na o mo so ato apa wo ne na eja dem
mebo
say the east
me hu MPP parliamentary candidate Adia Humatina na MPP for both say maame no we ni former ambassador. Yes, we win ni ade ho na pink sheet ye kan ya nka nwe ya pagya atumi. No, dan mu bia na.
Na nyo no ko ana na eto ni na na akua wo
se wo mu nyina wo na so no wo nya de wo ye no sa na wo pa kire.
Debi enye so office edinesi for ma oni edinesi for no omukọ.
You are the part me da say mesa ba hobium sisi ana say pinshi to
na say
enti mbabunu na be kwa kodi MP wo parliament sa
ba aka NPP maame no ono na aka
ono no de obi amon ho ba o se dem ho
ana ba cho be biem
nye ekria sorry me da se pa ene wa ba ne bo mesa ba hobium ye nkoda mango ye nya ne nte say tu ato ama obi awu etuato ama obi ewu ewo da mango mama nko doctor ho doctor I mean how do you feel like it's been successful so far US embassy ambassador concerning na ye better about no better ye warning say ya hwede ya walk around malka so far he's seen a lot of nenigide ekono so ye nyina ye hunu na pay cry bra Dr. Muhammad Baumia be announcement although before the na these skirmishes no all has been peaceful.
Yeah.
Now we don't know what's going on.
But when you go to town, say there is uneasy calm in town.
Yeah.
The traffic is
but
still...
this is coalition centers they are making.
Yes, because the reason is that Dr. Baumiana concession or the buy a year aboa.
Yes.
And Tisana in Kebia won't schedule vehicles. This is Greater Accra.
Yeah.
The home of is a densely traffic ridden area.
Oh, but from Enra, and today is Sunday anyway.
Okay, today is Sunday.
But my uncle, Christopher Wahumaso. Na damango na meka say obi ewu no. Yenko no honi ni nkomo. Christopher, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing good.
Great. What's happening? We hear somebody has been shot.
Yes, and of course, all Damango constituency, constituents, almost train say easy. Ebeki Kanyamani Nabo, I declare results because NPP for a parliamentary results, a lawyer Abujina Pone NDC for so a other motor killing a winnie, but as it stands now, Omunina political parties no more results. Now more train say a year easy. Ever declare results. Unfortunately, till now, EC is unable to declare the result. But our report say they are EC office Wadamango Omashi office no. Na and no na police dispersing crowd. No more fire warning shots. Ye kase there nipa bako. Residents no say a warning shots no stray bullets in a be hit nipa na back also sustaining serious degrees of gunshot wounds ye ka say or Damango St. Anne's hospital or
Ayarfe. Maybe unti police for to warning shot omu to ferry man anipem.
Yes, so warning shots muna. So we can't tell whether amount for no, and as the residents no being so and a 2 no, a man for ball, man, I say a warning shots no, Aboban and a Pocano, a man who that we cannot establish for now.
Wow, but the papa who baku injured, I don't acquire Sabi. Until as we speak now, Mumu Makwashi, a electoral commission for office. More time, I say a year ballot materials near the now pink sheet, I will bet me. I can't declare result to match never boon chance and Kunyani idea na ewo honomo. And the other no massa but I don't know during that period in the sea and after the way see.
Yes, wouldn't say during the time almost shape party office no vandalize areas na say HSO but police in order to disperse them almost that is almost warning shots. We understand that residents moving to normal to as to whether a tuna residents netro and now say a tuna police for air to warning shots na it be kobo sani pana to say wa hore nim kwano and na nipana ono so weprana other hospital.
Right,
hello Chris. Indeed, we pray any dear way. Now we can rioters no one now you be on nam the baby and a stray bullet akobono.
Okay, so enye adea happen sin ho nipa na ngu sin ho nipa no around or abonten and a bullet no be hit na wewu enunti no yen sen american yen may establish whether a tuna aboba na car nipa no from the police and also from residents no so gunshots na it's free almost side urban
or you are na bema
or ya bema
when you need
na de we pra no so ya bema na oba
ono so ya bema
between 20 30 40.
Okay, so as it stands now, no, who you know say omo call and government hospital Damango Krodio, no, but one back on the omo confirm say say
right, as we speak, Minister current member of parliament. So we are
told that Minister Nina Busia they are leaving Damango town. As to whether they are going by road or helicopter, we cannot establish that. But Minister, we are told, is leaving Damango town.
Yo, Matemedase, Papa, and no money boy, to number or co. Everybody, my uncle, Dom Quabinyam Ransa, Nafi, and Twy and Comoso. A honor car say electoral commission, mamma, or share coalition, so I collapse almost one month in my ear fanning pin. Godwin, Godwin.
Yeah.
Yo, what's the situation yet? They say electoral commission, lady back where collapse.
But you always be able to question the view.
Now maybe say electoral commission, mammy no collapse and or when you had in the hospital there.
Right. So after this chaos, misunderstanding, and the supporters will be going every police center or more
God, Mike, and say Edumo, or started so Casana, ne Babata said.
Hello, what you mean, can?
Fede Abako.
Hello, but what you mean, can?
Aneko. Godwin, call Metawonka.
Hello,
Metawonka Godwin, call.
Right. So just like I was indicating, I have to say near police. Bibia Koso Kama. And one I can say Bibia Ayadina, you were from 11 p.m. almost. Ama Adiachi, what have to say about so now almost still fully the results that were done for the polling collection center have to say, in the due to results now, more announced from various polling centers, it looks as though NDC will be when it comes to both presidential and parliamentary and the smoke Accra and the share and supporters to move out or move to affair. I think there was results from the polling, a better our Musano. And one thing I was saying, we will see a saa dɔm kɔ bɛnya ha no sɛ no ɛyɛ stronghold ɛde ma NDC NDC4 paa bɛgɛ paa dɛ nti ama NDC4 no ɛyɛ asɛyie paa ɛka sɛ ɛbi bɛgyina relation center prɛne pata no pɛi no ama biribiara akɔso ama biribiara ama ɔbɛba anamsɛ results ama NDC in both presidential and parliamentary and stand up ɔmo atumi afiri ha no sɛ na mene ɔmo parliamentary aspirant a yɛfrɛ no Fortina Elim Akudu Ebon Community and Rao visited polling centers Ediba and then now who the book train out to move to one very year but on official car fair FNF they supporters be free each now have say on more support any based on almost population on my on free premises and say the BRada until say or announce results ama on no Christina no edin pulling together with the presidential side no answer omu nyina etumi efi ha no mo say no esa say it want to see e wo ha no mo ti omama a heavy deployment of military personnel aba ha no mo say ametumi so wo so mu gyina mechi police for bebre enso so abebu ha no mo say omo no mutimi bo aye ema bibia eda tini e wo sa police center ha no mo say also few minutes ago no na helicopter bi enso aba na enana menam demu a they kakra share about na amu MSP in kakra was a population center have to say about consequence no most of them are on NDC4 the Brena ABC na down on and
line no more shadanye Godwin
but there were hopes on this but
Mike Nesheda is not helping.
Involving MPP4 near Draft anytime in my possibility. Ama NDC4 no 8 million and strong load in this 2024 general elections here and happening. Regarding the
right. Now, Godwin, I say, I think the sound is not too good. Me fancy or now. Sound noise not helping me at all. Baneko today fancy. I mean, the bottom line is lady Nuna, who know what TV should not. Yashua na police for now. Your time na tono kono hono drew baby or more than a maba kono. Kabamino cry in the as president. Mamma Maso Mua. As all Mukra come the woman. Now, Ohedom Quabena a constituency presidential. One of the stronghold of the NPP. Now, during the last election, I just suffered. A year 75,041 and the winning that is 58.68% and our NDC in 52,262 representing 40.87. There's a difference no was over 20,000 about 22 or 21 thereabout thousand votes and our Joasa for the winning and we winning way or by MP na Adiana for by so was in by Alius and then you coach Abuchi near Chief of Staff crowd me can Japan econ or far private jet edo fari now was warmer. I say do baby nice and brought for Baba or one TikTok near the Antina. Crucial time MPP here on Nasa woman and your crowd no more petro or more papa I'm not declaring a seat vacant. MPP for one. Eneja Kabia say Amaswo and now Babedri. In fact, a move on no crowd we better name during election be man no say any one before from na bet now later Naija or buy any there until we call primaries na my kokwe or na akọ contest here but this time around to me too. That place is a bit strange when you say NDC take over the seat. Why the possibility of them taking the seat, as the reporter was saying, is the division. Adwoa Safo, ne constituency hono, Christo Asafo Asore no. Hono, Asore fo ni bebre te honti, ne papa nti, ene Asore ni nti. And we na nya ndisi MPP asem kra. Ombeto ama Adwoa Safo because of the father. But Adwoa Safo lose elections no. Initially na say uhunu wo papa say campaign obeya na onye ni ade. Later on no, we actually didn't see her much our constituency, but we saw her following Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia the campaign. But in her constituency, we don't know whether she was able to campaign for Michael Kwe Jr. Or no, so meji waje went to me and win it.
I think it is much of a stuff for the political journey of Michael Kwe.
Yeah.
It's like every day is in opposition. Every day is in opposition. And I know we're fighting internally. We're fighting internally. And now we're fighting internally. National no. In opposition.
That's all. No, they are weird yet.
I'm saying they are in the middle name. With respect to Domi Kwabenya. Division, no division. I think generally, no? Generally.
Yeah.
The cost of living in Greater Accra, so the economy.
Yes.
Is the number one thing. You can't change anything from that. Who share Christo Asafo Diana a very minute cost of something.
Right.
But after all, Adwoa Asafo Ntina ne papa Ntina mo hwe so eto aban na ma Adwoa Asafo. It means it's in terms of common denominator, common denominator, they are MPP members.
Yes, they are.
So, if that is
but
really the serious case,
probably sympathize. Probably sympathize, but
correct. But I'm saying that if that is so much of a supreme cause or reason, sir, then there is a problem. Look, that place. They spent a lot of money. They spent a lot of money. Or say for example, the nickname near them. Bobo. Bobo. Na Japan is also here. Bobo.
I think say Japan is Bobo. Michael Quinn. Junior a nickname.
Our nickname.
Our nickname is. Or the Gabo na.
I'm saying Gabo. 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 There is a Bo somewhere.
Yes. Into where Bobo na where Gabo.
Yes, Gabo. And you know, I feel really pity for him because you see, it was this same seat in the manager, Ambassador Jumano, India, but now to contest, and God being so good, he won.
And that was on the background of the fact that Adwoa Safo was not available when people needed her. And now, Onua Abatoɔ Asoeɛ as an absent MP.
Obayen as someone who has prepared himself for the primaries.
Yeah, even absent, but the fact that they were suffering in Parliament, MPP for now stood against her there, no. And my sympathy now, more man, no, from. If I bet you cry or a domain of a yogurt. Pepe, yogurt, any plantain chips.
Has not been transparent. Some accusation and NDC for Mano, it could be true. By their deed, we shall know them. It is possible. What is unduly delaying this declaration?
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. So, you want to tell us you are so inefficient, you are so incompetent to say, even the MPP has more stake than you, the EC.
Yes.
They have more stake than you, the EC. But let's look at the issues. I think, the commissioners, either, whenever there is a new government, they should either resign themselves or they will be sacked. And they will take them through the process of law for that thing to take place. 2, their behavior, this delay, constitute a threat to our democracy. The stability of it, as of now, no, it's at stake.
Yes.
To be frank with you, Bisa won't say se yewura baumia admit consider say many opening send your name melusia we will still have been in the yes it could have been worse. And you see a better emrantia no kutu passe person mu wiem nti yen free ha ne yen free ha kyena wodi agora ukulom say be make sure say o ka no
ba ko mo threaten no kra say o ya e be kun wa ha kra di agora o de aban fa pepa de man
so be ka no sorry o eno aye di o de nya
3 oh say Constitutional Review Commission no
yeah
omoko aprobo no people propose certain things what document I'm saying justice Jamafe the commission.
Yes.
There is the need for that to be implemented. You have to if I say appoint, nominate about 3 or 5, whichever. Then this will go and face Parliament vetting committee. Then through that process, yeyi nipa miensa. And nipa miensano should have to test majority from Parliament. And to say, imagine say, inka 8 Parliament way, and then can bibisa ya implement ya, and you have to go through this 8 Parliament,
right,
and get to test. It means that we are going to get a commissioner who both sides will not be opposed to his will, wishes, vision, and mission. That is something that we should be looking at.
But the whole TV so electoral commission Australia now no TV so no I say almost person press conference say observers say na ngrophobia babeboy na Abatoɔ no to no kama me did you say the question nti na on baba press conference mo hwe mo beka de yes na wo munya to aso a
4 when it say as a nation we should rid ourselves of partisan elements at the EC. No, that is non-negotiable because me has to folk we are kotoko.
Yeah.
Na say minim say any George we declare say oh me there me fan say me a sympathizer of kotoko. Ne fan so me di referee.
Wa ha obedi ama kotoko.
So oni mo mumpa. Mempere. Say anomontuo no pono a good mpa because say minim ni say or you'll be a yes no support kotokono. No matter what, I will be very edgy.
Of course.
Until what the president has done is a cardinal sin to the integrity and the sacrosanctity of the electoral commission. He's abused that particular right. Until no main moment there, Macau recruitment process, we need reforms in there, especially. You see officials near Fawamon.
But I don't know, it would be very difficult to actually tell where the person votes.
You need to do thorough background checks.
And I mean,
then starting term.
Yeah, for police for thorough background checks. But who say we ought to make NDC and MPP? Electoral Commissioner Juma Obedi who say we know a sympathizer of NDC and MPP. Yes, sir.
We are not clairvoyants.
Yeah.
We don't need that.
Okay.
The point is that we need someone, when he is appointed, will owe allegiance to the dictate of the job, not the dictate of the appointor.
Okay, right.
That one should be, into me, I feel, say, right now, when all is said and done, you know Dr. Bright Emmanuel Akwete, IDEG.
Yes.
That is the man.
That you believe should be the electoral commission.
Yes.
He doesn't owe anybody any...
So we are NDC focus on signing.
MPP ni.
Omkasa on signing.
My relationship with it. So.
Afarijan. But he saw too.
He was also accused at the point.
And when you go to him and you accuse him of this and that, he will puff his cigarette.
Aqua feel the jot. Aqua baby the jot.
Or relax it. No, what?
No, get be what me fear opposite to attack right. Someday in the
Nia kana Ghana Bibia. I was saying to so or mine over Bibia. Sena me recommend this. Say easy now, Emrana timetable this share obu bebre su time e was say on fa final register ambra wan fa mba wan kan kire Ghana for regulation is see on appointee presiding officers need polling assistants within a certain period. Now political parties need individuals are your yes ebi abi mu ya ohi chen bi no and say John Mama Shia
the president elect
Shia CSO no African Electoral Institute nyam ko PM ye bo modi an say ye or can send be a instructive leader no ubetumi akofa on party bia inso ebi ono bema o party na nya more benefits say ukofa party enti there are individuals omo credential omo nationalism no omo patriotism any omo interest no they put the nation first. Me bompai say ye benya leader and I'm hoping president elect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in his second term no bet to me or the Nkrumah yes standard say ye nyo bia to say Nkrumah down okay me nye Nkrumah but we need somebody with a firm hand with Ghana first and put measures in place say
because you see it's very difficult you come
but we need to make
you. When you appoint me onto any particular position whatever and you don't allow me to work before we appoint him let me did that
see until we should be
I will leave your job for you.
That is where
that is what I expect this leader, especially the accusation on people who have been appointed onto police, onto the judicial and na voting po obisi imagine sika ntime vote at the expense of the nation within the box will be anyhow.
You see, I don't know, most of the time it comes in because you cannot garner a system of elections no akwa sikasem bibia yesikasem na enti you unkwa oboton so other people would help you. So then you owe allegiance to those who helped you to give them appointment. If not them, they will bring their people. Mema 2000. We near me the finance one and pay. Enti edru hona wo mpe no kra we near chese we need choice.
In America, lobby, lobby, nya position. But then the nation first. If you gave me money and you lobbied for somebody and I gave the person the position. Right. If the person doesn't deliver, I have every right to sack the person.
According to your standard, it's difficult. Oforiata is and one of the reasons why
they lost.
The president, and the team, are falling greatly. But you see, this is a man who was very helpful in bringing President Akufo-Addo. He himself, not just about mere talking. It should be backed by money. To the extent some Okobo Bisia, Prudential Bank, they cut 5 billion. Prudential had to write to them. Within a twinkling of an eye, that 5 billion was gone.
Paid.
So, and it
was alleged, he told them, say, more MPs now, Motete Muslim and Pamono. Yeah, campaign, or didn't Sikaba no more. And it says, Sikano or no discover. Right, Ben, I'm 1 meter and him say me free.
Especially as I say, for so account. No, Moja come. What is it? So, then Moja community, Sadian Edri. In our part of the world, it's a difficult thing. Where and we have power brokers. This is what Alan alleged, that MPP is now being controlled by faceless power brokers, prideful current leadership, which they've been yanked off. These and many other reasons into the money Professor Boateng Amayati this is not the MPP that Professor Ni was also saying. Yes. This is not the MPP that he joined.
They used to know.
This MPP is different.
In fact, when Dan Boche was called in to be in charge of the campaign, people thought he would bring
a dichotomy between the party's machinery and that of campaign machinery campaign, you know.
They create a lot of some of these.
Yes, dear. I'm saying, you know, if it's I can't, dear, no, you can't say.
May court Northtown constituency. Northtown constituency. Madrid. Nyame adom boko boy abane no ton den na si wo ho
best 12 more ko asana ye say ye quality result e wo bato not on process na say na ekon eni presidential Dr. Mahmoud Mawia MPP onya 2714 votes 2714 votes. And I say Daniel Augustus Latte of GCPP 18 votes. Pana onyaye. I say Christian Kobina Andrews boom. Onya 21 votes. Kofi Akpalo of LGP LPG sorry. Onya 5 votes. And I say Mohammed Frimpo Independence onya 6 votes. Nana Akosia Frimpoma of CPP onya 98 votes. And I say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of NDC, onya 40,653. 40,653 and onya Alasa Ayariga of APC, onya 83 votes. Kofi Kwanti, Independence, onya 3 votes. Dotun Berima of Independence, onya 4 votes. Nana Kwame Bediako of New Force, onya 141 votes. 141 votes. And I say Alan Kojo Chiramate of Movement 14, onya 45 votes. And you know, total number for Nipa, and I want to tell you this to me at to about one of them has 67,220. 67220, 67,220. And I want to tell you me at to about. Now, so one of them say there were 158 police stations, 158 police stations, and I want to say. Now total vote cast 44,425. Total vote cast 44,425. Total valid votes 43,791. 43,791. Rejected 634. 634. Any presidential result certified result yes Eddie Amai say Enfatu Jamai for next Ghana for. Now, quickly, Mammy call parliamentary. Now, over parliamentary, one of the has been permanent. You were Dr. John Xavier Elebru Yao. On the general MPP demo, on your 3,035 votes. 3,035 votes. And after honorable Samakuja to Ablakwa, on your 41,073 votes. 41,073 votes. And after total registered voters, 67,220. And after police station Abidika 158. Total vote cast, 44,383. 44,383. Total valid vote, 44,108. Rejected, 275. And to me about so Bisama say and honorable Samakuja to Ablakwa.
Retaining the seat.
24 generation, I will not have
Martin Medas Papa, no money born, not just say Okudeto, some Okudeto, Ablakwa, a winning the seat, no back. Ama ne constituency, any NDC for me. Who was social media to try and pay. When we on the constituency.
American was a one Nanu wa semi de enye bete. Ebi ni party members an kasa kasa kwa po omo bonu subo. Ebi subo omo bonu ni se omo si wakoji sika o Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Omya ana fi sika no wakoji sika o dem wanja sika ma obi anti omo kwa po omo betu ati ano. Omo te ebi anu sika o no olu sa.
Tiaso omo so wakoji sika o Dr. Mahmoud Omya so wati aso.
Saa bro na party secretary no say ana efia na nyumre sa na metie party secretary ngata na ka kire me omo so akoji sika wo Alhaji ho na so omo so be just kan mo nti Almost about say, Omuna Ukita to me, no.
That's on one party for no last minute now. No way on me. Well, no, I'm sure they're saying. Party executive. Party and a party executive and party for. And to what was wrong, I'm sure they're saying.
If I don't say,
what was wrong, what they're saying?
I'm going to 3 billion.
3 billion.
I said, I'm going to 3 billion or GA.
Sir,
I was going to 3 billion. And the party executive can 3 billion.
Yeah, that's it. 300,000 Ghana cedis. Party secretary, they come.
One day, no, such an investment will not lead to anything.
What's it?
Omunim said 300,000 at the Mawa, what the Koho will lose still. Until then, he spent that money.
Spend that money and lose enough to the MP because you see. I don't think even in Ashanti region, no, NDC thought say those seats no mutumije no crowd because it do baby a quite just NDC decided say by election uncle, they are very into uncle, but
it was too close for unnecessary investment, which I also advised on air against that. Until they should concentrate on.
But they're saying it was close, but they went.
I seen
because they knew say why almost sit and they will be
I mean, so one could say it will have been a moral catastrophe. Where they Nipana Faso. Na Supreme Court I say depending to me
if I no crowd na me jina so ebisa sin no crowd they didn't learn anything from the sin not a year by election because it was telling on what could happen 2024.
I said it
na me kwa akosi a ye ko ye no say ye say ye nsua hwe by 4 years na ne referee ne see ne nua biso say na I can split parliament in Krabebano. NPP by 2016 no, I win by a very huge margins. By 2020, split parliament about because the people were not satisfied with some MPs and ministers being omo postures in Yamaniama, and there were a lot of expectation. But unfortunately, those lessons were not learnt.
But these things
are multifaceted.
Yeah, I get you. I was going to add, say, factors will break down.
So many issues.
Say, our internet and social media too is playing a key role in our elections.
Of course, social role. It depends. If free moon obey a president before, if free moon obey a president before Ghana for to Abama no money better. Ebi ekasa say I mean the relationship between Onua no mo twa ne ho ahia the opulence and the opulence yeah na ebinom when they come to government it played out during the 4-year period now babedi no moving forward what do you think he should do because my who was social media ebinom teten warning say when we need already you know omo a omo twa ne ho ahia because it's going to actually obebo nipa did he say 60 ministers dean why no obe for more as ministers I know Okujeto Ablakwa is one of them though
near be here pa ne say ono ankasa me hope say 4 years now wakotene fie no why ono ani diagnosis ahwe Ghana situation opportunities ayewo challenges ayewo and na current resources in terms of human resource and natural resources on making sure say ba obey a hantansem bia obi o feel say on to me control nipa no money in fa nipa nimba because in future you can't predict 100% but you can make projections say okay, on for Ghana, say Ghana your company. Yes, I'm mistaken. Say yan share or mine say a private company I may see. Then I may make it profits. Then I may company be running at a loss. Now on share managers I me employ mu say me tie chire kra no mu ya. Say me hu say bibi koboni na me kan omo betie. na nkɔba ne sɛ wei na ɛma me sika nti ɛha ndeɛ ma gyama no nea ɔbɛyɛ biara at the end of the day no nea ɔbɛba after ɔno afiri hɔ 2024 ɔno nso ne fortunes gyina nea president elect ɛba abɛyɛ ne 4 years ɛwɔ n'anim yi nti nea meka ne sɛ from Africa Electoral Institute no yɛbɛpɛ sɛ president no bɛyɛ a president for Ghana president a ɔbɛnya foresight say me choose nipa whereby nine no you should know who because to some of us and because of role I play as a civil society organization we couldn't talk about who is going to win but it was clear to some of us that the NDC has the likelihood of winning and he said if and I said I will interview I say prof or see almost every few months you know internal research survey by now they should have done some of these things measure their SWOT analysis on who to go with and who not to go with and to say me need that so and say select people that can deliver
in the 4 years. I'll come to MPs no or Molusuno. Some of them will die in names of Molusuno. Why we think they lost? When we spoke to the Western region, NDC Western North, NDC chairman, was a bit more homo ya hantain. A homo maswani ya hantain na ayo mosa. In fact, Esla Ekufo, one of those people are accusing to be like that. To Modenia Hantine. Me madam for no, me name Nasadi, but on only party for Neka, me many party into me and Centroni. I've known her for a long time. I don't know about that, but me name say ordering very strong. Into usually Obaso de when you're day now, oh yeah, you can cry so or wow, masho. I don't know whether that's what it is or the real fact is that she's like that. Well, much as a Jen Mensa be Babet Nasina or ne a year or more shame or baby a each or no frasi and all the name some atuja or cock. Now what's Nasin Wakasa, yet the one sem bebro. Now, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama during President elect, during a year campaigning and meets the press near the Eddie 120 near my first and the first 120 days. Sorry, it's 120 days. First 120 days near my the one in Israel per se warrior 25 things or per se will fracture tackle in the first 120 a year days. No, among them nomination within the first 14 days. The complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. First 14 days. Or the any ministers. In fact, I see you don't get here because I say, Crophobia, I almost somebody I saw my to him nom them. But I'm on no friend honorable, and it's what we need campaign time. And all watch him say 14 days. What the beba constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in my first 90 days in office. Or starting so kasana mama mehune yako. The Atosumi and Science established a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. 4. Hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a home-ground fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. 5. Within my first 90 days in office, scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate.
Conference. Madam Chair, please the media, international and local observers, and agents of the candidate. Thank you, Madam.
Is this working? Okay. Is this working? Okay. Good afternoon to all of you, our leaders of the political parties and their agents here present, our international and local observer missions, citizens of Ghana, our media partners. A good afternoon to you and a warm welcome to the National Collation Center at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. This afternoon, my mission here is very simple. It is to update you on the results that we are expecting at the National Collation Center. You would all agree with me that it's been 23 hours since the end of the polls on the 7th of December. That is yesterday, the 7th of December 2024. And it's been 23 hours since the close of the 2024 general election. As you may be aware, the Commission has put in place a robust mechanism to receive the results from the Regional Collation Center. By convention, we have been able to declare results within 72 hours after the close of polls. The Commission, however, broke that record in 2020 and was able to declare the results in 48 hours. However, 23 hours following the close of polls, we have received requests and some questions from the general public as to when to expect the results. I'm happy to announce that the results have come in from the Ahafo region, and we are expecting that from here on we'll start seeing the result polling station. It does not stop at the receipt of pink sheets from the polling stations. Ours is quite an elaborate process that involves the political party agents at every step of the way. Additionally, it involves the observers, the media, and citizens as well. It's from the pink sheets, and it's important to note that the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced, whether it is at the constituency level for parliamentary candidates or whether it is at the national level for presidential candidates. But it starts and emanates from the pink sheets at the polling station. Once the results are counted at the polling station and parties are satisfied with the count of the ballot papers, they then go on to fill out the pink sheets, after which party agents sign on to these pink sheets and are provided with copies. As you may be aware, a copy of those pink sheets are posted at every polling station across the country. From there, the pink sheets are sent to the Constituency Collation Center, where you have the agents of the parties as well. And right at the Collation Center, no counting is done. What is done is simply to collate the results from the pink sheets, and this is done at the Constituency Collation Center. It is done in the presence of the agents of the parties and observers and media partners, and once parties are satisfied, they go on to sign the collation forms provided at the Constituency Collation Center. They are also giving copies of these, and a copy is also pasted at the Constituency Collation Center. From the Constituency Collation Center, the results travel to the region, where party agents are also present. Again, this is not a counting process. As I mentioned, the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced and the results that are collated. But the results from the constituency are also collated at the regional level. Once parties are satisfied, the regional results collation forms and the summary forms are filled, and the parties sign on to these, and they are giving copies of these forms. It is at this level that the results are then faxed to the head office, that is at the National Collation Center. Again, the results come through fax, and it is done in the full glare of the party agents who receive the fax, and they review it against what they may have received from their respective parties. If they are happy and it conforms to what they have received, they then endorse it. After endorsement, the results are projected and as provisional results. Those provisional results are brought to the commission, and we scrutinize it. And as the returning officer for the presidential, I go on to sign this. I'd like to ask that citizens exercise patience. It's just been 23 hours since the close of polls. The process is elaborate, it is inclusive, it involves the political parties and observers at every step. And the whole idea is to ensure that what comes up at the end of the day has involved, it's a bottom-up approach that has involved all the agents at all levels. And at the end of the day, what comes up is acceptable by all the candidates and their supporters and the citizens as well. So this is the elaborate process we have. And we thought that this afternoon, it was important to allay the fears and the anxieties of citizens. The Commission is going to intend and will uphold the will of the people as expressed at the polls, and that will is what has been captured on the pink sheets. However, it's important that we exercise patience, we take our time, and we are very thorough in producing the results at the national level. As we speak, we have had results coming from Ahafo, and we are expecting more results coming in the next few hours. We are trusting, we believe that within 72 hours, and this has been the norm, we should be able to declare the results of the presidential election. As I indicated, we broke that record in 2020 and declared it in 48 hours, but we do have 72 hours within which to declare the presidential results. Of course, if all the results come in the next hour and we review them, we would not wait until 72 hours or 48 hours before we do so. It's important to mention also that the delays in some of the collation centers has resulted from the BCG where they have it's impossible to collate results for a particular constituency where it would not affect the outcome and where the winner would still emerge winner with a at least 50% plus one. The decision has been taken by the Commission to proceed with those results even if we don't have certain constituencies as part of the final results. Once we come up with the final results, we would look at that and include it. But in order not to waste time where there's some difficulty to collate constituency results, we will proceed to collate the presidential results without it, and so long as it does not affect the outcome of the final result. So we'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and we believe that in the next few hours we should be receiving some of the results. As I indicated, we have received the results from the Ahafo region, and we believe that the others would be coming soon. Before I end, I'd like to assure you, I think the Commission has walked the walk of transparency. We have walked the walk of accountability. We have walked the walk of responsiveness, and we have walked the walk of inclusiveness. And this has been evident from the very start of our electoral calendar, that is in the preparation of the voters' register to date. I think that the evidence is clear. The matter speaks for itself, as my colleagues in law would state. And the transparent manner in which we have conducted ourselves has ensured that this election has been peaceful, it has been credible, it has been fair, and it has been acceptable by all stakeholders. So we'd like to assure you and assure all the people of Ghana that it is the will of the people as expressed at the polls that has been reflected on the pink sheets that will travel from the polling station to the constituency, to the region, and to the National Collation Center that would be declared at the end of the day. It is the people's choice. As President of the Republic of Ghana, that would be announced, and we believe, so help us God. So on behalf of the Commission, we thank you very much for your time. We believe that in the next few hours, we are hopeful that the results will start trickling in. And if it becomes necessary to hold another press conference, we will do so. But to the citizens of Ghana, we ask that you exercise some patience. So transparent has been the process, and I believe that, I think right from the first few hours after the opening of the polls to date, we have held, this is the 8th press conference that we have held as part of the 2024 election. Indeed, prior to this time, the Commission held only one press briefing, and that was when the results were going to be announced. We believe that even in the next couple of hours, you would work with us, you would journey with us on the journey of transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness as we receive the results that will come in from the regions. We assure the citizens that we will work hard in their interest as our key stakeholders to ensure that every vote that is cast at the polling station counts. Well, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
That's the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Madam Jean Mensah, who has just...
Right, and the Electoral Commission, a returning officer for the presidential elections, Jane Mensah, and out in Kenya, me and Ukraine, Nimadi couldn't do a better press conference. My name is Rabadrion. Radam Tier. The Oka in Tiasi. What's it saying? What's it saying? What is
your car? Kwasiani said, Omudi and Brand, Juma, and Nedam in the CI 127. And at or see, Usha 43 Hona, or see your collective results now. I was saying transmitting and call. Enti hono enya honsu be free wako regional na free regional dey abano and all those processes no omo collect ni dey embedu ni nsem enti o dey mra na e adwuma enya embedu ni nsem na hafu dey na abano kra enya nse dey huni o si omo dey no be sha se o be wie no na dia no wo ba ye na ko omo board bi da ho Nanka hafudie ye PM na ye hu hafudie ye bwana tension ye presidential when we ni ye ya wa pad say pad abetena le meti wase omo aye ne wo so omo ya nka baby a ti kra ye bon komo for troubles ni ade wo coalition centers or so a political parties in country omo ko for so omo calm down na say do get your press conference am say wa anti yes, right, General. And say every party be a here be a military. They be a man for can say me too diplomatic dodo, but we here Sani Amani so yes. And to send attention across yes, right, General. And MPP or leadership. From the presidency and Kasa Obibi or can be money. Sena General Kaya no. Peace Council sometimes so omunso omuposha so embwa because one kasa you have been given that position to play a particular key role in election. By this time crank omukra babo yes na press conference na kamo start ka de mo hunu wo elections nsu mo budget amuso kasa ebinim kan ya nkoyie na waka nipa awuo no aye ka ho asem no a ne yakwa miensen na wa ba be kan wasema condemn we are na wa can publicly so call on political parties in penny for so mo nka mo supporters ne down na wo kwate kokwam na Fred Johnson say look at say Brabonti na wa what we adwuma speaker say say doctor
they have not been efficient at all.
It's
unfortunate because the Peace Council has not seen the need up till today to call on the presidency Omanpeni Enipa watching your bomutuo muye no set up an investigative committee or commission of inquiry. Na say kanumpa you bet me chire. I had to say a reconciliation kind of thing. You go for fie chire na yem famra. Emebesi sa enwotwe na ya kan wasem. Sa yisi asema obatin wo kan ya wototo papa se o
mama fama na bi ntudwa na to aso yesi techiman ye reporter or techiman south ye friend no crash won kaso so ontumi nkasa na o mateki o hostage ade kan coalition ya guy for no guy man for na TS mo enti ti said ya de pa ye kan omo share dem lock wo no no so sa ya lock wo enti wono kra wo suro so obeka sa wontu bi nya hwe ndisi alo o say room arrest o corner arrest o classroom arrest o bi ntumi hu ensem bebre doctor to aso
enti no sa asemo ya oba pani betina se o kekan ye me hu the direction of it
the akoso no na unu hwe ballot box no Tachiman South and no mu twa boot no hwe ballot box no no way yeah here na dey asego my blasters
This is unprecedented.
My goodness, it hasn't happened like this before.
It has never happened like this before.
Yeah, maybe I done some skirmishes, but they do you actually. I don't try to know. Ballot box name ballot sheets, papers, and photo printing was so. One much a jar to Mabuno to jar to.
Senate Debia Africa letters.
Wow, this doesn't happen in
more delay in delivering justice. You know, not near my say.
Violence will take place, as Captain was saying.
Nana ya okay ya abra na Sami Jemfi yen press we na on say openi election offense communication director na kasa Fantini man so ba ka che say it has been finally declared say omo win teachman south earlier on na one from say Samson Kosa Asan Afa. But now it has come out to say
we need Techiman South.
That place I've said is a flashing point.
Yes.
A flash point also.
So you don't waste time. You better come out with the declaration.
Because we know a premeditated.
That's what my papa glass. Hey, Techiman South, police station. Police station. And my farm more.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Number of death in Anya trainer. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Now, police for the home, so I want to walk. Most I didn't know. No, I don't. Hey, police station, I want to talk about home. No, hey, now, what more that says in the day?
Now, police for 90 bonnie ben.
Hey, now, where are mobile? Ghana, where John Mahama and Manaka. John Mahama and Manaka. Police need now. And one more to one. Police need now one more to boy. No, well, and I cried now, Bontain. There be police need by a good gate, Nano. And I 90 now, Bontain. I
actually nipe bi asha wa.
I wonder, if you actually on crop hey, share. Techiman South, I will see on Facebook. Why, oh, near 95.1 FM now, Timia. Ko near 95.1 FM Facebook. Now, yeah, can you be wait? As a Kenya, they are ready and Kenya, pepe. Yeah, MPs me and say free Ghana, or Mundane. Yeah. And Mamma Parry, what I'm one of the red. I ask some more, no, man, take out to a ballot papers here, will be a facuno.
Yes, sir, Bibi or can be money, Biancasa.
Peace country. Yet you have a career. Doctor, what would you say? Because
their budget.
The budget, so
they should come out and talk.
By this time, these things are happening. It's been happening since morning, and they are quiet.
Techiman South is a flashpoint.
I must call on the president as well.
When after 8 people were killed extrajudicially, that no investigation.
Nobody has spoken.
Yes, no investigation has been conducted. A flashpoint. In today, I'm because I'm penny 1 yard here. 1 yard here.
Judgment, you know,
there's a judgment.
There's a judgment.
There's an investigation also.
Yes, Nipa sees big court say Omana adi won yamo prepranti omo did damages and our state prosecution and our police for the almost submitted video. Judge in judgment anymore or can say
compensation.
Yes, police.
And the Omo won here.
But or can we say near instructive for Musa see police for now video now must submit to court no and now more argument say a yankofo no na retaliating eto nu kra aprapra na nipa na ewo no ebe to me possible say e your mom ntuo judge ni can say o show video ni mo no the shot were from
The police
and free crowd in and now he who alleges must prove. The burden of proof now shifted to police for they say. Yes, there's a proof say a tone every mumu. So if you have any other evidence, say there were gunshots from the crowd, Mumfambra, Bibi Samba, and it was very detailed.
No, but wait, if it continues like into the night, I fear. If it continues like this, it goes into the night.
The presidency must talk. Yes, President-elect NDC team, you know. Omumba Abonti Obian calling in Crawford to order because one way or the other, Omuchita for no beti.
Certainly.
Now the name so half for the blackboard than it. No, okay.
They shouldn't delay because this. No matter the reason how you want to rationalize it, it is happening. Across the country, so yen intent is going over.
Especially when Chairman General has come to say, "Me, I won't calm them down." They will do worse. Oh, somebody must act
because they are not too sure.
They don't trust the EC.
Yes, they don't trust the EC. They let them go. But is it not interesting, say, in a period where you have created about 3 bureaucratical layers in the electoral processes, we now have coalition officers.
Yeah.
And also coalition officers. Yeah, 1, 2. With the regional coalition swaba. And kanano na police stations obia kutani pink sheet whatever. It is sent to the constituency. That is the constituency. They do the coalition.
Yes.
And the declaration parliamentary is made. Presidential. It is sent to you. And you say, no, but
now there cause a problem near parliamentary. Parliamentary there cause a problem. No. And I don't know what he's been able to tell his people as to how, because polling by this time parliamentary results
there should be a body of inquiry that should be set up when President Mahama, he says he's going to investigate when President-elect Mr. Mahama takes over. That body must be instituted. Jean Mensah must testify. It will not be like the Supreme Court where now legal technicalities no man that one is even a cardinal sin to the nation because there was no accountability. That period of unaccountability, that period is past. In no too distant future, people will render accountability.
Yankwa amasama na Alfred ewa homaso yeso obi ekolapase ne komo amasama obi ekolapse wo no mo ne nim de ama collapse na ba come because we know me na me can me cover elections eba no constituency dia but it shouldn't take this long constituency maybe I onim say check akra ne baby a wotwa nsuo ni ade by this time MPs a front place yes MP there we who the last
say efficiency say easy no wo say dey there
ta me kwa Alfred no Alfred majo asumbe bu Alfred majo
ya mejo so
aha na Alfred yes you obi collapse wa amasaman ya men tonka ye dia na ekoso amasama ehono mo
ya medase ma mintia oda mintia ya hefo na peso mintia pelifo ahodo wa ewo internet with dina ebre na ababate ebe den ejuma na abate na ye ho ejuma nsabebe na AC ewo amasama constituency from enra yebepiem ewo district assembly me pato ewo ye collection no wa no me pato after that anato about 8:15 and yebepiem ewo correction center ye say information yakaka enyama abome no ekafe just about 3-4 minutes ago and officially EC 24 announcing a confirmed and certified results for both presidential, of course, parliamentary, and exclusively Onua Abatoɔ Asoeɛ. You see that you can break the amount. But before the figures, so no, I understand some of our community. I'm going to say mene Ghana for so be ka edit through the amount and no after enyumre 850 820 you be PM wa no the team are ni na about collection 24 HSF polling stations back 311 and almost actually we say obetima police ni na sana resource no etimi apa the police station na kasa no 309 now all the special voting to police station Ekanwa and a man 311 and then right you can go map so now but to my forward when HMA na results are ever na encouraging for NPP it's the coalition center and shada NPP job obibiri na anwumre after around 10-11 p.m. and NDC job forum the PMO or the coalition center yeah oma chomania asma post oma da fi Germany so about them 2 hours or 3 hours for the coalition no na after the my friend na maintain what after them the one and we say emre na che na the people say they be that na ye coalition na ye check results now you think I parliamentary and sana they have a presidential but I had you know omo presidential before parliamentary ma e tuma no ekweche ye ma tuma for say voters no ekoko epa ye man some be na and it is and I'm santi the director general and the director for electoral commission Ewoka East the battle no and Amasara constituency the battle of the contain file document be union sebi if the kama or the airport the moment I enter coalition center again no and you would see here so the now the director general nakasa at the form say ayaya kukutukuma and as kuna fi opening no air one so obedient nsa etimi aka the director general for can well for electoral commission air consent now say about for one inside immigration officers for inside and after 5 for inside etimi rush to the scene no more etimi air guided the director general no more etimi epija no air and kaka inside we know say other members of the electoral commission after and the A4C we fire for them and we have them and say no and air force you know so far issues are trying to about people for now about what the NDC for actually at their farm just about 1:32 p.m. and NPP or more constituency secretary central for our coalition center and to you said results are air part of one safety account when you say opinion the Eric Asimono NDC candidates I say NDC candidates we don't show at the Amasaloma prepare or no executive NDC Franca Edward constituency and don't know to move about 1:32 p.m. and that particular season it's in the air pass to every Yama you go through from a no anatro at 8:15 up so now it's a very quick one I remember key numbers no quick information now but when the HMO baby before now is way a certified resource but I'll say and the answer of the free presidential the battle NPP around the day added Dr. Mahmoud Baumia Amasamai constituency the battle onya 37,101 the battle 37,101 37101 and all a figure Dr. Mahmoud Baumia NPP the battle onya JCPP the battle onya 4444 JCPP onya 4444 and after Kum the battle Kum enya 8787 Kum 8787 and a Kofia Palo 1515 LGP 1515 the battle NTP the battle onya 1313 NTP 1313 CPP 120 120 CPP 120 120 and after NTC John Dramani Mahama 55,037 55037 NTC 55,037 55037 and a number NTC Enya Amasamai APC 6363 APC 6363 Configuration Independence 8 single 8 me patrol doing SHMA Nana Kwame Petiako
915 915.
Hey.
Nana Kwame Bediama 915 915. Alan Kojo Chamantin. Alan Kojo Chamantin 746 746 746 746. And now a certified resource presidential our Amasaman 2020 and media so reporter say and our parliamentary no ACB effort here Yaya Kasim NPP Yaya Kasim unya 39,525 Yaya Kasim 39525 Yaya Kasim 39,525 39525 and I say around the thing edit set them Kuku Apanyo NDC the patrol unya 53,759 53759 set them NDC 53,759 53759 Jerry M. John me onya 246 246 and after Samuel Kwame Daniel the pastor onya 1,000 1000 onya 1,000 so nana the pastor ba we a certified results Onua Abatoɔ Asoeɛ yebreki ediama Ghana for emanata Onua TV na fe Onua fa na fe the other affiliates are emanata dumedi
Alfredo lotto numbers dey obe papa me hear say dey obobo 55 na just say what them electoral commission adwuma no cry me say ma me no onya ma na meyo e be fine papa e da se na adwuma de ya wayo e wo ho dum na hear say dey electoral commission panimu no wo no wono adira ho a obuhwe ye no a obi be won twede pe o hwa so obi awon twede nam se wo hwa na ko ni mu no se kire e na ogya to ho sa na ahomte sa de kokko so nyina na ye hwe na ye ntumi enka ho asem na ensi ye kono na me se Joshua ona na wakasa mwa
pacha
ama sama ho no say member of parliament or no MPP member of parliament na wo ena wo primaries no or na wo ayo sa wo ye no ena nipa oba na me catch us so be man sase what in sase na convince wo mo no to man wo we ye primaries no wo mo de sase ada ne manso me de be ma wo tina me metwa wa head ha wo sabe kan say ya eneja akwa wie
ni o twese kai no
wo was kan
penfo na kai this delegate system of picking parliamentarians probably internal way now say they must have a relook at it because the beginning of say kwaya fa so ye fa obi ma be MP and ever to no so aba no say nipa no oye nkrofo no choice say wanya nkrofo no choice e o say hwe ni ya sa we na NDC for the buy no where maybe registered members of the party including the executives so ebenya akonya atu nipa so aba na ye internal elections in the constituency because the number of people, the sheer size of the people who would take, it will be difficult for you to rather bribe your way through.
You know,
into the more of contest of ideas. In Kadiamu yes, our community way.
Yes.
In Kasa primary, the people who knows the terrain in terms of the constituency idea. That for me will limit the corruption.
Because I also they had a bit of issues, but I'll come there. And Sasa who says, Mammy Kwamaswansa, Mohammed El Savalogu, yes, attention, signing of pink sheet, attention, dear Banyasem Kitwa, is becoming something that is happening all over the country. It looks like these things are happening everywhere. Mohammed Majo. Mohammed, good evening. How are you?
I'm good.
Right. What's happening? I can see some men. I don't know whether they are talking among themselves or they are angry. What's happening there?
Yeah, currently we are currently at the Coalition Center for Sustainable Constituency, and the challenge is that the parliamentary candidate for NDC, which is Abdullah Idris Jacob, the representative is saying that they don't want to sign. They don't intend in signing it. They have some challenges with the results, but they haven't given any reason, concrete reason yet. Hello?
Yeah, they don't want to sign the pink sheet. You mean the MPP agents don't want to sign the pink sheet?
Yes, please.
But the law, actually, so what's the EC person doing?
So, currently, the representative is working with the EC to calm the tensions down. So, but what is happening is that currently is that the tensions are currently down, and they are finding amicable ways to resolve the issue.
It means that the EC official has not been able to declare the winner there because they've not signed the pink sheets. That's what you're saying?
Yes. So, he hasn't given any concrete reason yet. Any reason for us why
they are not signing the pink sheets?
Want to sign. Yes.
Right. Thank you for your update. We'll come back to you at a later date, hopefully. Now, Omar signing, and then we can actually let people know who won that seat. Thank you so much, Mohammed Jibril. And now, I'm on a body free logo, Ediaba. But I know, Emrano, say pink sheets now will be so unsigning. Doesn't stop the EC official to say yes.
No.
I'm here. I observe this. This person won.
At the final end, if it is parliamentary, it rests the bus stops with the returning officer. It is on by discretion. Nipa reasons, it's not tangible. He can go ahead.
Let me go ahead to declare.
Say nipa can escalate the matter and take it.
Because a lot of the coalition centers, maybe or high and to be declared because they are saying so. Agent in Bamba signing it. A candidate to be agent in signing it, we signing it. But the law doesn't actually stop you as an electoral officer there to declare the results if you think everything
yes, when you are
right.
satisfied, unless a BIEC officer and a returning officer also has issues, and it was also escalating above on own share. And yes, idea I was on signing some of night before I ever call me can say some bottlenecks here. Yes. Abe say a efficiency in ECD coalition. Regional Coalition Center bear more. Say a creative problem. They may not have factor time and a problems about to me the about. In the they need to relook at it going forward. And then omunshe na yenso enedie na no sesia na in future no omunshe bebia omudi sa review ni beba because unfortunately no ade ya collect as police station na ya be collect at constituency na ya san ko collect at regional ya the national na ya san ko collect biom. It's quite too cumbersome because all the political parties they have reps at the police station. Send also the omo regional omo trusting one pa beba district level na constituency level no na omo finalize wo ho eba national. I don't think the many stops on the way no, because it means that the
electoral commission or the grow for ipodi na say registration yi na more papi omo nipa ba ko ho nsem by omo suspended.
So be sky. Entina na me can say it was some ma ample time say na mrani kano. Say was some review mrana. Na omuntu mean selecting microphone ye. Omu ye omu screening na. Then they give the public and the political parties opportunity to screen say where dear you obibia or baby or vote but we potent dear. Or allegiance to party A or party B. Enti yen to me money in the referee money ye. Say na doc can
Menko Dr. Honami Bisan, let me come to the MP school or some of them we know who lost. Like Ablekuma Central, Esla also. Doctor, why do you think she lost?
In such a trauma, you can air back nipa no hofono and to do some pensona they just want you out, especially because we are near be ukasa na dia mfata we are hunter we are home so just a 2 minutes I enter so it is often said that if you want to tell the character of a man, give him power.
But she's one of the powerful women in parliament, like not just for MPP but over Onua for us or Kasa or parliament. No cry no speaker. Enyano babae.
You see, but I think it's we find ourselves in a part of the world that we cherish our value system. We are ba wunye bema maninye ye. We are bema so wuntimi nya oba maninye ye. Into these intangibles, people look at those things to decide how some of these things should happen. Obi send a message say, men can fante kakra na into the keep goes to make a fancy ma na no what on idea. The fancy yana mintan continue.
The point is I'm almost a but in your start na 10 na ko fanta
because my father is an asante. Mommy in there. Also loose and them meeting can it's because of some of these basic things. In Sudan, or to more you have, and another say makes more relate with people. No, sometimes it's not good. A woman must, you see, it doesn't matter where you get to, you must equally be submissive. The way and manner, any being for anyone casa, anyone yano, as if there. So what kind of walk kusi si ala betu mini benina ko
dabi afun bitu ko yasa ntwa wo ashanti me mema ho na oba ne gina ko no ntende
anu baba minia
ma menkwa ho ma no somra na ntwa so
o hwe na mi refi me kano big FM takrade there say anhwe ne ye ya Techiman South, there will be a reprisal attack.
Techiman South is where I'm going to. Dominic, here, eyewitness to what happened in Techiman South now. Homaso, person and the Komoka. Dominic, Mado.
Yeah, madam.
Now, then I want to talk about police station. Yeah, police for General want to be here.
Actually, you know, and another council of this year, especially Techiman South, the local baby, 2 days, especially the poor has it. But some of most of some of soldiers for no bar around na or more every side. But I say be ANC and I'm being free when she bar teach my young goon when this is for. So we do not say, then I mean, they are Mundi cannot so baby. I'm feeling to say sending to me a day. Inside, and also then give to me saying that is a bit of a phenomenon in Casa. I want to have a good treasure, a son will be good treasure. That police for around soldiers for it could be a few more. Come to 12 years, I know money in our. As an MP, I'm a coffer, or the care of Fanum. Police commander of the care of Fanum with fear back. I'm being command. So, you know, on the show by the answer, Pija and say, well, now, really. So, my announcement is my higher camp, problem be new after that.
Mamma, 7 see, maybe. Or, say, dear CNS, no more expected, Nipano or and so Baba Bega, the Winnie and Sansa. Is that what it is?
Also, no, you can say yes. Say no, one can so me first ring council, or me counting back on, and I say you second one, I say you third one, no, and I don't buy when sign or call you. Now, I'm saying this is from the war, and someone can be in the sign. So, I'm forced to use in any salary, you know. Now, you see, this one, when you think you must out, and I say, I saw me in a class, no one say, or you can see, no. If you want now, so just for the bar around the same myself, go for and so just for the car, someone messages from them. That's just for the inside. Tomorrow inside no has some more talk more. Yes, I know, man.
And here I say, or machine, no, about sign.
Well, some of them go far by the deal. I say, you might some man now should be a community. Smile can be here.
And I want to know more to go police station or not, the MP no say police station.
No, my instead of more to say, you know, and Casa say, or more loose, then this is now far. I didn't create more trouble in a police for no home, just when we're inside. That's not for the moon days and someone soldiers for the police. So just so from this about now to be ama I'm the MP no atnaka so just one the atnaka am the no call man ko no mo side de nyina afiri ho so just one no mo to mo boss ata mo wura mu no
soja for na we inside na mo to bo bo mu
mo to mo to mo pi na so mo bi aba no mo bi aba so police for no so just one be wura ho no mo ase for mo mo
Ghana pa de bebe du na e di o so de ni no no san ko fa MP ni ba e kra na so ya ni tam to na o react a but me da Dominic me da papa no wa man ba the brain so I mean this shouldn't have been an issue sometimes to me for na you can't be to be honest it's unnecessary. If something like this is happening, you want nese be a nipa no wanyare. What kind me ensa na wari en wode ho ahom tie. Ya madam for tourism minister say edu ba bi afa collapse kura. Ahom tie. No what no want into one person be twa hwe wo mani ma bi a wo ho. Me beza mani beza na osria na. Hey, oh my kasa. You manage you. Live TV to be here to. You manage doing easy. Every yo. What you can't impress our worry.
But I will always wish to have
a honey potter because
now no force to say the pan one sign.
I'm surprised say one now Robert sign no ejuma ni gira returning officer party agents are double checks enti say bako was on sign na Onua doesn't mean they should hold the whole constituency to ransom.
No ama yeah to trouble about soldier for
enti na me say training no and selection ni training no e was say enko yie na nkofo no ntie adwuma na mo kwa akoye na ase.
If I propose to you sir, the EC should sublet the selection of these officers to any of the CSOs to do that like
on behalf of the EC. It's not a bad idea. I think it's not a bad idea. So
they will do the screening everything. No. They will do the screening everything. At the end of the day, they will write a thorough report. And maybe say NIB and I think say maybe for fairness and to let afano process we should sublet that particular way.
And the Africa
especially in the SCC and for a delay, delay process of collation. How can you have collation officers recruited? You still have regional collation officers, and you still have a delay in declaration.
We are still delaying in declaring things. The better
do our training department of Africa Electronics.
Mobile.
Yeah, if you listen to our expertise.
Oh yeah, so to me, I make about $1 million.
My idea, you like the idea?
Yeah, but we have to look at the pros and cons.
You as a nation, to go through procurement, lobby, and write a proposal.
Yes.
Tell us how you intend to train them, how you intend to select them, right? What kind of background checks will you put in place? All of this we need to know so that we can. So you go there for the tendering and we can give you that.
Start writing your proposals.
It's a consideration, so they'll probably have to think about it.
We need a change.
Asante Achimnov, the very affable and loud, if I should use that word, MP. What it MPP for? I don't know some more. Why you? Well, no cry and a can for ya must go to Kessim. Party. Yeah, mo cry. I say, you do baby now so more company and crass and go lose about to win, you know. Why? Am I independent candidate? Akwaya. That lawyers who radio station, control. Independent, they win. It's on them, independent, they win. Independent, they be able. And this is fire. Independent, they different. Wow.
A plus,
A plus is where we need. A plus na tia obetete mo parliament mo.
As independent
A plus tia obetete mo no.
Na sa akonya no na one na ye MPP for akonya.
Ai.
O ba ka sa family no ni na ndisi ni.
Na ntokwa ho.
O man ka sa mu krofo na ba.
Na ntokwa ho nti ya na ja otife no na ese. Ene ade anti ye bona ba so ba how akom sin so alusu. Ai how akom sin what reason do you think brought about her loss?
A lot of factors. Sesi ano, ama for do na bre abano, and I have effect. And now on one kasa ni honi so, it has been an issue. Ebi mo si na nini ye, and ejuma on the ground no on ye. Mo sa adie chiche. It's a factor affect ye parliamentary candidates. Oh, say it is so much chiche niama on the grounds. Even baby amimiti Esla or say Omunina che, but at the end of the day, no one share Omun share the science of it because say 200. Now be my 50 idea. Yen 150 na can yen then.
On found so no in crop for no what.
Antina no never my yen na ya can. Send me ye party ni kra. Now I'm mamia. Met to me awful.
Me say crow wa me say e tete me na makotuma badada. Mama me I wa frame me a wo musoro me. Wo me shop kwa wo hwe number no hu number person tire. Nko frame rabe mo fa na no tenten me kama sem. Do obi a frame me. Eso mo ho no mo frame obi so nkoto aba no me de. Ate. Yeah. She me kola.
Fitimi mo fresin Omon chiche bibi sada ma.
Unya bi da.
Unya bi da. Fitimi mo fresin ma titi sa.
So wo so ano ya. Nti sa na beba no. Ma me kwa Andre Japa mesa ho no so lusu yi.
Oh.
What do you think?
Well, interestingly, I'm saying 3 days to the elections.
Yes.
My young boy being in Nkro for mo frame. Na me so no ya na me investigation me ntie politicians me per grassroots information. These are MPP boys. And I'm catch them say, sir, secondly, Blair will take the elections.
The MPP person said so.
Yes.
What was his reason?
Omunyina Abatoɔ man.
Adentia.
Omusu bobo. Na I'm saying no nche no de ama bobo ho kire no pa na say de obeye bia na Blair so aye okochantuma no so akochebi okoyiska no so
yi
into the financiers no
support no
because they were bent on taking him out. Secondly, in general nankasa na economy no enye
old town.
Secondly, economy enye. They are hustlers. It is poverty-driven, constituency. But see, man, no. Omunya kwenya koba mo koba no. Omantimi entu a chronumpo. Secondly, no, up till now, a chrono still omuntimi ensi omuman hiniu.
Nti ahini ntawantawa kaka.
Ahini ntawantawa into leadership no eni ho. So you will see say Nana Kobrankatia.
Yes.
Ono no ondi ma second. So intino in fact ebinum ka say anu pode memfa ban here sesia.
Yeah.
Intino second day up till now it's been decades since they had not been able to
at that town.
I had that town. So
think I said you no general no na nka eboa kakra.
To make the place where and fishing harbor, but some fishing harbor, and so mom because some me up for Motako Syria, they are seafarers. And apart from that, don't say Nanka store away, Nanka yet the Panya, Omoba, Omsi Tower.
Na castle was about
no, I don't. Okopanya, Okoboy, Bami, na de unde, Baba Dandano, Noja Kano, Hananda, Antono, into Noma. Economy, secondary economy, no. Though it was dead, and a takrade economy, no, no, or a far superior to secondary. In the wisdom pay for wages certain institutions before secondary, like the regional ministry, lands commission, so that as a twin city, as a twin city, one will have a positive impact on the other. But still, it has still not worked.
No, maybe a big schools for. I mean, St. John's, but yet the place is a bit dead. Well, yeah,
it's a place that makes the place up.
Okay. Dr. Chile will confess. Oh, hey, Yanko, Dankwa, Inoko, Aquatia, Dankwa. Yes. Aquatia, cement, wants to be a PM or there someone.
I may after the kids were Aquatia, it's about a shot, and the better with and I near a woman say up to now, no, you need me already including our Aquatia, and that's right, so both presidential and parliamentary in India.
So I'm from MPP, they win Aquatia. And I'm from MPP, they win Aquatia. Let's see, and I'm from MPP, they win Aquatia.
Yes, me say, both parliamentary and presidential. Ushemua na NDC nanso no NDC for no enso the almost here NDC aye dey because it's the same ekoso a almost say ama Abatoɔ no anye krodin na almost say almost say abranti bi a abranti wi ni bi e dey almost eka speaker almost change number e was so eno e ma almost ekoye report ma police report so e dey e dey almost so almost so no almost ekogo mu nti sabe mi no kata dey and we see e peja odi a science say we na e di ana say we na e say na anopa no NDC mpani for the press conference anopa no na nia almost trust and almost here almost nji so entu say obi ayini na obi a eyini ye na almost
almost what na ya declare there this year declare what na Mama nko domi kwa benya na bibi sense wo domi kwa benya nti ensa mo hwi ensa nko domi kwa benya dom kwa benya my kokwe ewrade na hwan na eso yi yankwa
We have also seen heavy deployment of military personnel in here as well, who are also ensuring that peace will be stable at the Dom Kwabenya Coalition Center. The police officials too have also doubled in number, also here to ensure that everything will be done in place very well to ensure that at the end of the day the exercise will be a smooth one. I will be going down so that we can get to interact with some of the NDC supporters who have been here since yesterday, others also coming just right away from other constituencies to give them a moral support so that at the end of the day their candidate, which is Honorable Faustina Elikplima Krugu, will be declared as the Member of Parliament for the Dom Kwabenya constituency. And just like I indicated, when that happens, then it means that this is going to be the first time after a very long while that the NDC will be representing here in the Dom Kwabenya constituency. We should recall that this is the second time Elikplima Krugu is standing. Previously in the 2020 elections, she stood against Sarah Adwoa Safo and came in a bit closely according to the results, but unfortunately she wasn't able to represent the constituency in Parliament. Sarah Adwoa Safo did, but looking at all the circumstances surrounding her losing from the primaries, it gave the NDC the confidence that they were going to win this time around, which possibly might be happening for them. So at this premises, or it's where you get to enter before you get to the coalition center, you can see that the police officials are here ensuring that no individual will be able to make their way into the premises to ensure that everything will be done and done smoothly. Just like I indicated indicated as well, this particular point, which is the entrance point to the coalition center, has been barricaded, so individuals are not allowed to cross it over and come to the other side. But I will be engaging some of the constituents who have been here for a very long time to know what they are expecting at the end of the day. You're live on TV3. I'm sure you've been here for a very long time. Some have been here since yesterday. What time did you get in here, and what are you waiting for basically?
We are waiting for them to declare the MP. So that's the reason why we are here.
Which MP? I'm seeing you in an NDC outfit, so I'm sure you are waiting for them to announce Eli Kulim as the winner.
Yeah, actually I'm from Medina.
Right.
So, I'm from Medina.
So you are part of those who just came in to support the crowd in here?
Yeah.
How did you get the information, and tell us the reason why you're here? I want you to explain that to us.
Oh, we are at Medina when we heard that they've not declared the MP over here.
Right.
So we need to rush and come and support for them to declare the MP.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sure you are also a party agent. Were you here since yesterday?
Yes, please.
What has been going on?
Okay, since yesterday, we were here after collating. They said they need some paint sheets around 2 a.m. So it arrived by that time, and everything delayed again. So in the afternoon, we saw 14 ballot boxes. So we have to rush ourselves to scatter everything and tear everything, because most of the ballot papers there are not certified. So we have to destroy everything and burn it there. So later we got an information that the NPP said they don't have their pin sheet. So what the EC is having, the hard copy, is not the same thing they are having, but their pin sheet is on the laptop. So they want the EC should work with their own pin sheet.
Right, so I'm sure at the various polling centers you had agents from the New Patriotic Party as well. At the moment we are only seeing people who belong to the NDC and not the NPP. Have you heard from some of your colleagues? Where are they?
Colleagues who are MP?
Yeah, exactly, who were with you at the polling centers?
Yeah. Most of them were here. And even I had information that some people refused to sign at the polling station.
Why is that so?
I don't know. Just all of a sudden they say they decide not to sign, but they force some of them to sign. So that is the information we got. But what the information Movement for Change is having on their pension is the same information NDC is also having.
Let me have a quick one with you before I make my way inside again. Beautifully adorned in your red and black smock. I'm sure you are also anticipating the results at the end of the day. What are you expecting?
For them to announce so everybody can go home, because everybody is stressed out. I've been here since let's say last night. We didn't leave because I think this dawn around 2 to 3 a.m. we saw some people try to bring in ballot boxes and then pink sheets. We had to stop them. So it's been like that, back and forth. So it's not, if you try to move, they have their own way. So it's like
right, Beatrice. So I'm sure you can clearly hear the supporters agitating, saying that they want peace, and this is because the declaring of the results in the Donkobenya constituency has delayed. They were expecting the collation of the results to be done by yesterday, but it has gone all through and it has come to today as well. Most of them have been waiting for a very long time. At a point they got agitated and started pelting stones towards some of the EC officials. It also got to a point where an official...
Since yesterday we are here. Why they cannot declare? They have to come and declare. That's what we are waiting for. We are leading. So what? You want peace?
Did you just come here?
Yes, please.
Why are you here?
I'm here to support. I just want to support. I'm
mean, the NDC and I would support.
Absolutely. How about you as well?
Yes, sir, boss. We are NDC people. But, boss, what the EC are doing, this is one of the things that they do, and it creates problem and death to the country. And they will say the youth are not good. What they are doing is very, very bad. They should stop it. What if right now, if the youth strike and do something, the soldiers will say they will shoot them, and if they shoot them, they are doing wrong thing. So we want them to declare our mom and let her go and relax. She's suffering too much.
Right, we are all hoping that they will declare the results soon. But Beatrice, I'm sure you can see the wall over there. Most of the supporters had to use a wooden ladder to climb towards that wall and climbed all over to the top where they made their way into the collation room and destroyed a number of stuff which brought the entire exercise to a standstill. You can see how agitated they are. They are concerned about their thumbprints, and that's the reason why they are shouting that they want change in the Donkobenya constituency. And not seeing some of the New Patriotic Party supporters at the premises, it could be that the National Democratic Congress could be leading, because earlier I had mentioned that in the largest polling center here in the Donkobenya constituency, the NDC presidential side and also the parliamentary side won hands down in that constituency. We've also been picking from the grounds that the National Democratic Congress might be winning the entire elections in the Donkobenya constituency in both the presidential and also the parliamentary side as well. So we are all anticipating, awaiting that the results will be declared soon, so we can all make our way out of here. But let me also take you to the other side as well, where the supporters were preventing the police officials from
Abusia no dom kwa benya no mtena otiatem ne change na nya badada nti se ya change abo want to change mo de dey electoral commission for mo tira mo wo mbabu mo me fa nkwa wutu senya west na ehuru wutu senya ya loku wo ma loku wo mo asedem ho samonka mani kumonna enti aloku omo ye chese ndisi fu akwa gogu ho no omo bodem na SMP akotia de no se ya kan wi mwa ya kan wi no ade my transfer na akotia de MC ekasi ana ino akbi before from
It's not near me to us. It's area we want na EC officials, any both NDC, MPP party agents, together with soldier police people, extra car we say all the ballot boxes for Libya. The one of them have to do Juma. Now say omobe the deal abedia pa de omode koko for the actually a police reporting a soldier phone in the party agent phone the paper box na for omode koko for Libya.
Right, Martin, the ebesi bia okofo dia Onua ameye hunu medase papa ewutu Senya West Omo District Assembly ewutu Senya West District Assembly esi aloke District Assembly ni app omakwa koloko na app yesremo as much as ye nyina ye pese mo ye vigilant no na money da ho se be ya ye nnuam no pin sheet ni be di adanse ba se be ya ye nnuam no mo se niema adwuma na mo de amajondo amani mahama because at the end is can be the o wono no de wo ha wo de ba be adwuma na edene afi no wo betena se adwene ho amena no emudo esinkati da amena ate na mo de mo se no na mo se na mo beje de wo ka so be ya amam no mo beje me yare esa na se mo ye ya na afi madimoni so munya abotre kakra da na mo mba pa na se ne ade asori ya makwasa drums ya na ye betua honka so won soma am wono ye na asori na ope baby nti ukose no a electoral commission sika na ye de betua no so Ghana sika ti ya munya abotre vigilant ne de ehwe ya kula ye ni abrese ni abre papa ntim de munya dan no so no mo kan munyina gina dan no so mo ntete nnuam mo hyehyɛ hwɛ no o mo bom no o ma bom o lock mo fix lock ani o ma say no mo fix de o mo fix e ani say o mo bom de o mo bom o mo boda o ma lock no
o mo fix new one ani abi o mo de bi kan
o mo be lock no o mo fix o mo de no ma lock no
Any power na mo
lock o ma so o ya me ma mo na ho mo ni kum na mo nkan mo na ho nti ne o mo abo ba mo mo wi am from mebie mu wo mo pese obi abefa akire nti wo mo lock ma so ho mo de mo nkan nwie mu wi am from mebie mu nsem mebere wo Ghana ha o mo ni abre pa o mo se da no wo mo call court no the way judge for here ni some way somehow some wo mo nya ho nkofafa pink street mbeka mbo no abefa calculator ese edu nkati a no kra calculator no woni bi no aba be bobo ne pian nti wo mo ye no ground so
nana eti
public His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President-elect. Nifie, ewo military cemetery kwan so.
This current government has brought us backwards, and how they destroy the economy, how they destroy the moral fabric of this country. And so we were right there with the people at their doorsteps, in their houses, in their communities, in their churches, in their mosques, to explain what we will bring on board, particularly when we built a solid economy before handing over power to them. I mean, you talk about the stabilization fund, you talk about the sinking fund, you talk about all the buffers, everything, but today everything has been mortgaged and the country is zero. We are virtually a collapsed state. But I thank God that the people within the party, our branch organizers, our constituency, were on the field with less resources, but it was all about commitment, it was all about dedication, it's all about the structures that we put in place to be able to get our message right down to members of the public, and that is the result you are seeing today.
Ludwig, I'm going to come back to you, but Mr. Tekpe, what is the expectation of the NDC in the face of the supposed delay by the Electoral Commission now in terms of the declaration of the result?
Thank you very much. I wouldn't want to put any economic interpretation to it. Given the context.
No. Generally about the delay that the Electoral Commission is yet to declare the result. They say they are yet to get the collated results from the regions. How expectant is the NDC in terms of having the result declared in your favor? Then you can start to work towards the goal of resetting the country.
Oh, I think that the NDC post-election, would definitely be working within the transitional arrangements that are put, forward. Issues like the, expenditure in advance of appropriation, timing. Luckily, many of these things are prescribed, by law, statutory law, the Constitution as well, and they have time limits. And whatever preparation is required, a lot of intensive work had been done, during the manifesto phases of the. So I also don't envisage a prolonged delay with the EC's work, but if it does happen, of course, I expect that they would also be mindful of the, the timelines, within which things have to be done. But we have a manifesto that tells the country where we want to go. The flag bearer now President-elect would address, a number of specific issues for which I wouldn't want to, preempt. But I think some will be familiar. He's the leader, and we are all waiting. Once he addresses the Ghanaian, voters and citizens, we would fall in line and give any clarifications as may be needed.
Let me pick your thoughts on your expectations from Parliament, they will be recalled on the 16th, and one of the most important things is the vote on account, which is the last one that they will the government needs to send to Parliament before they exit. What's your expectation? What are you looking out for on the vote of account?
No, the vote of account has one overriding purpose, arising from the fact that it is impossible in an election year to pass the budget, because the law requires, and the constitution, that the budget should be read by the middle of November so that Parliament can do its work, and then latest before they go on recess, they pass the budget. Now, because it's impossible, to pass the full budget, what we are talking about is what is called the expenditure in advance of the appropriation, which could not take place. And it is to fund government from January, to the end of March, right? Within which period the 2025 budget, would then be presented by the new government, to the new Parliament. Now, I envisage two things, or let's say three things. First of all, the 2024 budget has been passed, and so we can be assured that, unlike what happened in the US, which people are comparing, the country is fully, ministries, departments, agencies, MMDAs are fully provided for 2024. So there will be no issue arising as to whether provision has been made to pay salaries, for Christmas and all that. That is in the 2024 budget, it's not in the 2025 budget. Now, there are two parliaments, we are talking about now. Usually it is the parliament whose term is expiring that passes the expenditure in advance of appropriation, and that is what is required. The Speaker has said they will recall, among other things, on the 16th. I believe that there are provisions for emergency sitting. It's not as extensive as a budget, and so I believe that before that parliament is dissolved, at the end of the year, provision can be made. Right. They would have passed the expenditure in advance of appropriation. Even in the events that this does not happen, just in the events, and to cover all the, anything one would want to anticipate, the new Parliament will be sworn in immediately after the swearing in, right? And we are talking, therefore, of a period of probably 2 weeks, for the opportunity. It has never happened, but there's nothing that says that, there's nothing that says that it should be, Parliament has to pass. So if it is delayed, then what is required is, I believe that a new Parliament, after it is sworn in, can also pass it before the end of January. And therefore what is required is adjustments to be made to make some statutory payments, notably our debts and other obligations, which would have fallen due at the end of December, and payment is normally made, in, let's say, the next quarter. But again, recall, I said that it would have fallen due at the end of December. So the provision for some of those payments, the statutory ones, are in the 2024 budget because they are December expenditures. So it is a running of government, which expires at the end of December, which is a critical issue, and which I believe capital expenditures and others, most of it can be deferred. Arrears will have to. So a limited appropriation can be passed by the new Parliament, ahead of the passing of the budget. So I envisage that, this can be done expeditiously. We have a Parliament that has done many of these things over and over, both the old and the new, and I believe that can be done.
Okay. Yes. All right. So let me take a final one from you, Ludwig. For you, you are not expecting too much jubilation, but you would want to see a party and a government getting to the grounds to work effectively.
I think there's a lot of work to be done. I mean, the economy is so bad that even though we celebrate the victory, we have to be modest in some of the things we do as a party. And so I would want to urge particularly our foot soldiers and supporters to allow His Excellency, the President-elect, to take his time and form his government, put in the necessary structures to reset the economy so that he can create opportunities for everybody in the country to have part of his plans or programs worked out. Because it's very important that we allow him, as party people, we allow him to reset the system. The economy is so bad that if we don't give him that opportunity to reset and direct the path to prosperity, it will affect all of us. So I want to appeal to particularly our party supporters. We've worked hard, we've suffered for this for 8 years, we were virtually tortured by this past government, but there is hope, and the hope is the victory. And so let's allow the flag bearer to reset the system, the President-elect to reset the system, put the necessary structures in place for prosperity for all of us, so that together we can celebrate the Ghana we want to celebrate.
Okay, many thanks. That's Ludwig Ploje, who is the Director of Logistics and Protocol for the National Democratic Congress. Well, many of the supporters, a lot of them are outside of the premises where we're transmitting from, and it's also the media stands where they're waiting for the flag bearer to come. Many of them continue to troop in, and the expectation is that once the declaration is done by the Electoral Commission, then John Mahama will walk in and will address the nation right from his cantonment private office. Komla Kluche, TV3 News, Cantonment, Accra.
About
right, and na ye be so angasa na mnua be ma Captain Smart Abatoɔ Asoeɛ till say Jen Mensa ebe na announce no ye ne mo anete because onya announce ya ye nim say Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia abe conceded defeat, but until Jen Mensa, who is the returning officer for presidential, comes to announce, the game is not over. Nti ye no bet na akopim say nti ochina be say share bi mdu mienu na ye kuri. Two questions quick. I asked one, we didn't answer, and Doctor will do that for me on the pros and cons, positive and negative of John Mahama as president-elect at the moment, especially the 90 days now. E-levy, COVID levy and stuff.
So, bet me, I answer. One, may elections, they are not me the be himself obey winning elections. So they had the benefit of the so they had the benefit of the program. Now, as a way of dousing the high expectation of the people, what can be? Or say he's going to open the books of the nation to all the unions. So that was say to
be done like more beer transparency. Let everybody know what you came to meet, and not just tell us rhetoric.
No. After that, yes, our national economic dialogue, no. The Central Accord style, which brought the homegrown policy, of which as a nation we were able to grow by 7.something% in 2017, which was already predicted before the 2017 came. Central Accord with the homegrown policy, no. Then to engage this, have this fiscal consolidation program. And to know, based upon this, the unions, also these labor unions, they will be agitating for high salary.
But once you open the books to you,
once you open the books
you cannot come agitating like that.
They will sit down, Georgia, bring all the experts. Bring all the experts together. This Senche, he says he's going to do that. At the end of the day, they will have a program like what he intends to do with the free SHS review, a program that will be accepted by all and sundry, and then they will implement. That
free
is the
SHS
people's
private schools. e ka men kwa nkan de ma men kasa mo onche so
I don't really know
but onche so
because you see say if we go on that line I think it could be 30-70 because if you go on that line you will end up collapsing the public schools cumulatively.
Yes. Joshua.
Yakoka private schools assembly. Current government you see for the private sector, but affected private schools. Papa, we said there will be a lot of agitation, say because creative perception, say public schools private school time do busy. Now I see someone calling na good government. I am within that structure. Me to me who say na omubre. And there are schools Ghana higher feel private schools yes kapa, but along the coastal lines, communities na omo interlands na. Yes, omo nyachio. Even within Accra, when you go to Dansoma along the shore. Private schools you are free, feeding fee. So they struggle to survive. Enti omunshe policy bia ebetumi aboa sa NGOs omunde partnership na these private schools enya support. Na se ebia omunye access bi to facilities bia ombetumi aye ama. It is not to make money, but it is to show up government's effort to make sure that every Ghanaian gets educated.
Right.
Until I mean, propose 30-70 or maybe 40-60 for starters to support. So that you don't end up collapsing the public sector. You say you are removing this, you are removing that. All these things will come as a cost to the nation. Into the himfa.
Now,
but no, also want to say the idea of implementing this.
Oh, but one sound friend of me here. Now, material mashumti. I say, near that. Yes, I can know the circle back near the income whether she'll be able to calm her people down a bit. If
you see 126 ministers, 85 ministers. Let's say you see 60. You can do the maths and see, sir, you save the nation some millions, hundreds of millions of Ghana cedis. That in itself, you are also going to operate a lean and efficient government. That in itself is also some kind of cost benefit to the nation. So some of these cuts, it could end up boosting the economies in those areas. But then we'll have to still find a way of blocking some inefficiencies in the system. This orally operation retrieve all loot, And
Monya ready why na mo a basintele ka se mo bedem no monya krado monya ready and your list no cry me wo ha basintele list no o manim enti sabe mo bama mo na men kai kai mo dia because e bi wo ha wo share mo platform so crash mo bedem wo say bedem because they need to investigate the matter. Cecilia Dapa say, investigating. But no, special prosecutor be Canada said it was not a bicycle, but they can investigate her for fraud. And no now omanye ntini you ready na fraud ne de
so no fraud no de ma yoko and did you so
o se ho nkrata no o ma fa amene no ti wa se nkrata ne ti nkrata ne be bia obi a no o marry aba that is we say o marry we chira
kwa na this is a part of it
marry people hope see ado ya kwade airport aboso
sir
adan say before election wo ma one say Jame we ni say clean airport wo dina ho wo mo bia kwan anybody at all so be to kwa every Ghana enti acha mo faka akotogo no airport o twem
when you say meka say ma yenja sa die say we na sha ase ntimi ntuaso no say wo say oman enko nenima bibia obi aka obi bia invest wo mu akodo bebe
JDM, the president-elect, what can say? So when you are going to money to me now, and you may even know what project for. Or say he will have to make sure. Say,
yes. Because what happened? When the president be there, you won't force your
won't be that. Me schooling work here, yes. Irrespective of the challenges, you know, there were houses, affordable houses, bush, you know, across the country. NPP buy and year the same thing. There are projects and this is Commander Sugar Factory, Eka Nrem, schools ISCC. Yenja saadi and say omu implementing your policy omu ni ideas bia yes na on healthy rivalry.
It's not just MPP, both parties have done it before.
Yes, enti ma citing ya NDC and NPP asana me kan ya MPP so there enti yenja saadi no na yendwin omani ho first because at the end of the day no sika na yesi yen ni bi no na yakolo kiska wo ha na party fofuraba no so akolo kiska wo
yes na yesi cathedral no tokuro no he no so monhwe ho asem nkapa be hospital bia man
KJT phase 2
that's a very difficult thing to do at the moment. Only it's not something that could be done easily. And he should
certain projects that benefit the generality.
Everybody. That's more important. I agree with you.
We should not be investing in airport. How many Ghanaians?
Oh, airport in the here. Yeah,
airport
because Mahama had started looking for money for Tamale.
But elite investment.
See, I na team. First, na anything about for me. I say, man, what do?
Let's do the cost-benefit analysis of some of these airports. Sunyane.
Sunyane is not an airport.
You have Takrad. It's a flight call.
Flight call here, but so His Excellency, good evening.
Good evening to you, and good evening to your cherished viewers and listeners.
Thank you for joining me. Bibi Abakode.
Thank you for having me.
Bibi Abakode.
Oh, everything is okay. Everything is okay.
We thank God. So far, as a presidential candidate, have you called the former president to congratulate him on his victory during this election?
Yes, I have done that.
You have?
Yes, I've done that.
What did you tell him?
Oh, I told him, per the records, per the number of parliamentary candidates your party has won. I think that if I look at the figures, you are almost 7 million plus. And as a matter of fact, I think that victory is more on your side than any other person. So I want to wish you, I want to congratulate you and your party for winning the 2024 general election. And he told me that Dr. Baumia has called him too. I said, okay, in that case, you have two people who have called you to wish you, to congratulate you. So I think it's in order.
Before the elections,
even though we are yet to get the results, the official results from the Electoral Commission, I think that looking at the statistics and the figures that everybody is collating, it is fair to congratulate him, to calm down the tension in town, to make things easier for everybody, and to have a very peaceful country, devoid of trouble and anarchy. So I think that it was also one reason why we also congratulated him.
Do you see those elections free, fair, and then what is happening currently with these disturbances from coalition centers? What would you say about that?
First of all, let me go whether it's free or fair. I remember the IPAC meeting, when we had the IPAC meeting and people were of the view that a commissioner or electoral commissioner can make somebody president. And I said, nobody can make anybody president if you get massive vote turnout and get and win, number one. Number two, the disturbances at the police station is one too many. Currently in Sandai, where one of
candidate is contesting, there is anarchy there in the Pandai constituency. They've closed down the whole place, beating people, trying to burn all the ballot papers and everything, because they believe there's reading there. So the disturbances are two deaths so far, which I wish we could have avoided and still come out peacefully. And as a matter of fact, the two deaths, for me, it's something we shouldn't have recorded.
Now it's actually 3. Right. Let me say thank you to you and better luck next time.
Thank you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hassan Ayariga now turning Kano mono ye presidential candidate na so afre wa dia to muare enti wa afre hwese betimi akodom kwa benya na ye ne Michael Kwe Junior ene na twetwe nkomo kakra wo hon panda no waka ho asem no mate se former member of parliament for NPP na wini. I don't know how true that is, as these things are going all over the place. You don't know whether it's true or not. That foundation centers in Adane Blue Street. See Adane Azuma nursing ring. Yeah, so
obviously or Canada or better Asher.
Uncle Facebook, on your TV or Facebook, be who and now on your 95.1 FM or Facebook and also bet me. I think I was struggling to get. I don't have TV. I have TV, but it doesn't have Ghana TV. Oh, I'm having issues there. But okay, YouTuber, you find on your TV on YouTube as well. You can watch on your TV from YouTube. That will be to me. Come on. My last question, and probably we will probably hit Dom Kwabenya no siabo captain or so kwani me do. Yanko Baumia as a flag bearer of the NPP. What does Kwai wa fa so wa wi ewe na no do unprecedented akoshe figures no ebeba na, and if I should say it would be less than 44 sure na kwai less than 44 because 44 ne esusu dia sisi ya nti wono na tse ndie na too much even for him to come and accept defeat that early. Do you think he's safe in his party?
Safe. As I say, Ebia, I'm sure the next one on Bebona to baby. Okay. Virtually, no. Quite a fast ye Dr. Baumia. Quite a fast so your ma Alan a free quorum. And Tawano. All these things did not make Dr. Baumia a popular candidate. First of all, omo dine che omo twa no ahia ya na waka wasam no omo dine ntro omo dine hwambo pa the Samuel the Esles the Nakomies and omo dine hwambo. One, it started with the first presidential primaries awmudi enipa enum normal contest no no omo quote say obenya 85%, ebinim si kwata banam si 73. And I'm say no correct. I don't know what you are basing your projections on, but it cannot be, and it did not come to fruition. And I'm
it's 85 as in, during the primary.
Yes, because only 70 pound na then primaries. If a presidential candidate in an internal elections, you could not get 75, 80 and beyond, and your opponent get 98 point something percent, he's won the elections. We know why. It means to say internally there are no internal factions in his party. You have internal factions that you are going to deal with. And that can play against you. That can play against you. So from the word go, you are likely to lose.
But that's what he tried to solve by bringing all of them on board. Those who contested with only
you see, politicians have permanent interest. So, they want the party to come back into position. It's deliberate, so that they will reorganize. Yes, to reorganize strongly and come back. And that is what exactly has happened. Matete said, I'm sure they will call for early Congress. So, as someone who can say, is he safe? No,
Krana say, party mpanyimfo ni nyina monya ready na amanfo ememu papa me de mu na meka wo obi anya metamfo ntiwe onua Justin Kodia emini papa na nabo ache emini papa all them three omielu na ene salam but na mu ya mu kware social media wo mu sumu nyina monya ready na mo wo meto atia mo so
and that is what is going to happen. They will sweep all of them. Maybe just number to maybe because of the way and manner of conducting, so he could still represent the new order of things. But the way and manner Donna B does is politics. I don't think so that is a new direction they have to go. It should be taken off. It should be yanked off. The new team that they will have to form, it doesn't have to be. It's not about shouting on top of your voice, and say with you. No. We are talking about politics and contest of ideas, ideas of dialogue and ideas of superior argument, and conviction and convincing. That is the way to go. So that when you come out with the idea, turn crofasum, because there will be fashions. What worked for Mr. Mahama is the fact that at this point in time he doesn't have factions. One, if Mr. Rollins were to be alive, there will be another faction. If Professor Mills were to be there, and that way, is near there. Now they also the reason. So they now saw the reason to back Mahama because they felt to say that is the only ideal person we can use.
And he probably would not contest again anyway. Yeah. After 4 years, he's not contesting. And then they wouldn't have much. But Baumia. May face challenges.
Yes, there are so many factors they will sit down to analyze. If they consult some of us, we will tell them. You see,
he should be changed. You think they should change him as a candidate?
You see, he came as a corporate damage product, which is himself and that of the president. In a normal circumstance, now, I felt to say, if you guys really wanted to break the eight, the only way you can confuse the electorate was to bring a new face.
Outside the two.
Which
so you think Kennedy Japan has a chance? And that is why probably you joined the
Kennedy Japan is a smooth talker, is a good communicator, is a content creator. The problem is a baggage of the past and the way he conducted himself in the past. That is why another umbrella, for example, in a very derogatory manner, referred to him as unpresidential. You get that thing really
it hit him that
hard. In Tinamika said, Ken, so if you knew you had presidential ambition, you shouldn't have done so many things. Taking on women, you get a point, taking them on, attacking pastors in that manner. All these intangibles will affect your chances come the future. Until me say, he just wanted to prove a point to the powers that be in the party. That one I can't tell. And until now, me feel say, no one now didn't want J, but mere campaign, it was a mistake. Because you had already
come. If he doesn't, so one can one. Yes, party say, what is it was very strategic.
So that they will come on board if he should rise and
you have to follow him.
But send some now can kaya. Na wakokodi enimu no. Say show the campaign strategy he was now speaking a different language. And now the NDC was using those things that you said in their campaign.
Yes.
And you are now, I had to say, your question so no boy hina.
So no one boy hina no
can be. So that is just unfortunate. So we got to where we've gotten to.
Well, but Captain gave His Excellency John Dramani Mahama 6 months. That he's just going to give him 6 months of holiday. After 6 months, I will personally see to it that Captain will do a 6 months and make sure whatever it is that he has to do. Say a better me a message on Dramani Mahama. Me can't be. Me can't be. Me the massa. The woman in them na me kind. 90 days. I'll come and check that COVID levy. I will be reminding you daily. 90 days. Matter so 89. 88 na me oh eden wo me papa no nim me 88 na me te so ba edu na te pepe na me try covid 11 ni ade because boys I wado okay so
asla MPP can say omuba omoye free ho enso ne omu extending to anya no mo say do kwesi a wakura ka ho
obi enu obeye for one na we mu yenti asieda.
The actions of the president-elect to the time that you leave office will have a bearing on his successor.
Yes. Yeah. Yes,
that is something that you must bear in mind.
That is very true. But they do also bear power within the NDC party.
That is where you have new fashions.
Yes, it's not going to be easy.
West Side King and Sir John and Yeboah. Omunyi na asimi nka kire NDC for se omuba ni adok kan omumbo modin se omumbedi omumra so sa na youth na epe no
sa pepepe
se omu anja omunhwe nim se Ghana for be ye won se na omu ye MPP na ye pese Ghana ni ye enti ye sere se president mbo modin se Ghana will work
again.
Ghana will work again.
But I want to be cautious, like give them a word of caution, especially Ghanaians. We will not go back to where we were 16 years back. Please, let's be realistic. We must be realistic. Say, dollar no, enko 5 cedis and 4 cedi 50 pesos. A dollar to 4 cedi 50 pesos. It's not going to go there. It's not going to happen. Let's be blunt.
So,
but it probably can go down a little for a bit of comfort. Maybe 10. We can manage with that. And maybe stabilize it for a long while. Say they bear
Ghana problems in we are sure say time I will go school. Ya catalog name the solution on the paper. Yeah, making sure say our farming system, their youth planting for food and jobs say
was perfect.
If I was looking for it, if wako establish now the wife go now one my internet access say boys in Kodo or your poor in football.
They will go.
Now they will go. Now you're making sure say you're indigenous in Yamano Yaninko. Let's make sure that things that will, because you should just say, you see a better taxes being how do you make provisions say you are putting other measures in place to cover for
farming now can very important.
Yeah.
If we think that we want food inflation to go down,
we should think
the
about
state must make intervention in that area.
But poultry is not a bad job.
Yes,
because I know you man kwajen say
na akukọ
na me ye fa nkoma party for our money experience.
Yes.
Not because we said it, we want to take videos and show that we have started something.
Yes.
No. It won't help anybody.
Because that business is very lucrative. Now imagine say kosua na me turn 9 cedis 50 pesos half crate. Full no 18 cedis. And now full is 66.
Maybe I'm turning 50, 55.
55, 60. Abra market. 66 cedis. Happy now. Into no. Then ya yankwala no. Bronya breso a ya bawi akokɔ nam. Ene akokɔ nam ne boy denti aponche.
Na try real Mrs. Sisi ama by force wa me wi aponche no so be ma yare. Be ma yare because 1 pound no na 40 or 45. Ukɔtɔ akokɔ a and that Ghana 150. Hey, 150 there now. We be down on my side. Yeah, can I have the intimate? I could go away. To one man from. I began to be because remember I swatra. Semi Jaho Mammy Abema Captain Smart now better so. Or bad do me no notice or no swear we now. I call him Miss Onua Abatoɔ Asoeɛ. The prophet Captain Smart. Babet Nasi. I'll go away for.
This for you now.
Ghana for us send a message. Say, near Otumfo a Kotian. Or say, one can't chair Mahama say,
yes,
yeah, they come
and the Tuabanitia
2016. Now, who Akufuado also back. That's one yet near Fata.
Yeah, they come near Libre. Where they come. No, I'm to tia home. ya brefo enemy din dan so ka ho e be sen hia ochina dumienu ya da se
Mama. Sir, you have to jail these people. These people, we have to jail them. All of them. All of them people, where they corrupt people, we have to jail them. The mama is not to see them.
Shisha Onua na ena papa kodwo kire sare wiase no abrabono akrono
Kuarbe makwasia obebro wasorenka amen.
Amen.
Hi, yes, yeah, bye. But in the smart, Fia Tago or Hasaso, energy, and so at aha. Na
boom pusa.
Now we say nipa bebre ni abre YEC. Emma Bontain, Embe Yedi Sese Oye. Presidential elections calculation ain't easy. I am not here to defend the Electoral Commission. PRO. But strong room Makohom Prensa. Intino Ayana the Oye returning officer ma presidential no. Aye commissioner no or no or the baby both of them. Afrejan so be konoto. So you know to no back no boa no a.
Yes, no.
Na otene baby be wan say club no so sin ngen. As a Professor Mills and fan ho. We treat any. Eti mo amoba have they agreed? Yes. They have signed? Yes. Okay, let's go. No they are too kukuro. Omo computer bi si ho wan kasa wa ye bibia wo so dada. Te say de mo kasa ye we no. Say ya no mo ye mo de. Enti nya de tum kukuro na kan ko kukuro sa enti ko sise parties no ebeji atum se constituency way presidential ya peneso a contention bi am no na ekoba ko mienu miensa enan sa parliamentary na nkasa no se obi be di MP no eno no ho asem kan nye den de tie ne se constituency ho na omo keka sisi ene a na omo sa asemasi anwene a na isi penia owo ho no o transmit results ne ba Accra na Accra accept pepepa na polling agents candidates na nkasa mienu ensu ya ne ya page answer ne ya declare but presidential no ya na eche ye ma me na Accra kan say ye to abani wi a after 36 hours no obetimi declare results no 36 hours no crowd ma ye no pacho and soin enti no I understand say there be attention say wo krodum but attention ni na no ba umia kill tension ni dada and now who some of the constituencies coalition centers na
speaker please America
EC officers na e wo ho no ebi no start ye krodum wo ba start bubi ba men kan say we ntrel Abatoɔ so na ukoji wani so ne yegua wa yegua wo kwa one the way another guy no gua soldier for no sanity entire de tie ne say men kwagigi wani ba umia na akro ne mahama air contest no we throw in down and wo a mutigo mu atachiman etinya ho abotre je bi wonsa wosoro
chairman
yes sir
bibia boko there
bibia boko
good me try and defend the EC Pacho with the Wadaruma.
Can you
the presidential results na ultimate produce parliamentary results. What is preventing
in the next 20 minutes? In the next 20 minutes.
Chairman Pacho.
Oh, in the next 20 minutes. They will do the
every single MPBI in its constituency.
No. JB,
no, the EC is being lazy.
No, the EC is not being lazy.
No, he's being lazy.
JB,
Chairman, when they withdraw.
Kawana me rama. It's a one home. No, but
but the reality is that the EC is being lazy.
No, the EC is not being lazy.
Parliamentary results.
You see, when they winning say EC office. One more internet transmission will break it down because of power fluctuation. Tell me back. You didn't have a EC. I am not here to defend the EC. Me am person people coffee. And omu coffee dada. And Nana don't start to pack for Jubilee House 1 week ago.
A question of us who say EC coffee.
Oh no, MPP coffee.
It is no a question of who say MPP for coffee.
Oh no.
It is because of the data you have.
That's it.
Because you are in a privileged position.
No.
But you are in a privileged position. That is the more reason why it's here. When you have access to some information where you are Ghana for or more air with. Now, what about Obia Semi Prediasan? Or a smaller place, especially
a radio station or a TV station now, the community are relying on such radio
station on TV.
Yes, I'm sure on your TV.
No.
But Omo show on your TV.
JB,
because you need a TV station. What
Easing the total number of constituencies are NDC are winning.
Why haven't they published it?
Train, maybe.
They should publish it.
Maybe all the train.
My
very first time, Kwabene Japan money at their call. A year strong room. Kobe was 2000 first round, 2000 second round, 2004, and 2008. And I'm call strong room. Now, and I know. Strong room no na ase abusumdem ba se kura no Charlotte Osene adokoyi mense no oma open up a demystify sa de na ase what strong room a jo kwa ye ma tea na ye ma biscuit ni what demystify sa de no
general
so bisa question
Mr. question baby nya no answer na de ma me no unim say wakasa unia A+. We winning the seats ewo Gomoa as a parliamentary candidate. This year,
it cannot be turned.
It cannot be turned.
Yes.
Why has the EC?
The
EC. And it's on publishing. Presidential, I agree with you. Or he's the only returning officer. I agree. But parliamentary, I didn't know to release a single police station result.
Debbie,
and a single constituency result.
One who say presidential and parliamentary elections now, they work together. Even though they are not an identical twins.
Parliamentary is won at the constituency at the district level. And there's a returning officer at the district level. Into Omo and they determine Omo na epeja MPs for the sa meboa. And in most of these situations, Omo peja MPs
they will start with Ayawaso.
Yes.
Fantastic.
George
Melo, sir. Then they will go to other places. But they say.
That's what we sorry.
I'm
not pray. Or the soldiers will try to push I didn't electoral commission for. And to me, I'm publishing the list at least. On your template, in Pofanto one year who said on Philly, when you go to the EC site, there is nothing like a template 2024 elections on the EC website. And that is why I am saying that the EC is becoming lazy.
All right. Metwase Udibim, but the point in the say.
He has no excuse. The EC has no excuse because you're trying to car.
Would the Nyabutre
Ghana for rely on the EC. As at now. Ghana for name the number of the total number of MPs are more winning or more seats for the NDC or the NPP and even independent candidates. Say nya wa. And then if you have
a word that
there be we there be hold my words.
Mame ko Eliklim ho e wodo me ko abenya na yento aso. Eliklim, good evening.
He also went further to say that an EC.
All right. So let's roll.
Open in quotes, those were his words. Did you bring any land guard here to attack someone?
It's a lie. You know, the crowd you've seen here, I've always said that Domi Kwabenya, we have been in the wilderness for 20 years. And it is time for change. And these people are crying out for that change. And so the change is here, and he wants to twist our hands. So the crowd here you see here, nobody is a landguard here. They are genuine people, they are party supporters, they are constituents who are ready for change. Nobody is a landguard here. They are here to give me their support. They are here to make sure that I am declared a winner.
Right. You've been with the EC team ensuring that the coalition exercise will be done properly. How is it coming out and how is it looking like?
Well, it's looking very good. My pink sheets, as you can see, my pink sheet is being compared to that of the EC, and then it's so far there hasn't been any difference. It's going smoothly, and so we hope, because since we had our pink sheets, we have already collected our results, so we are here to finalize everything, and I believe at the end of it I'll be declared a winner.
Right. I've also heard some of the EC officials say that they will be projecting the results soon. Is there a likelihood that there will be a pronouncement?
Yes, there is. So after that, we are going to project for everybody to see. I know we have a lot of media houses, we have our supporters, we have the security men around as evidence for everybody to look. You can even take a screenshot and all that. And so today, there'll be a declaration.
Earlier, we were informed that there's no returning officer here who will be able to either raise your hand or Mike Okwe's hand to say that this particular person will be the member of parliament for the Dom Kwabenya constituency. So who is going to do that here?
Well, there's never been a time that collation has been done and then the declaration is done maybe some other day. It's always done today.
But there should be a returning officer to declare the winner.
Definitely, there'll be somebody coming to do that.
There is someone coming, but the person is still not here.
The person not yet.
And we are confident the person will be here.
The person will be here to make the declaration.
Right. So I know this will be quite biased, but how confident are you that you are winning in the Dom Kwabenya constituency? I know it hasn't been an easy one for you contesting against Adwoa Sarah Safo in the 2020 elections. You came in closely. You had so much confidence that this time around contesting against Mike Okwe Jr., you would be able to come tops. It's almost getting to the end of the day. How was the feeling like for you?
Well, I am optimistic that I'll be declared a winner because we have done a lot. We have worked, we have crisscrossed the entire constituency, and then I've heard the cries of the constituents. I have come out with my thematic areas. In fact, I have signed a contract with the good people of Dome Kwabena. They have bought into my policies, and I believe and I trust that I'm going to be declared a winner. Just as I said, we already have our pink sheets. We have already done our collation, and then we are leading. We are here to just compare the figures together, and then I'll be declared a winner.
So let's say there's no declaration at the end of the day.
All right. And now I say, Eti, JB Yakwana still no one see it.
Yes, no one don't see it. The person Michelle say, as it starts now, Oko Yisi website, there's no template of 2024 parliamentary or presidential elections results. But at the polling station and the constituency level, Obo declare most members of parliament winners. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the presidential candidate for the NPP, are considered defeat. Figures Ben Unyaya or the considered defeat because of Onua coalition. So
easy head office maybe some of your concerns will be addressed. Marina, good evening.
Captain, good evening.
Nice to say. All right. Is the officer what to say? What can you tell us?
Captain, almost 22 hours after Abatoɔ Asoeɛ 7 December, a National Coalition Center, a Electoral Commission, Omankasa, Omwa setting up, our headquarters, Fufua, a war rage, a Coalition Center, after 22 hours. No, Ijuma Shafia, Eba, Omashasi Omoye, a political party agent for 12 presidential candidates, no, independent candidates, so count, Omunina, Mababi, PMU, Haseya, a results, no, Ashasi, A3 regions, Eba, Bakubakwa, Omasaki, Omoyo, Juma, Obaka, and Raya, Bon, Common, to process view of our SSL results, no, FM and Sana, a National Coalition Center. Now, Ansana, a first region, a half region of results, the background, a Abatoɔ Commissioner, Madame G. Mensa, or a press conference, now, Ubekaya, NDC, National Chairman, or the news conference, and now but we have considered defeat. National Police Council Chairman of friend say, on can share maybe no more and say, on top of them now, a move free coalition center, no more coffee now. I am Shishani, you bet me the Basabasa, you'll be a bano. On come a command to Omoyem, and on can be being choma, them of the Boato Omoyem. But I said, don't get the outcast. Of course, she said,
Mensa be declare results here. Enya bia omo betumi akase nti omo ka bibia ma mebi no wo NDC mu omo bo atom mo ye ama ba kofia na omo free coalition center. Inti enam so ma Madam Mensa ebe hold news conference o church in Kemu say omo as electoral commission omo ho 72 hours. I betumi akase 3 days say the two abavia omo be share na omo atutu nyama yi na that 3 days mu no omo be share na omo declare result na say omo hwa the two aba no one day crime man we are making a certainty and me omo share ma omo ho no abai twem a omo ntumi declare result intino Dana fonyan to boase ma omo say ejuma omo ye ni omo pese ndi nokre na omo pese omo hwese bibia ebe kowie omo bibia to yi ansana omo tia babontin say omo beye declaration bia ntini obi anya ntoboase NG electoral commission ni NDC ni Ghana for omo ko eye ballot polling booths wa nipa omo ka sinche omo pese omo yi no as the next president of the country. Electoral commission ni to media say agriculture Ghana for coin or mokotro mage and now December 7 omo betumi asisa inti enamsa assurance na ebawie ye no na first region ahafu region omo regional coalition results ebemu na say ye komu wo results are a free ahafu region ebaya se lekanyama etiefo ene ahwefo nyina tia Dr. Mahmoud Baumia se wa concede defeat no unya 113,851 votes a free ahafu region na John Mahama enya 130,106 votes. And when you know member other candidates now mobile no member result member leading candidate NPP NDC result are free region saba and no member ama afefo na etiefo nyina aswati bitini sambo ahafu region medium you betumi asa ka che afefo na etiefo say ahafu region result by returning officer Abatoɔ Commissioner Madam Mensa the 10 at 2 assign data or sign amasisia yebetumi afresh our result as certified result that is free ahafu region no Muhammadu Baumia Dr. Muhammadu Baumia 113,851 votes free ahafu region and John Mahama 130,000 votes, 106 into a half a region result. By and free wa now you call Western North. Western North result a BPM a 9 year certified because I am Madam Mensa on science here. Nanso, you never bought results. Nama, I have Western North, Dr. Muhammadu Baumia, 124,024 votes if you Western North region. 124,024 votes. 124024. Now, John Dramani Mahama, 202,689 votes. 202,689 votes if you Western North region. Now, if you Western North region region Fufra or result as under the PMO our National Coalition Center, our election headquarters, our Abatoɔ Asoeɛ so Onua FM and Onua TV so the PMO our Dr. Mahmoud Baumia result Onua free central regional. Onua 382,749 votes. Our central region, 382,749 votes, and yet 382,749 free central region. And John Dramani Mahama, 562,620 votes. 562,620 votes. So the person made 562,620. 562,620. A year result John Mahama Unya Free, a year central region. Now, in the last minute, a year OT region, so Namuka voter region until 2020, year 2019, Amunya and Krat, I done a region Pofono. Amusomo, result about the PMU, Yambo, a year Dr. Maum Baumia, Edia, Unya 86,489 votes. 86,489 votes. 86,489. A year Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. And John Dramani Mahama, 182,470 votes. 182,470 votes. 182,470. Emma John Dramani Mahama is free Oti region. So say Meno Cafe and a year Eastern region.
Eastern region.
Regional collated results. So no EDPMU Electoral Commission headquarters. Now, all
right. Eti, now what do you and what Hona Faith me share MIA and Edama winner say yeah share coverage yes no. I told you say me yen fa we say results oh yeah wo easy fie ho ani the dream have for the man is hey we if you honor yeah young general secretary of the New Patriotic Party Akuntako Dua Okasa Yenkoti.
Yes, as stated by our Director of Communication, we thank you for making it to our office at this short notice. In the early hours of today, our leader and presidential candidate, Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, called the NDC presidential candidate, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to congratulate him as president-elect. It is instructive to make the point that this is the first time in the history of our country that a presidential candidate of a major political party has conceded defeat within 14 hours after the close of polls. This unprecedented development confirms yet again the MPP's commitment to entrenching democracy and safeguarding the stability of our dear country. I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The party also used this opportunity to commend our presidential candidate, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, his running mate Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, for leading the party's campaign. The party also commend the spouses of the flag bearer and the running mate, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President John Ajekun Kufuor, Chairman of our national campaign team, Mr. Honorable Dan Butche, officers and members of the party across the country for their tireless efforts that they put in prosecuting the electioneering campaign. However, the MPP has, with great concern, taken notice of the violent conduct of the NDC tax at some of the constituencies' collation centers, i.e. Damango, Ablekuma North, Techiman South, Awowin, Obuasi East, Insawam, Adojri, Fantiakwa North, Ahafano North, Ahafano South East, Ahafano Southwest, Akwetia, Trobo, Obuasi East, and Tema Central. Indeed, data that made our flag bearer to concede this morning shows clearly that the MPP has won the constituencies I've mentioned. But the NDC, knowing very well that they have lost these seats to the MPP, are unwilling to accept their fate and are desperately seeking to compel the EC to do their bidding. We vehemently condemn these attacks and are serving notice that we shall resist every attempt to tamper with the results of the parliamentary elections in these constituencies. I call on the IGP, Mr. Dampare. Mr. IGP, you made a promise to political parties in 2 different occasions when we met you at your office, and your words were unambiguous that you will see to it that we have a free, fair, and transparent elections. Mr. IGP, we believe you have seen what is happening at the various coalition centers, and as a political party, the New Patriotic Party, we are calling on you to maintain law and order at the various coalition centers. We must ensure that the rights and safety of all our citizens are protected. We must not allow illegal looting and intimidation of our citizens. And I call on the leadership of the NDC to call its supporters to order and condemn these unnecessary acts of violence. Ladies and gentlemen, because we deal with data, I will this juncture let you know the figures that we have collated from the constituencies that I've mentioned. For Damango, out of the 93 polling stations, 91 were collated, and our candidate, Honorable Abatoɔ, was leading by 1,802. In fact, even if we add the 2 remaining polling stations all to NDC, our candidate would have still won. For Ahafo North South West, we won by 677. For Fantiakwa North, we won by 452. For Trobo constituency, we won by 8,900. For Akwetia, we won by 2,038. For Obuasi East, we won by 28 votes. For Ablekuma North, we won with 400 votes. For Techiman South, we won with 3,176 votes. And Tema Central, we won by 55 votes. So these are the figures that we have from these constituencies that I've mentioned. And once again, I call on the leadership of the NDC, Your Excellency, former President and President-elect, please, you have made this country in a peaceful manner. We considered without even causing any chaos. For the sake of the peace and stability in our country, for the sake of the properties of several individuals in this country, for the sanctity of the work that the Electoral Commission is doing, please call on your members to allow the Electoral Commission to do their work. Violence should not have a place in our electoral processes. As a country, we have come far from 1992 when we decided to go into multi-party democracy. Over 32 years, we have had a very successful election. Please don't let these acts by the tax in your party mar the beauty of the 2024 elections. Thank you very much.
General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. JFK, this is too early but unnecessarily late. It's rather unfortunate that the ruling government and the ruling party in Africa is begging institutions that themselves appointed people. When citizens of a land speak, it is difficult for a party to throw out balls of kinky to the people. Yeah? My very last time I met the New Patriotic Party in Penning 4, I told them that, look, you are losing the elections. They were interested in presenting to me a Land Cruiser. As if I don't have a car to drive. I said, no, I'm not interested in this bullshit. Excuse my French this evening. But you are losing the elections. Captain, we are not losing. I said, oh, wow. So let me keep what I know. That was before we went to Salt Pond. Because let me sit here and tell you on authority. If Dampare, any CDS, EGV, INA, kame biya senka gande jatom sisi ya kesesi etem emane nkwakura me obi apebebe fa the bag akọ me na me ka kira won enne eba no security a ho esese Ghana ye ma Dampare any CDS upon pepra standing ovation. And let me tell you this, Dampare was called, coerced, massaged, tickled, everything. The president was sitting right there, and Dampare looked in the eye of Nanado and said that, I am sorry, Mr. President. I cannot. Oh. 200. James, where did 200 count? Where did 200 count? Where did 200 count? Oh, no. 200 Ghana count. That person, Mr. President. And let me tell you the people who were in that meeting. I was standing right there looking at them. The president was there. The vice president, who is the chairman of the police council, he was sitting right there. The question is, didn't you know one friend MPP national chairman, any general secretary, and was a meeting nibi. Then the general secretary of the party, any national chairman, and was a meeting nibi. And that person there be said here at the end of the year. Yama emunna ho. Samoamu gidie samo wene de a. Yen police for be ya de ne finchirem. Ehɔ na ma me hu se na de ekɔ so. Ewo ase not no eye police for piloting na omo ye for the general elections. It is by election e by no eboa Dampare. So be employ strategy no. Ewo by election na wa hwe. Say, first time in the history of this country, police can never do anything for any political party, not even the ruling party. Afenaji, president himself. And let me say this, as a Dampare on the CDS, now Marco, as a Obiaja Momaye meeting, I say, Your Excellency, two things. It's either you take this position away from me. It is some the position obeje wade so we IGP. I don't have a problem. But pa say make me use me office. Influence any decision there. Forget it. Then woman will say woman will sue IG. So they went through back door. Ekofa
Deputy IG.
Yeah, Tatayonu and Ghana for money. Maybe they were going to create a huge conflict between the IGP and the deputy IGP. But Dampare is a very smart rat.
Smart Pentecostal elder.
Pentecostal as well. Dampare is very smart. Eti, when we born the deep, no problem.
Who be a bit the office and him be a transfer.
Woman who say Dampare realized that Ghana asumdwe paramount. Now besin say we man share be bofoma asemeba. Eti police headquarters. We a mistake. Now we call deputy office we call transfer.
Yes.
Ya bosom nobody wechi.
Our camera so on office. Who say what you Yeah, prepare later.
Eti what happened in this? And no, and not tifa hono. And me imagine some be you see
CDS.
Army HQ. Daddy, and no CDS kura. Army HQ. Kwas, Chief of Army Staff. Eti asumeni. Oh yeah, National Security Coordinator. No.
Yeah.
Only Gabi Ochredako. They plotted against the CDS using the Chief of Army Staff. I'm saying it today. To make sure, say, they will render the CDS
useless,
powerless. But at the end of the day, no. So Jenny now, yeah, Kwas no who say, me treat me mood time, me penny here CDS. And they went through the guy, say, guy in your list, Emma Wong. Omomo soldier for list. I was standing right there.
Oh, as a man American will have Muslim. If you know, it is a nyawo and a war in a privileged position. And a woman some way. Like a good and nibesi day. What about at a sensible way?
Eti, Oye no, Oye and list near the Nino. And no one this CDS, Equa Droswa. You the picture no about 2 TV in the sono. So Jenny no this CDS Equa Drosno Fantini Bako, I believe Yanka. Munjai so Jenny Penibina or 48 engineers na Monsieur on the CDS coin and yon one leader near Fantini, the Akaya Bruni, Fantini Bruni, and the CDS call a Drosno. What can we do? It's now we call me go try picture no. Buy number 2 on your TV so but also okay. And not too far hono de koba and say asumani National Security Coordinator. Any army for no any gabi mo afi de akoba say esom kopa CDS achew. Now upon paper or tiase onwui. What the number the friend bu say me say 1 Gabi 2 Kwakwasumani 3 the subordinates owo oye army commander onko pa na chew okacho am so no I don't hold any grudge against anybody. I am doing my job as a professional soldier. Now, he was also called before the president and other Mpenifo say na echo and you know omaino den brofa kese na omodeda ono so te hodi no catch Mr. President no hwe na na do anim sti say the dampare hwe na do anim catch Mr. Chief soldier for me to me 1 vote. Like you, the president, you have 1 vote.
Fellow Ghanaians,
I will protect your ballot. I will protect your vote. And I will protect my vote. It is my responsibility to protect, Mr. President, your vote.
Fellow Ghanaians,
and also protect my vote. No military officer will go to any polling station. And watch this. Edu baby, no, they were using the defense ministry led by the Deputy Minister of Defense, Amankwa Atwoma Kofi Amankwa Menu, Atwoma Kwawoma MP.
Yeah.
To prepare a list of military officers whom be detail them to Volta region, TBA, Volta region, Central region, Western region, Upper East, Upper West, Savannah, Oti, Greater Accra. Sasabi Ebru Sabi Enyad, women didn't say who. Watch this. So this is what happened. Then we answer soldier for penny for at the Krataba Bontin say about where we know. Soldier need be anywhere police station. Now microphone tiase me much now. And yes na soldier for no say ebia omo support party we are omo support party no and omo de krata no eba abonten the promise CDS nyamishra woni dampare I will sit here any day any time and pray for both of you say nyame ehwemoso say mahama yesweni in 7th January now wa madam pare anya IGP biebum pa dampare the world would see you as a great man. CDS, the world will see you and this land Ghana ebe bomu mienu ho ban. And you know what happened? I felt that pressure ne ba na eba. The CDS said no problem. Soldier for no. Wombe kwa monti. Nemom. Ye do wombe ko stand by. Still no. Ye masoja ni bi anko polling station. That is when the MPP realized that they've lost the elections. Ye ko assault point. Jamie.
Chairman.
Me sheda ye fabe wo so bi say. Ebema MPP mpenifo be hunu nyansa adwen. But they thought say me kasano do. And specifically that day me ye police phone kwa and I'm starting say me blame security aspect of Ghana ha sa banya that police for 2020 elections and it then that's okay manti police for Ghana ha nyina no say 10 na kwato aba 8 to tia MPP. I'm sitting here and telling you soldier for kwato aba nyina no say 10 na to aba emu 7 to tia MPP
na utina na donka
I don't want 200.
I don't be wait a minute. Now when him security agency to tia by way pa
soldier for
immigration me count 9
I want to have 300 Ghana
immigration and fire service me donya me the way we see to tia MPP no
DH Babe sound they be about 200 Ghana
immigration fire service and ba ku bi na ya mo border da bi wo mo ahabo ho no customs ewurade me ya so say customs ni bi ato MPP wo mu to tia party no mo wa out bi hu say yes o ma to etia what if the last minute straw of the MPP that they will put fear in the electorate say what to abawia free ho na kofie. And I could just let me sit here and tell you, I'm the biggest broadcaster in this country.
Allah wallahi. Odogu.
Honorable. Me, I am the biggest broadcaster.
Honorable.
Na Jimmy Kawano, Emma JB. Obiye no obeti me.
Honorable.
Me ngaba no obiye ni ko obeti me.
Captain no botoni.
Me sorry no para your so no TV. I command more than 5 million people.
I
command more than 5 million people.
Captain,
and the way I may hear me stories, no. NDC for who said, "One drink on some maybe Eti Emma NDC for no mutibi. Pan and afe MPP for who said no. Maybe uja fokono. I see a started and check US Embassy survey at any given time at every 1 second. I command 58,000 people every second. 58,000 every second. 58. Go and check US Embassy. Every second.
Yeah, what tradition your mouth fans cry.
I try me
Captain Captain
Odogu. Anna, Messi betra hakache. NDC for say, what to abani we are? Men kofi. E hona na de no. Etefas. Say ya me no ka say NDC kuta 188 seats. MPP all listed constituencies are all listed constituencies are General Secretary Abana Okeka Bibi say woman so ntiase. Okay. NPP anye kefla. I came here and I told you say woman anye kefla. 100 seats. Who be ding.
But you are not running through all the parliamentary candidates of what
say ya me no ka say. Some catch us say easy for me start rounds in 20 minutes time. We want more platform so. Oh, much so you o ma easy declare na wi.
Phyllis na koyo.
Ya fa na koyo ye ba metro so.
I just love her.
Abai we me born ho ban o parliament say.
Eda.
Get we.
Eda.
The security in that, we don't let the council money, you're rotting that, we don't let the council money, and to my end, you have, we don't do something yet. It's the end. And now, the beginning of our development in Kaswa. Yes, and then at the beginning, we are releasing our freedom now. For all these years, we have fought a very difficult fight.
Honorable.
And I'm not sure I would have been able to continue this journey. But your love, your strength, your advice and encouragement has kept me moving. If you are there, I'll be tonight of the first FPL and which you say that is possible.
That's it. Man, that's the Manisa. And you see, Mafia, I dare back when I say a Shannon so Ghana politics in Muniseo.
Okay.
Share.
Oh, main gate.
And yen sua, you did very in an enom. Yen sua, you did very in an enom. Now, it do baby no home. President Kufobu Fuso on your campaign in my people. I'm telling you today.
Afia.
Oh. Because see, Nanya Baumi you. President Kufobu who say 2008 and she share na a da horses and another do president. O make sure so obe focus na why no ansesa. 2012 ansesa. What be the president 2016? Ya to Obama president elect from 2017. Nana do buku fuenim tia. Edu baby na a time. I am sitting here and saying this. Edu Kufuor birthday ya. No I share black suit. Na oko no akodi Kufuor birthday. Na oko as if say na bibia fine. Edu baby ya. Na Ulman. And the MSC the man no as a former president kura me metra haya na kai na nko. O de enti abaya no wasewi.
The president of the Republic of Ghana.
Enti afena enia yenyan mafia go to J. Kufuor's house and check the car numbers. Ghana she share say enfie na bia no enye Kufuor na yes amra ne to even Osaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Ono Fofi Antoata when sa akwenya no ono wenya bi. But oye to nanado papa oye ceremonial president of Akunwa so Ghana man cast 4 cast 9 edu baby na nanado 2 baako ekoda nsoman meni Akufo Addo penalty ase fedo to nchen eti afa edu baby no me ubisa ulman fie ho a afie du baby na me nkoho am say adent na ya o mehwe papa am say dabi wan hwe yi asem kotra tv so na me ka bibia obi be kasa jaba Kufuor kura na aka kire me akra that is why I stopped coming home na eya ma JH Mensa yarda ho Collins Dowd ye NDC ni na na hwe JH Mensa Teresa Kufuor nua be ma you know what I say na me
Tebri
who pa be on the phone for Collins Dowd. I'm telling you today. Collins Dowd. Any MP are not cover. Meanwhile, we had new patriotic party members are one SCSA. JH Mensa any contemporary. Kufuor betwa head akunta. Teze Kufuor betwa head nua bema. But dan ke be fair. Sakana na do sorry obekwa akosra no. ba me sorry obekwa akosra no akosi say me wofa no edifim Collins Dauda aya na nkwafa nyo se jama kufo oye dinti kufo de onye nipa kufo je ye nipa na ono eni nipa odi kan a odi MPP a testy to me odi MPP testy to me o kuma he then na mo kwaso Mahama in 2012 okay MPP focus see kufo ban wani wouldn't be orchestrating Sadia no. I am sentiment to Akufado. I am sitting here and saying it today. Say, Denti, and I say Kufo na Kufo NDC. And then Kufo the 80 years plus. I sentiment to this 60 or him Kufo him. Who dog? Then you 2 MPP 4 Ghana for fisa me pekasa. Nya kasa na me po me padie bia ye. Mafia, Kufo ho. Ada J Kufo ekasa ya. Sa NDC akwala fia bi no. Edem se hwan. Ye na dwun so kasetia, onwade mbeye no ha. Se Kufo kasa ho. We hear nipa dwen ni nyame dwen ansa wate ase. Wadwen wo forma wonte ase. And I kept saying say asem Kufo kan no or patch say yen 20 MPP. Ba nya ba umia. Edu baby ho delegation eko luman ho say oneme nkasa asemu yi oluman minim ba fire by thunder say anya sa onkrofo be kasa jama onu kura no enim hu bi eti obi wo fie ho efreme nam si oluman nim ho hwe but the point is that baby ade no eduro no ese say ye mani party wo ho ase say ye your man ye nye political party ene mo ne abena mu dare e de ye china be ba fa be wo so be ba so ye be ye mo eduro ye be ye MPP eduro ba me de megai party oh no oh Debbie me say ade a Akufo-Addo aban we de aje Kufo many trip gani.
No, let's go to Guye. Na head and say,
Yanko Eutu Senya East.
Kaswa Hokria.
Kaswa Hona. One I got us how comes to be to election.
Wait, when this is
what my declare results into passion.
No, this is heavily bad acceptable. This is heavily unacceptable.
It is bad.
Why? This is absolutely unacceptable. It is so bad.
Who won't talk? Who won't talk? No. When him say, national chairman, you're here. Opa friend, we say no more fun in ye bini. Deny it.
17.
Men I'm catching.
Oh, and they send there no credit.
17.
And they no credit.
Who? On a name what is a kaya when you headache, no your paracetamol.
By fire by thunder.
Oh, sir.
But you're not there for me also. And then
JFK, a general secretary.
So then another crack can add your no time we need.
That's right. On a name hosa.
To come and
because you a Sakaswa Hono, only say youth nibia so much lucky, this was some.
Oh, there be any munkobi.
I'm a credo muno. I'm a modia for 2 mark one agency sanction the bottom. Say Ochina Monday. DC any omo ye adwo no bi ani ho.
There be any we need to me o. Police for a chew. No. Munkobi. Neslo usu crot the baby dwene ho kokasa ya. Ye shut ne down. Na ma Esther say oh sir, men kasa biom. Ye woni afine, ye lusu afine. So Esther post no.
I say e should know so. Me have you.
Etienne say Korea yet Ghana for slow ade. Sana ya ye kano, but let me sit here and tell you to the Ghana phone slow ade da.
Kwame Nkrumah kraka.
Ghana for ye nyeteme do. Na ada be say Ghana for the kokonyonyo na afa no Kwame Nkrumah Neka say Ghanaians are not timid people as has been suggested in the foreign press. Far from it. They may be slow to anger. JB show phone so you catch us a menji ho na anya meto aso mo show phone so. And God you send them out. What the catch them some more.
Na ma nam no.
Show phone so.
In your message be from one.
Show me what kind message over kind live. Kind what is
na ma message.
When you about to kind.
In your message feel me.
I know.
Oh, Odogu.
Yeah, dad.
I know.
Your dad mo.
Yeah, dad. But hey, they may be slow to anger and may take time to organize and act. But once they are ready, they strike and strike hard. And Ghana striking very hard. Some MPP are not careful. Ghana, I'm sitting here and telling you, 30 seats, MPs 30. One Romunia. MPs. No, let's be real. MPs 30. I'm a new patriotic party.
No, we may run it through the parliamentary. Yes. So, in the Ashanti region, Efija Kwabre North, the NPP parliamentary candidate, Collins Adomaku Mesa, Deputy Minister for Energy, on the winning year, Kenda Power Festival, on the winning year. Achuma Kwawoma, Kufiyama Kwamenu, Deputy Minister of Defense, on the winning year. Manso Edubia. Yao Fripon Ado on the winning on the ticket of the NPP. Yes. And Masum Kwanta Chinebua Kodia for Joe on the winning Asuka Mame Patricia 5 Achumawa Bija Frank Yabua new fresh candidate 6 Nyabutebami I have one North Nadmo boss Eric Nana Ajma Prempre and I have one South West Freddy Kachi a champion I have one South West Osei Evans Osei Elvis Dapa Minsan also Ewune Fija Kwabre Fija Central East Mavis Kasa Buadi Buadu in fact Mavis Kasa Buadu and yes and Asuta Kwama Beposo Adelaide in team. Oforikro Michael Edu, that is Joseph Wayne Nebano. And then share so as usual. Bushia Stephen Amwa, Deputy Finance Minister. Obuasi East, Patrick Boachi Yadom. For MPP. Obuasi West, Kweku Kwate Ajiman. Adansa Sokwa, unfortunately. Oh, the MPP in our way. That be where Adasa Sokwa. Everybody MPP are winning 190 seats in club Godwin and Nimley. They are coming to me. With no problem. Otafo a visit Echo Asifua for the NPP. Besha South. Nana Eje Bafo Ewa for the NPP. One we call Asifua. Yes. Adea Jubilee House the year no MPP Prime Minister no. Okay. Okay. Bonnie Ben or ye? Oh, sir, Napunti. I was a voyeur Bonnie Bay. Napunti. I said, Napunti. Bonnie Ben Pana Branty the year, yeah. I say, what boom swoo. Kadia MPP party Nankasa the year Branty. Because so. Mambuza, which MPP beats me 80 seats. Across the country. Across the country, so many 80. What's that? What's MPP between 80 to 90 seats? Yeah, down. O between 90 na bomunya 100. MPP 4. MPP 4. Yeah, there. You're free say. Ena ye wo kwada so Professor Kisley Nyako. E we need that seat. Asante Achim Central. Who Ayimadu entry. Okay. What the Yes. So, but so a lot of seats. Mention of Kwesi Kunadu ewuni ye Swami lawyer John Darko ewuni ye.
Central Kumasi they apart from us.
Yes. Francis Asesobuache for Bantima. Achuma Ngwabeja South Shirley Chi on the replace Ejeyanhre. Yomude Sekechesi no. Yes. And Achuma Punia set Osea Koto for the NPP. But some friend ho Nana Kwame Asafoje aye also winning for the NPP. And Ifija Kwabre South Damata Ama and Peniama Salam. And so ewuni Joabin for the NPP Francis KB Owusu Echiam. Bekwai Ralph Poku I do say I have also Frederick Achi Elusu ye.
Until that's what I'm saying, sir. Ashanti region. A catcher said the dynamics of Ashanti region have a far other side of issues than to another regions in any voting party. As it stands now, EC total valid votes for presidential a war EC and 7 Akakra drew 12 million. It is Obi Akacho se Ghana for Antoa Bana. Wadada Ghana for Kotoye, the moment to MPP.
Yes, hello.
I hear people say Ashanti region woman Tuaba. There be oh. Momotoye. Say I me no say no. Ashanti region. Ashanti region, yehu. Ashanti region, yehu. Presidential South America, no. Because, you know, Osha, Baumia across the 1 million mark, no. And John Mahama so. We chem 600,000. Say ya me no ka say easy Asoeɛ. Out of 40,976 no. Say ya me no ka say I can authoritatively tell you say easy saka 39,265 polling stations across the country. Polling stations in here 40,976. Say, you know, easy and saka 39,265. Ntaka say, akakume bi na say Ghana Electoral Commission and saka bibia and still ano John Mahama ewo 56% hona otaro and Dr. Mahmoud Bamia so tarry 41 hona. And I don't know. Shakasifo ati Parliament. JB.
Chairman.
Also, no analysis no. You trace from 2004.
Yes.
And Ashanti region started so far about NPP.
Yeah, sure.
But 1992, 1996, 2000. Omode you the Rollins and a year campaign in Ashanti region.
Yes.
And a Rollins Ebebuma Rollins ASC Rollins ASC and my Ashanti region. Eshe Rollins who he
and another Twaba.
And the Twaba. Emma the New Patriotic Party.
Yes, that's true.
Then if it 2004 Banono Musa Derby. Adiana Rollins na muna say ya kan wasem say ono ho na ye hwe ye de to aba no say papa no tifie odwene ho it's identity still ano and at 2004 MPP Ashanti region started say or fan ho adwe ABC 2016 na do enya boom e man na wa Ashanti region no eto aba ne party MPP
that is the more reason why a lot of ministers elusu omo seats.
That's right.
In Ghana. You can talk about the likes of
ballot papers.
Heavily unacceptable. I mean
ballot papers. And a good from Sano. Ballot papers. And a good from Sano. Whether with Titimu, one Titimu, the value is the same.
Nothing will change.
Well, sir, for the very first time after 2000, Ghana Fuankasa are extremely vigilant about say to abani policy about all.
Yes, because they have seen the value of voting.
Now 1992, 1996, 2000. And then come with the soldier form, you know. Some say, who born dog? Who born dog? 1992, 1996.
Even in 2000,
hey, na 2000, share. Nakaye komisa. Senior man, mo bisa say mo kwaya na o. I was watching you go with you. My bro. David. Yeah, me my bro.
Hey, you rather you go Paul.
Me ma me papa wo me kura na me mo a wo te say de ma bo MPP party.
Peter Mawu elusu the seats.
Oh, and then they are two.
Another pray elusu the seats.
Voter region 0 for MPP. Upper East 0. 0 ndosu.
Abujinapo elusu the seats. KTM would elusu the seats. Akosia no pode wa konta but Akosia menu elusu. Yes, at the time. And Harry Coach elusu the seats. Dakwa Newman elusu the seats. Yes, Dakwa Newman elusu the seats. Howard Coulson elusu the seats. Esla Owusu elusu the seats. Mrekuduka, your own friend, elusu the seats.
Oh no, even you.
Nunia. Na aye. A year, ewo gomwa.
Na year.
A year. Ona A+ go to do. Also elusu the seats. Sanitation Minister, Lydia Al-Hassan, John
elusu the seats.
Elusu the seats. Ambrose Derry, elusu the seats.
Infantiman Ophelia.
Yes, a Japan Mesa also elusu the seats. A lot of notable names. Naka is
you do man kasima ye koya ye kutwa market no na ye de abana fe wo motimi hu say oh ade no asenti ye nye ne yie na motimi asiesie na emma no enye baabi atena no woni ma de omo ye omo smart boys memetime ma me fie nanim ho didi no no ma ba say MPP fa ba so mo ne be meeting sade ntina ma kutwa market no
na shimu
na kwa ba ku be ye obedi memmasem
oh sisi
na hwene din ela me hu say adwen da ne tirim no eti se sisi ya de ne ba wi ase ti men fi no
na shimu
na is the say na MPP wo infantiman be hu say no Abrante ya ye ne kana semi ne ma me ye women organizer wa MPP
okoto nwano ma
enti yentu ye bo ase na fe yen hwa de kode pote na market na say no afa no unim jebi ma fi market na ekotwa na ho ba asem no afa no mko pesika ko sisi
yeah yes it's a sad story
and a man catch on say na say na mu siesie be ye and wo hye captain smart ahoroba na on the about 20 on
say ayi ho no
magazine
yeah
asabi Asabawati
chief test minister
I am telling you today upa friends is here na bisa no na osu mama
sir
na say MPP lusu fantima na sa asamasi
Mati say Heriko fifi fiaviko te so be address the media
da be enche kra
8:30
enche
NDC secretary
general secretary yes
na say pressure aba MPP so MPP nya party a pressure one so elections even when MPP is losing elections pressure ni MPP 2008 na pressure ni mum 50% to opposition 50% to ruling government into she margin Professor Mills to be the president she margin na she margin Nanado to be the president
yeah almost 1 billion votes
Jimmy Kasa oh